And welcome back, everyone. So President Trump held a bilateral meeting with the Australian Prime Minister today. Apparently, reporters just don't get it. You know, President Trump's pretty amazing, but he can't do everything on his own. Listen to this.
The most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really. I don't think you do because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal.
That reporter is an idiot. Just enable Ukraine to finish the job, as if us sending Ukraine more money, more weapons will allow Ukraine to finish the job. Russia is not as powerful as we thought, otherwise it would have run over Ukraine quicker. But Russia's no patsy either. You think if all of a sudden Ukraine ups its attacks against Russia, Russia's going to roll over and fold? All hell would be unleashed on Ukraine, but that reporter doesn't see that either. Whew, that's going to do it for us. So great having you along. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Thanks to all of you. We'll see you back here tomorrow night. See you soon.
Live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, October 20th. Real America's Voice, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Real America's Voice all across the country. Glad you're in Slickster. Looking good, ready to do sports. Slickster, what is that jacket? Is that new? I don't think we've seen that before.
No, you have never seen this before, actually. Pants match, yes. But you know what this was? A golf outing today that I went to, so I had to wear something casual.
Oh, of course.
This is casual. See my hair?
Every time I go golfing, I look like that. Did you actually play golf?
No, I was the host. I was busy, entertaining people.
Okay.
When you're the host, you're doing the cooking.
So you had a little outing?
Big outing, 120 golfers, sold out, maxed out. Great event on Long Island. Raised money for Alzheimer's.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, raised a lot of money. It was very good. I'm very happy about that.
No, you don't do the first inaugural tee shot or anything? You don't try to, golf at all?
We do a tee off, but no, I don't. I let the president do that. I'm the vice president of this.
Oh, okay. You should have Paul Nolan come in and give the initial smack it off the first tee. Paul would be good at that. He could rock it out there. So.
I'm sure he could.
He didn't call you.
No, I couldn't even do it anymore. I mean, my shoulder and back, forget it. I barely get the ball airborne. So, how was your weekend?
It was great. I had a great weekend. Mom's birthday, so it's today actually. Happy birthday, Mom! My mother watches every day. My mother's actually a watcher of the show. She loves the show, and
she's
so
cute as a button.
She is. Yep.
And she's feeling good.
She's feeling very good. Yeah, everything's going good with her. 77 years young. God bless her.
Very good.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am tired, Damon.
I heard a little bit about your weekend. What'd you go to? Some Oyster Fest or something?
Oh, yeah. I did. First Saturday was up at Sleepy Hollow for some Halloween hijinks, as they say. Walking the cemeteries of, Sleepy Hollow, where the Headless Horseman legend comes from, and then
you have a lot in common with him.
Must have felt right at home. Must have felt right at home there, pal.
You guys are terrible.
Funny.
What made you go there?
He lost his head.
We just wanted to go.
Okay.
Go up there and check it out because it's it's a big draw for this time of year.
Oh.
I went up there.
How far away is that?
It's only about an hour and a half. Not too bad.
It's an hour and 25 too far.
Yeah.
All right.
And then Sunday we did the big Oyster Bay Oyster Fest.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
And for the first time ever, I had oysters. First time in my life ever. I had an oyster. Okay. Raw oyster. It wasn't cooked, none of that.
In Oyster Bay.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I had it at the Oyster Fest, so congratulations to me. And you know what, Slick? Like they say, sometimes you just got to close your eyes and open your mouth and hope for the best, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Because his raw oyster wasn't cooked.
Right.
That's kind of the idea.
Well, yeah, I never have an oyster before because
Oh, shucks.
Paul, how are you?
Well done. I'm good. I had raw oysters baked. I was there. I was there too.
As you can tell, I'm not an oyster eater. What the heck?
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't realize he's calling it bait. It's a delicacy over there.
Is it?
You meathead.
It seemed like they had a lot of them.
So Saturday we went to Oyster Festival.
Oh, you went to it too?
Yeah, we went on Saturday. He went Sunday. I heard he was going Sunday, so we changed gears.
Yeah. All the amateurs went on Sunday.
It's beautiful. It was a good time. And Damon, I saw a young band, jazz band.
Oh.
And 5-piece band, fantastic.
What was their name?
Dysfunctone. And they play. It was like a jam band thing, but they were very jazzy. The bass player and the drummer, the rhythm section, and the keyboard. It was fantastic. You would have liked it. So I'm asking my man Slick Almirati if he could help those kids get into the
South Shore.
South Shore.
Yeah, that's next
South
July.
Shore every July, and they usually have 2
big,
stages, and one's for
event.
young artists. These kids playing together since they're 17, they're 30, and they are fantastic.
Nice.
Okay,
So it was a good family day, and I got to watch the Giants invent.
Yeah, that was called dysfunction. Yes, the coaching staff for sure.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Paul, speaking of me and you and friends of ours, you know who I just got a text from? One Stu Feiner from Barstool Sports telling me that he's making his FS1 debut Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. to noon on Fox Sports 1. And he wants everybody in the world to watch. Wake Up Barstool is the name of the show, and Stu's going to be on Wednesday morning. So batten down the hatches.
Well, you don't need coffee anymore. Just tune in to Stu. He's a madman, and he's infectious.
It'll be interesting to see if FS1 is on the air on Thursday morning. Yes, that'll be, we'll see. But Stu's going to be on FS1 on Wake Up Barstool on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, he's earned it. He's funny.
He's the best. He's one of the funnier people who has ever lived. And shockingly enough, was in my wedding party. I don't know. Me and Stu go back a long way. So, but no, he's the best. And he'll be crazy as ever. So watch FS1 if you're into sports or sports gambling or Barstool or Frank the Tank, as we always talk about Frank the Tank on this show. Stu spent a lot of time with Frank and a lot of his weight loss. So Stu will be on Wednesday morning. So, all right, let's get to today's first word. Well, congratulations to all. No King's Day. Also serving as Mental Illness Awareness Day. Make asylums great again. That's what I was thinking yesterday. What was I watching? Good Lord, boomers who obviously must have experimented with LSD at some point in their life, possibly injected with a mind control virus, who were then activated after the 8th mRNA booster dose with the phrase "No Kings." I don't know. The average age of the No Kings protest was, I think, around 91. Imagine wasting your blue light special years protesting a non-existent monarchy. Just go to Denny's, for crying out loud. Get the Grand Slam. No Kings, of course, for most of them really equals no boundaries, no America. The left isn't protesting a king. They're protesting you, my folks. They're fellow Americans. They aren't standing up for democracy. They're protesting against it. Old white liberals chanting about justice while demanding that, by the way, all of you live with gang wars, overdoses, theft, crime, and fear in every city they run. No Kings was a mindless virtual signaling circle jerk for the urban and suburban whites. That's what it was. The USA has no kings, but we did democratically elect a man to take out the trash. The irony, of course, is these lunatics, in fact, do bow down to tyranny. The tyranny that is the Democrat Party. No Kings, brought to you by the party that arrested people at the beach over a cold back in 2020-21. Remember that? The fact that you get to protest means that there is no kings in this country, folks. If you want no kings, let's start here. How about 90+% of the country not being ruled by a handful of blue cities? How about that? The same people screaming no kings are the ones who crowned Fauci, worshipped and installed Kamala, and bowed to Biden's mandates. The real truth about yesterday is that this isn't just watching like a bad acid trip. This is a mass nervous breakdown unfolding in real time right there on your TV screen, your smartphone, and in your streets. It's a shrieking, spastic performance of pure hysteria by a class of people who have been psychologically broken by their own political impotence, chanting mobs, faces twisted up, grotesque mass of performative rage, theater, we call it. They're waving around cardboard signs, screaming about a king, of course, who simply does not exist. This isn't a defense of the Republic. This is a childish, historically illiterate tantrum we're watching. These are the cultural and bureaucratic elites who've lost their grip on power, and they can't process the reality of their own rejection. It's the desperate, pathetic wail of a dying aristocracy. Even the slogan, "No Kings," it's not an accusation, it's a confession. It's the left admitting they have no rational argument left. Their policies, total failures. Their cities collapsing under the weight of their own woke dogma, crime everywhere, homelessness on steroids, businesses fleeing like rats from a sinking ship. Their cultural orthodoxies, well, normal Americans are rejecting them left and right. Their economic vision has produced nothing but inflationary misery and a grocery bill that'll make your eyes water. They've lost the political debate. They've lost the economic debate. They've lost the cultural debate. So all that's left is what we saw yesterday, which is the primal scream. They're not fighting a king, folks. They're fighting an election result that they can't stomach. They're fighting the millions of Americans they despise. You know, me and you, the deplorables who dared to reject their anointed rulers, not once, not twice, but 3 times. This is desperation defined. When you can't win on policy, you slap on psychiatric labels. Insurrectionist, fascist, threat to democracy. When you can't win at the ballot box, you scream tyranny. When you can't defeat a man fair and square, you deplatform him, you disbar him, you try to imprison him, you charge him, you try to kill him, all while holding up a sign calling him the fascist. The No Kings mob is a perfect psychological projection. It's the left who demands the absolute unquestioning fealty of a monarchy. We've talked about it. It's the left that says bend the knee to our climate dogma or else. It's the left that excommunicates anyone who dares question their radical gender ideology. It's the left that weaponized the administrative state, the FBI, the DOJ, the IRS as their personal royal guard to punish political enemies. Raids at dawn, lawfare galore, ruling by executive order and bureaucratic decree, bypassing Congress. Biden did it all the time, bypassing the will of the people. They don't govern, they rule. How many times did I tell you Biden thinks he's over a monarchy? President Trump, he's not the king, folks. He's the man who exposed these would-be monarchs of the progressive aristocracy for the frauds that they are. This protest is not a revolution. It's more like a wake. It's the sound of a failed, desperate, irrelevant class mourning the death of its own power. They're burying their own empire one hysterical chant at a time. So to all of you No Kings screamers out there, get over it. The people have spoken 3 times. The guy who won every single swing state, the Electoral College, and the popular vote, guess what, is still in the White House. So I have a serious question for the No Kings Day protesters from yesterday. How does it feel to change absolutely nothing? And that's tonight's first word. Did you watch any of this nonsense yesterday?
Yeah. I couldn't
Crazy,
believe,
right?
I couldn't believe how many boomers were talking about killing people.
I saw at least 3 or
5.
4 significant ones that the law enforcement should probably look into.
Yeah, like the one guy on stage screaming, "We got to get our guns. We got to kill ICE."
Yeah. That guy's one of them.
The goofball with 86-47, the old man. I mean, not that he's got to get arrested for that, but that's stunning to me to see some 65 or 75-year-old man talking about killing the president because he's so triggered. I mean, think about how much power the algorithm.
Stephen Miller. There was a serious one on Stephen Miller. The kid said, if I saw him, I'd try to kill him. And he said, dude, I don't think that's something you want to say on tape, the guy said.
Yeah, it's truly astounding what some of the things I saw, and what it's shocking to me. And all I keep thinking about is what power does this algorithm have, that it's gonna dive under the skin of people who've lived 70 years of their life, going back and forth. Politics were good, up and down, right, left, and now to go that far. I'm telling you this, it's sorcery. These globalists, they're evil, demonic sorcerers.
All right, we'll talk more about what we saw this weekend. Sports and news all coming up. Just getting started live from Studio 6B on a Monday. We're back right after this.
Neither does he. He just grabs whatever.
No, I don't.
So, D, did you miss
I'm my own stylist.
So you missed a couple of my stories. The carbon one you missed. The carbon, and yeah, I sent it to you on Friday. I said I was doing it Monday, and then the Trump signs the Rare Earth with Australia is a big deal.
Drag Blacker, $2 chat. Why so blue, Slick? Cheer up. Drag Blacker. I see what you did there. $2 super chat.
And we see what you did here.
Margaret Ferguson, thank you. Wish Mom a happy birthday. In the chats.
Howdy, Rumblers. Rumble, rumble.
Cheers, rumble.
Got Brownie Bo, Drake 99. TJK 3746. Julie GB.
Hot hike.
MAGA Patriot. Donna DA 611. Panama Tom. Don't laugh at my groin.
That makes me laugh, that name every
Nice Irish guy.
Every single time.
Nice Irish
It's
guy.
so funny. And who comes up with that? A psycho, that's who.
Don't laugh at my groin.
Helms M6.
If we do the Roblox thing,
Little one, 189.
I don't know if you know what that's about, but it's like the #1 place for pedophiles to hunt children. Florida AG is going after them.
Run it over to the X chat. How much time we got? 30 seconds.
Can't believe Rock Sin is
All right, so
seventh
you
season.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
And I have the list of money spent on that. I was going to do that story, but I got it into him at 6:01.
well, I can pull it up.
What time did I get it? It was after 6, that's for sure.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 17 past the hour on a Monday night, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Hope you all had a great weekend as well. Welcome back. We always appreciate you giving us a couple hours of your weekday nights, 8 to 10 here on Real America's Voice. Slick's going to do some sports. Delgado's going to do some more news on No Kings and other things. Paul's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down, but we'll start, as we always do, segment 2 with some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. LFS6B promo code at checkout will give you a great savings on whatever you buy from MyPillow. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Major League Baseball is what's going on. American League Championship Series Game 7 in Toronto for all the marbles. Mariners and Blue Jays, no score. Top of the first. We'll be tracking that game for those who are interested, probably out west in the Oregon area there. So we'll see what happens. And in Washington. But we also have NFL games tonight right now. Monday Night Football in action. Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now trailing the Lions 14-0. Lions jump out with 2 early touchdowns. 4:13 to go there in the second quarter. Also coming up tonight on Monday Night Football, a 10 p.m. game. Tennessee and, well, Seattle. Seattle Seahawks playing. So that should be a good game as well. Seattle's favored by 3.5. Maybe we can get an odds makers in with that. And speaking of odds makers, congratulations to Aaron, who went 4-0 on our odds maker picks over the weekend. Unbelievable. Bringing her up to 21-12 for the season.
Wow.
That's pretty damn good, huh?
Are we giving her credit for the Giants one? Because, you know.
Well, she was on the right side of that, but boy, that was the colossal collapse of all time. There's no doubt about that one. We saw that. And I went 3-1, so I didn't do too bad either. I'm at 19-14 on the season.
Wow. 3-1.
And unfortunately, the guest we couldn't get on. That was a shame. But you know, just going through the games, that Giants game was an absolutely wild game, right? 33-30 32. One of the greatest collapses in fourth quarter NFL history. In fact, I think it is the greatest collapse in fourth quarter. You have a stat, Paul? What do you got?
The first time in 1,602 NFL games, a team with that much of a lead with 6 minutes to go lost. 1,602 NFL games. It's
absolutely incredible.
They gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Every point that they scored was...
That's when you rush 3 guys and you play 8 back. I mean, you're playing to lose.
And why Dable, run the ball.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's just absolutely
He's got to get
terrible.
fired. He's got to go.
He's got to go. No question about it. And also, over the weekend, so I had Ohio State University laying 25.5. Well, they had a big win. They won 34-0 over Wisconsin, complete blowout. And Aaron was on Alabama as well. They won 37-20.
I mean, Luke Fickell's got to go, too, by the way. I mean, enough.
Yeah,
Wisconsin, it's over.
There's no question about it. So
get out.
I got to get out. And so that was a scoop on that. And then we got some NFL sad news earlier today. Ex-NFL star Doug Martin identified as suspect who died in Oakland police custody, telling Gwyneth Breitbart. Former NFL running back Doug Martin, who is also an All-Pro, has been identified as the suspect who died in the custody of the Oakland PD over the weekend after a medical emergency. Sources confirmed to KTVU on Sunday evening that Martin, 36, died in the hospital after he became unresponsible following his arrest by OPD officers who were responding to reports of a possible break-in at 4:15 a.m. on Saturday. Police were dispatched to reports of a break-in attempt, while at the same time they also received reports of a person experiencing a medical event at the same location. Upon arrival, officers found Martin, who was later identified as a suspect. Officers said Martin briefly resisted them before arrest. After taken into custody, Martin became unresponsive and was transported to the hospital by paramedics, where he later passed away. Great player, former Boise State star. He was a first-round pick, number 31 overall of Tampa Bay in 2012, and immediately burst onto the scene, rushing for 1,454 yards and 11 TDs. And he was an All-Pro that in 2015 when he rushed for 1,400 yards and the 6 TDs as well. So really sad news there to hear about that young man, 36 years old. I guess we'll find out a little bit more on how he passed away. I didn't see the follow-up story, what the exact cause of death was, but just a shame, the whole story there. And if I have time for a while, well, you know what? I'm going to throw it back to you. You got to go. I'll get Strats of Rapid Sports.
All right, we'll get to your. We'll move your story down. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Lots of news to get to today. President Trump once again in the cabinet room with his cabinet, and the Australian, who was it? The Prime Minister of Australia in there today. I think it was.
He was in there,
and the president made some news, took some questions. Delgado's got a little bit about what the headline probably. Soundbite that came out of that was, Delgado, what's going on?
Yeah, one of the big headlines, Damon, is, of course, President Trump issuing a warning, a chilling warning to Hamas. That happening today at the White House. He basically said that they must be good or else things are going to happen. They're violent people, he said. They're very violent. Trump made the threat with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner holding meetings with regional leaders to keep the Trump 20-point peace plan on track. Here is the president himself, cut number 1, issuing this statement. And again, Hamas better pay attention. This sounds like he's not playing around here. Cut number 1. Check this out.
What steps is the administration taking to maintain the ceasefire?
Well, a lot of steps, and right now it's in the hands of others. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, you know, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people. And they got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
You see, Robert, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed us. Right? Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. I mean, we've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have Israel would go in 2 minutes if I asked them to go where. I could tell them, go in and take care of it. But right now, we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent, but they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Yeah, so there you have it. The president issuing his harsh words. Of course, the Trump team is attempting to keep the peace in the region after the surprise diplomatic breakthrough last week, where the 20 living hostages were returned to Israel. And of course, President Trump made his trip to both Israel and Egypt to celebrate the landmark agreement. So there you have it. Hamas has been put on notice.
Yeah, well, they've been put on notice a lot, though, in the last 6 months. I think that may be part of their what's going on. But also, I heard J.D. Vance say that, Hamas is no longer a unified organization, but a collection of splintered factions, and not only making disarmament nearly impossible, I think that would also tend to lend itself to eradication nearly impossible as well. And as we've said all along, the hard part starts now, and it looks like it's going to be extremely, extremely hard already. And again, survival for them means victory in any way, shape, or form. Survival of Hamas means victory to them.
Yeah, it's almost, and I'm not making a joke here, Hamas is so beat up and splintered. Antifa's probably more unified and organized when you think of terrorist organizations, because Hamas has been splintered into so many different directions. So let's I can't see the rogue ones.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem, especially when they try to set up a traditional government too. Problems.
All right, more news when we get back right after this.
And he's
got a lot of mileage. I think got a lot of mileage on him too.
Got a lot of miles on him.
In the chat, YouTube chat, let's see. Alice, I wonder, would like to know. Alice, I always, right? And Ron and Mary in Arkansas, they watch every night and want to say hello to them. So hello to Ron and Mary in Arkansas.
For everybody asking about Real America's Voice on Roku today, I'm assuming it has something to do with the outage of Amazon and all of this other Amazon outage that's been going on all day.
No, yes, Roku's still reporting that third-party apps are still having trouble getting back up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a mess today. Wow.
So that, if you're asking, that's why. And I'm getting lots of messages about Rav off the air on Roku. That's the reason. It's not Rav. It's Roku and their connection with Amazon. Because Amazon, I guess, needs new people to figure out their DNS.
It's also regional because it's working here, but it's not working in other ones.
Did you read the story, Fran, though, about how it started at 3 a.m. in the morning, that somebody did an upgrade and they got the DNS wrong or something?
Yeah, when they build these massive places, they build it around one piece of infrastructure that can go down real easy.
Fran, while we're on the subject of asking you questions, Roblox, they were down all day. Are they on the same server?
Yeah, they use AWS for their servers.
Okay.
Also, Fortnite, a lot of big gaming sites were down.
Okay.
Seems like networking 101 would be to get the DNS right. I don't know.
You'd think they would have these giant redundancy systems, right? Like, wouldn't you imagine they'd be able to fall over to a backup system?
I mean, they do, but if they're all on the same pipeline and that pipeline is set up wrong, then that's what happens.
A mess.
That's why I'm surprised everyone doesn't even have their own server bank at this point and not even...
Yeah, haven't we seen this happen before, though, with AWS?
They talk about data
They
centers
pretty much
as the
take
fastest way
anybody
to
off
become a
that
billionaire.
they want.
I'd like to be a billionaire for a week.
I mean, you can have your own server, but it's a rabbit hole you really got to dive down. Yeah.
What did you say?
That's how long it would last. We'd blow right through it. Billion for a week.
Fran, you want a data center? Damon will put up the money.
Yeah. If he had that kind of money, we wouldn't need to do a show.
Aaron found that funny.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Slick's doing sports, Delgado's doing news, Paul Nolan's going to do some news coming up, Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I want to thank everybody who was at the America First Warehouse on Friday night. It was a fun night. Small crowd, but a lot of energy. So we're looking forward to this Friday night. We'll see you there. If you're, if you haven't made it to the America First Warehouse yet, there's you got a QR code there, Aaron. Make sure you scan the QR code. And make sure you get your tickets to come down on a Friday night to the America First Warehouse. It's a lot of fun. You get to see Slick in person with these clothes.
Oh, yeah. It's a great
See him up close.
Great time.
And he takes one piece off per segment. So it's,
Don't get me in trouble, Paul.
He'll take a picture with you at the end of the
Family
night.
show.
So. Man, we just keep having great Fridays. I mean,
Yeah.
the audience is, it's just
such nice people.
They're great.
Yeah, come on
amazing.
down.
True patriots.
If
so.
True patriots.
Well, one of the big hits on Friday night at the warehouse was this segment, so let's do it again. President Trump, Jack Smith, Andrew Weissman, and the Mar-a-Lago raid. That is the basis of today's episode of Diaper Diplomacy.
But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press. Because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else, but I hope they're looking at political crime because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well, and when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know, how do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit, and now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess.
There you go. Diaper Diplomacy for a Monday.
That's awesome.
Jack Smith, Andrew Weissman, and the Mar-a-Lago raid. So, all right, let's do some news. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
Yeah, well, Damon, the greatest headlines in the world continue. As, of course, we were talking about this earlier. It was the subject of your first word. I'm talking about the No Kings rally that were held across the country on Saturday as crowds hit the streets Saturday in cities and towns across the U.S. to vent their anger over President Trump's policies and No Kings protests, which Republicans have slammed as the Hate America rally, which you could see positively just by tuning in some of the stuff, people carrying signs and with slogans. Nothing is more patriotic than protesting, some of them said, even though they were there saying that No Kings, basically they were losing their right to protest. I don't know about you. Here is cut number 2. Here's a protester that can't even answer a simple question about the No Kings protest and why they're there. This is cut number 2. Check this one out.
Hey, what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Okay, so I would start with, well,
yeah.
I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
Good. So what brings you out?
Oh, pretty smart.
Says it all.
I'll give her credit
so
on that.
many of those videos like that today.
I know.
So many of them.
Wow, that was pretty quick on her feet there.
Oh, yeah.
And she was one of the only ones, I think, that was under 60 that showed up at these things.
60?
60.
If you were in your 70s, early 80s, you were a spring chicken for that place where I could
I
see.
mean, that thing looked like the casting call for Cocoon.
Seriously. Holy cow.
Yeah, here's another protester who talks about losing her right to protest at a protest. You can't make this one up. This is cut number 4.
can't make it up.
Check this out.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of amendments have been kind of overcome, like in a way that they're not supposed to be. Yeah, which amendments specifically? The first one. Freedom of protesting.
Yeah. freedom of protesting, David.
Yeah,
while
freedom of
she's
protesting.
standing there at a protest, holding a
It's the
sign.
29th Amendment.
Yeah, holding a sign, protesting while she's standing at a protest, saying she's losing her right to protest.
That's too beautiful.
Of course, the president had his own words about what was going on across the country at these No King rallies. Here it is. Here is President Trump, cut number 6. Check this out.
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Mr. President, besides San Francisco.
By the way, I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great. That's all it is. I'm not a king at all.
Yeah, so there you have it.
And by the way, if they walked around to these numbskulls and asked them, just give one situation where Trump acted like a king. I mean, good luck naming one. What would be one?
And then the war. Maybe stopping wars. That's good. That's kings. No, they don't. They like the wars.
I mean, that would be a simple question you could ask everybody, just unison across and never get an answer because there's no answer.
Can I pop in some of the numbers of the people who invested in this thing real quick? So, because I tried to get this to Damon, but it was late. This is Seamus Brunner on X, and I verified this. They traced $294+ million to the official No Kings 2.0 partners and organizers, all funneled through the same Riot Inc. dark money networks. Arabella Network, $79.7 million. Soros Network, $72.1 million. Ford Network, $51.7. Tides, another Soros foundation, $45.5 million. Rockefeller Foundation, another globalist pile of crap, $28.6. And Warren Buffett, $16.6 million. These people do not care about freedom. They want one world totalitarian government, and these morons are protesting no kings by the kings of the planet. So it's just more complete nonsense that these people, the stupidity is just at
the
level.
irony of the whole day of the No Kings thing is so rich given that they are the party of not only tyranny, but anything close to a monarchy is, I mean, even going back to, I mean, the Democratic Party has ruled by fiat for as long as we can all remember. The executive orders, I mean, I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but even going back to FDR, I think when he came in, he issued something like 1,000.
Yeah.
In the first couple years. I mean, Biden was not on that pace, but
at least FDR was a disgrace. At least he wanted America to be the front and the center of the globalist. He wanted all the scams to run directly through America. They're outsourcing the scams now.
Oh, yeah. And I think my favorite quote, I couldn't find it and send it in, unfortunately, came from Yvette Clarke, a Democrat out of New York City, who said on MSNBC, and I'm quoting her, I had to watch this a couple times, says she doesn't want to go back towards post-Revolutionary War.
What?
I'll say that again.
Yeah,
she doesn't want to go back to post. Post means after. Revolutionary War.
Maybe she wants to go back
which
to pre?
is basically every day past the Revolutionary War that we have been without a king. She doesn't want to go back to that.
What a rocket science. Another all-star.
Another brain surgeon coming from the left. And if things couldn't be bad enough for the Democrats, CNN just delivered another brutal blow, Damon, in the immortal presentation of Harry Enton, as he delivered another poll, this one focusing on the numbers for President Trump during this 20-day shutdown. It's hit day number 20, and CNN is now admitting that this Democrat-led fiasco is nothing more than that has done nothing actually to hurt the president's approval. In fact, Trump's approval has increased. Here is Harry Enton breaking down those numbers. It is cut number 7 of this new poll showing exactly what the shutdown has done to President Trump and his popularity. Cut 7. Check this out.
About Donald Trump shutdowns, net approval rating, we're talking 20 days into it. In 2018/2019, Donald Trump's net approval rating was already falling. The shutdown was eating into his popular support. It was down 3 points already at this particular point and would fall considerably more. It was very much on the decline. You come over to this side of the screen, this shutdown hasn't eaten into Donald Trump's support at all. His net approval rating is actually up a point in terms of his popular support. So the bottom line is this: the first shutdown during Trump's first term, 2018-2019, was hurting Donald Trump. This one is not hurting him at all. There's no real reason Donald Trump might say, at least when it comes to popular support, I want to get out of this shutdown.
Yeah, so there you have it. It's not exactly what the Democrats wanted, as you saw Harry Enton again break down those numbers, and the Democrats are kind of struggling with the messaging as well when it comes down to the shutdown.
Yeah, and why should he want to get out of it? We want to get to day 61. That's where we want to get. But I did see what's his name? Someone from the Trump administration on CNBC this morning saying that he thought the word was that the Democrats didn't want to cave on the shutdown before the No Kings nonsense this weekend, and that he thought that maybe this week there might be some cracks in the Schumer armor, whatever that looks like, and that the shutdown could end this week. Let's hope that's not the case.
By cave, do you mean like some of the $5 billion in goofy stuff that goes to
yeah, they'll cave on that and say, okay, we'll sign a clean CR, which if they do, obviously Republicans, then the government shutdown is going to end before day 61. And I don't really know what that's going to mean. As far as all of this was for naught and nothing, basically we're not trimming anything, or some of this can stick. I don't know.
Yeah, as of today,
so let's hope that's not the case.
Yeah, as of today, the Democrats
61.
again blocked funding for the bill for the 11th time. So as far as that goes, we'll see what happens towards the end of the week. But for right now, 11 times it's been up for vote. 11 times Democrats have voted against it. Keep it going. Day 61 can't come soon enough.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
All right, live from Studio 6B. Paul's got some news coming up. More sports with Slick right after this. right, chat. Let me say, for those of you joined us in the last 8 minutes,
West Coast.
Rav on Roku is not happening because of Roku's problems with Amazon today because of the outage or the. Some people, I heard earlier it was an attack. It doesn't seem like it was an attack. It seems like it was human error on Amazon's side, but maybe I'm wrong about that, Fran. What do you think?
I've heard nothing about an attack that was legitimate.
So somebody at Amazon screwed up the DNS when they did some upgrade, and it sent the world into chaos today with everything being down, and Roku's one of them. Adobe was down. Adobe Podcast was down today. A lot of things were down today. Banking was down. A lot of banks were down. Anybody who's tied to AWS in some way, shape, or form had some problems today.
Yeah,
and some are still having problems, like Roku. So that's why we're not there.
Kind of throws back to, remember Parler? Remember what happened with them with AWS?
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. AWS goes down, a lot of people go down.
Stephen House, what's going on? Says hello to everybody.
Stephen.
Barbara Knight on Facebook, hello. Jolene Moore on X, hello.
Jolene.
Okay, so someone's saying, Dunn laughed at my groin, said he's watching us on Pluto TV on Roku. So I guess that's up.
He's funny.
The Rav Roku app is working here, but I think that it may not be working in other places.
Okay.
Brand needs some Robitussin.
Little 189, hello? On Rumble?
You need some milk.
Milk?
Soy.
Slick, you're going to move your Mickles over
Yeah,
here?
I have the room.
Damon forgot to hit the live button on Rumble? No, I didn't. We've been live on Rumble since a minute before 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that was last week.
Still going on about Rumble?
What are you talking about?
I think that was last Wednesday.
They're talking about last Wednesday?
No.
Well, they're not talking about tonight.
No, tonight we've been good.
All right, AI is a problem, but Delgado, you got to watch this.
Oh, I saw that. Isn't that great?
Me and my daughter back like all day with us. Live from Studio 6B, 13 to the hour, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Slick's doing sports, Delgado and Paul Nolan doing the news. Paul's going to try to do news maybe if he can this segment. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Let's start with some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell, LFS6P is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, American League Championship Series, Game 7 in Toronto, Rogers Center. Right now, Toronto and Seattle tied at 1, going right down to the wire. And Monday Night Football in Detroit, the Lions are up 14-3 at the half. Pro golf legend Phil Mickelson jabs Biden, slams anti-Trump, no kings protesters. Right on par with what we're talking about. This is Simon Kent of Breitbart Sports. Golf great Phil Mickelson showed he has no time either for former President Joe Biden or the anti-Trump no kings protesters who commandeered streets across the country on Saturday. The multimillionaire golf legend has never been shy of making public his support of President Trump, and he used his own social media platform to entertain his followers once again on Saturday afternoon. Mickelson made his point abundantly clear. On this special day, as we all gather to fight against blanket auto pen pardons and executive orders, lawlessness, and stealing citizens' resources for illegal non-citizens, I believe it has worked. That it is no longer happening, and so great job, everyone, he wrote in the post on X, formerly known as Twitter. The 55-year-old LIV Golf star's reference was targeted at Biden, who received ample criticism for his lazy use of an auto pen to sign pardons and the fact that he was dumped by his own party before even even being given the opportunity to run again. Such was his poor performance in the White House. As Breitbart News reported, leftist protesters were spotted wearing everything from inflatable frog, cat, and dinosaur costumes to pure anti-Trump abusive messages during the No Kings protests held at various locations around the U.S. But anyway, it's Lefty coming out, Big D, pretty strong. He's been very vocal about the president. He always was, but even more so. I know you even commented last week that he's been very vocal on his platform as well.
He has. He's been great. His comments have been great. He was great today, too. He put out a couple things, so...
Yeah, he's on fire with that. And, Bad Bunny, of course, that continues to go on, that debacle with the Super Bowl. But King of Country campaign petition to replace Bad Bunny with George Strait and Super Bowl halftime show passes 41,000 signatures. Now, I know you're looking for 41 million, Big D, but 41,000 signatures are not easy to obtain. So this is Jasmine of Jordan of Breitbart.
For George Strait?
Yeah, George Strait, yeah.
41's nothing.
You want to see a couple million.
Well, it's got to get some legs. Give it some time.
A campaign urging the NFL to replace Puerto Rican artist Bad Bunny with the country legend George Strait for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show has surpassed 41,000 signatures, intensifying the debate over the league's entertainment choices and cultural direction. The Change.org petition, titled Replace Bad Bunny with George Strait for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, has drawn over 41,000 as of Saturday. The petition says that the annual performance should honor the cultural tapestry of America and remain family-friendly, describing Strait as a unifying figure whose music reflects the heart and soul of American music. So all the good statements there, but Change.org, I agree, Big D. I think you're going to have to make a statement. I don't think the NFL is going to move at all. You're not going to dictate to them at all.
Let's find out if Change.org is only running that available in like New York.
Well,
because it's not, if it's available in Texas, it should have more than 41,000 in like one city in Texas. Never mind 41,000 nationwide. That's ridiculous.
About it, he's not very relevant these days.
But in the last...
The king of country is always relevant.
I understand, but he's also, mid-70s.
But there is a surge. In the last 4 days, 35,000 signatures in the last 4 days. This may just be getting out there and hitting people's radar. If we can get, if you can get 8,000, 9,000 signatures a day...
Now, maybe we could talk to our Turning Point people. I heard Tom McDonald might be in the mix for... the alternate halftime show.
Well, yeah, they're trying to work on their own event. I believe they're going to have one.
I know
we
I'm going
announced
there
that
no matter what. I mean, you could be playing a ukulele. I'm going over to Turning Point.
Oh, me too. Absolutely. No question about it.
All right, Slick, very good. We'll do some more sports in hour two. Let's get to Paul Nolan. He's got some news. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, this is what the mainstream media will not cover for you. It's caskets of Christians are loaded into mass graves in Nigeria. Muslim Islamists have killed over 100,000 Christians since 2009. They burned over 18,000 churches. If you want to roll that, I think it's is it Cut 8? Is the B-roll there? I don't know if we still have it, but it's brutal. 7,000 Christians killed in 2025 alone. It's an average of 32 per day. Over 100 churches destroyed monthly. More than 15 million Christians displaced since 2009. At least 600 clergy kidnapped. The killers are jihadist factions like Boko Haram, who are absolutely off the chart crazy. Fulani militants, ISWAP. These people just continue to target these people, and they have there's no support from anybody around the world. It's probably because the left hates Christ and they act like they like black people, but they just lie. So please keep this story going. If you want to check it out, it's on my X feed, Paul_Eggs Nolan. Please give me a follow and please share this story because it's just got to. It's up to us. Okay, so I don't know.
Essentially, Muslims are attempting to wipe out the Christian population.
Yeah, I mean, we need a new, crusade. I don't know what to say. This is terrible. But, I wanted to also go to other news. It's not really going to get enough legs, but Roblox, it's like this online gaming platform where little kids love to go. And it's like the number one place for pedos to, start changing sexual information, and they target, they hunt down these children. And Roblox always says they're going to do something about it. They do nothing about it. And we have the cut. Listen to the AG in Tallahassee, Florida, James Uthmeyer.
This is Attorney General James Uthmeyer. Today, our office will be issuing criminal subpoenas to the online children's gaming company, Roblox. Roblox profited off of our kids while exposing them to the most dangerous of harms. They enabled our kids to be abused. Companies like Roblox have become breeding grounds for predators to get to and have access to our kids. These criminal subpoenas will enable us to gather more information for our prosecutors about the criminal activity taking place on Roblox platform, as well as evidence on the predators that are out there and the victims that are abused. At the end of the day, we will stop at nothing to fight to protect our kids, and companies that act carelessly and expose them to harm will be held accountable.
This is good stuff.
He's the best AG. He's the AG of Florida, by the way, not just Tallahassee. He's the entire state.
Florida.
And he's the best AG, if not the best AG in the country. And he should win again easily in Florida. And although he would be great on the national level too, because those are the kind of guys under Governor DeSantis' lead. That's why Florida is heads and tails doing what no other red states are doing. And if this guy was the AG during COVID, by the way, we probably would have some repercussions for what happened in COVID. Of course, a lot of it didn't happen in Florida, thanks to the governor. But James is fantastic.
Some of the stats on this, more than 85 million daily active users, an estimated 40% to under 13. One of the things they're doing now is they're taking an AI photo of your kid, and they're saving your kid's face if he's 13 or under, and they're putting it in their database. And God knows where that's going, who's going to have it.
You know the thing on this, though, Paul, and I don't know how you're a dad, anybody who has kids. You know, I had 2 kids, both loved Roblox. But I went in there literally almost every night, and I said to them, pull up your friends list. And I went through all the settings to make sure who could contact them on there. And I went through them almost, if not nightly, at least a couple times a week, and went through, who's this? And he would say, that's Danny. Who's this? That's John. Who's this? He knew every person on there. Like, if you're not involved with your kids on these online things, whether it's Roblox, Snapchat, or anything else.
Do an online tutorial on parents how to protect the proper settings.
I mean, you've got to be involved. All right, that's a quick wrap on hour 1, hour 2 coming up live from Studio 6B.
Chat, live in the chat. Is that the end of hour number 1, you said?
That is. It was fast.
Oh, what do we got? Ordinary passenger. Skeetmans. Susie 321. Over in the Rumble chat. Man, this thing is flying by.
Ken Murphy on Facebook. Big D got the best bumper music. That's not me. That's all Fran.
Thank you.
Good job, Fran.
Delgado, Damon is right. George Strait is always relevant.
I understand that.
Santa Fe Mockingjay.
That's why you're not getting a lot of the groundswell. I'm just being honest.
I'm friends
I
with
love
Santa
George
Fe
Strait.
Mockingjay.
But something's going on the last couple of days. Getting nice. You know, you get a couple hundred.
Like David said, 30,000 ain't a lot.
I feel like they can get 1 million and it wouldn't do anything. NFL's going
probably right.
They wouldn't move if they got 100 million.
Exactly right. They won't. They have an agenda to say F you to everybody else. And I just want to see Turning Point's thing grow, and I just want
if George Strait plays over there, that'll raise the interest of a lot of people.
Every time you pull that baseball out, I just want to grab it out of your hand and whip it.
You want to go down there and play catch?
Yeah, I want to play catch bad.
Got a glove?
I do in my car.
Me and Eddie used to play.
Me and Eddie too.
Throw.
Me and Eddie used to
whip it. It was usually a football.
Yeah, Eddie had a cannon of it on. By the way,
he taught me how to throw a spot. He really taught me.
When we used to run routes for each other, but he was a stud athlete, by the way. Like he was no joke. And the way the ball came out of his hand, and he was just a wide receiver. Like he could have went to BYU. I saw his film. He was sick.
No doubt.
He joined our racquetball club. Never played in his life, and ended up going right to the A+ league. Within a year, he was the best player in the whole place.
Yeah. Actual athlete.
Sick. Like just nice. Oh, what an effort right there.
Now it's a game.
Game on. Johnson, touchdown. They need whatever they.
From Studio 6B, Hour 2, Real America's Voice, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Glad you're in. 6 doing sports. Delgado's doing the news along with Paul Nolan. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. We'll get an update on sports here coming up. The Monday Night Football games. We've got a baseball game 7 tonight as well. Lots going on in sports. We got more news. Let's hit a couple things here. Some quick hitters at the top of the hour that has happened today or happened in the last couple hours, actually. And the big breaking one is that the appeals court has given President Trump a major victory with the National Guard deployment. You know, remember the story on the National Guard. President Trump just won a big victory in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals against an activist lower federal court, which had blocked him from deploying the National Guard in Portland, Oregon. This is from our friends over at Right Scoop. He can now deploy any National Guard to Portland. Here's the original story from The Hill, as reported today. The federal appeals court today said President Trump may deploy the National Guard across Oregon for now, a boon to his efforts to send troops into several Democratic-led cities. The 2-1 ruling from a 3-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit lifts a lower court order halting Trump's deployment of National Guard members while the administration appeals resolved. I mean, just listening to the facts on this story, number one, that it's even 2-1. How is it not 3-0? That the top law enforcement commander-in-chief of the president can tell order the National Guard into these cities, especially to protect federal buildings, as we learned he had to do back in the summer of love, and God knows they have to do now as well. We've all seen the video. Rather than reviewing the president's determination with great deference, the district court substituted its own determination of the relevant facts and circumstances, the unsigned order read. Oregon and Portland officials sued over Trump's National Guard takeover last month after the president vowed to protect the war-ravaged city, and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE offices, he said, were under siege. The appeals panel wrote Monday that Trump may have reasons for calling up the National Guard that were not shared publicly or tied solely to the scene on the ground in Portland, even if the president, it said, quote, may exaggerate the extent of the problem on social media that does not change the other facts, provide a colorable basis to support the statutory requirements, the order reads. The administration had argued the courts must give a, quote, great level of deference to the president's determination to federalize the National Guard. The district judge found such deference is important, but not equivalent to ignoring the facts on the ground. The 2 judges who voted in the majority were Trump appointees. The one who dissented was a Clinton appointee. And the fact that we have district court and appeals court level judges saying that the commander-in-chief essentially is not the commander-in-chief, especially when it comes to the military, the National Guard, protecting of federal courthouses, federal buildings, ICE. We see what's going on in Texas. is it just seems absolutely lunacy to me. Now, the other part of this story is I believe I heard that this 3-judge panel is now wanting an en banc hearing, which means they want the full appeals court members, well, however many that is, to hear it. Probably because whoever the member is who's requesting an en banc hearing is probably someone who's not happy with this, obviously, decision, and thinks that maybe the full appeals court will come to a different conclusion. I would have to take a guess.
Well, it is the Ninth Circuit, but from what I understand, it's been completely reshaped by President Trump. So even if they do go full, I think he probably still stands a good chance of having it go his way. And it's going to end up at the Supreme Court anyway, because that's where these things always end up.
It looks a lot more likely now that it will end up at the Supreme Court, especially if they do get an en banc hearing on this.
Right.
So, all right. So that's one thing. And the other thing I just want to quickly touch on is 60 Minutes this weekend. Oh. Because 60 Minutes had this...
oh, you mean the infomercial in prime time?
60 Minutes takes left-wing propaganda to a new level with this discredited ex-DOJ lawyer interview. Did you guys see this? Do you know the story of this guy?
Nope.
Erez Ruveni is his name. They had this guy on who used to work at the DOJ who was fired by Pam Bondi. And he went to 60 Minutes to cry foul on the administration and the Department of Justice, brought all of his acting skills with him. And just to give you an idea of what I mean, here is cut 5. Here is one of the things that caught people's attention from his appearance on 60 Minutes. Roll that, Aaron.
This interview is the first time that your face has been seen in such a public way. And I wonder if that concerns you.
It does. Oh. At the same time, I think about what we're losing in this moment. I think about why I went to the Department of Justice to do justice. And I took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. And my view of that oath is I need to speak up and draw attention to what has happened to the department, what is happening to the rule of law. I would not be faithfully abiding by my oath if I stayed silent right now.
Okay. So basically that gives you an idea of what this piece was like. It was Scott Pelley for the better part of 13 minutes trying to frame this guy as some kind of courageous hero speaking out against the Trump administration's DOJ and Emil Bove, who they're saying misled the courts in their efforts to deport Salvadorian national Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We all remember that. Who I think we all at this point know was a wife-beater MS-13 gangbanger.
Mm-hmm.
The Maryland man?
The Maryland father. Otherwise known as the Maryland father to the Democrats out there, yes. And so they had this segment on this guy. And when you actually read... Well, first of all, this is another career guy, DOJ, who was fired for insubordination, who's cut from kind of the same mold as, I don't know, Comey, Sally Yates, Lisa Page, all of those people who were fired, Andy McCabe, was nowhere to be found. He's all worried about due process, obviously. That's the whole basis of this story is the due process, and they lied about the flights getting this guy out of the United States. And this guy was fired from the DOJ from Pam Bondi, as she fired, I think, 200 plus liars and leakers and saboteurs, because that's really what the culture of the DOJ was when she got there. It was people looking to sabotage Trump, and it still is to some degree. But this is one of these guys, these clowns, did he raise due process concerns over January 6th defendants? Let me answer that for you. The answer is no. Did he go to 60 Minutes then to be worried about due process rights for American citizens? Never mind MS-13 gangbangers from El Salvador. The answer is no. He was nowhere to be found, and now he's suddenly concerned about due process. So what this guy ended up doing is basically he was like the Karen of the DOJ. He would like spy and sniff his way around these cases. And then he'd write these emails on things that he didn't like, basically saying, well, you better, threatening that you're lying and we're lying to the courts. And basically being a Karen, try to set up the DOJ and the DHS offices for supposedly not following court orders.
60 Minutes is an utter disgrace. What are their ratings these days? I'm going to look that up next, because how could anybody watch that? It's been 20 years of just one infomercial after another, and it's more like 30. It's been a liberal rag since the 70s, really.
I think the CBS NFL audience just falls into there and they get false ratings because people haven't turned their channel yet.
So today, Sean Fleetwood writes over in the Federalist about this, and he says, amongst many pieces that 60 Minutes left out, omitted from their featurette on this disgruntled ex-DOJ official, one of the other things they declined to highlight or ask this guy about was his prior efforts advising his then colleagues on how to, quote unquote, sway the DOJ's litigation strategy in all of the aforementioned deportations of this alleged Venezuela gang members. Documents obtained and first reported by the Federalist back in July show that this guy pledged to, quote, withdraw from the case, end quote, if DOJ leadership did not handle the case in the way he thought they should. In doing so, he also seemingly encouraged his colleagues to do the same as a way of potentially changing the agency's final handling of the case. And he said, I think in an email, quote, if, however, folks upstairs decide to do something other than that, I will withdraw from this case and will decline to appear on any further briefings, whatever the consequences may be. That was a March 19th, 2025 email. You'll all have to make your own decisions, but that is what I would advise, he said to them. And if it comes to it, our collective civil career group taking that position might help sway the outcome. Hope it doesn't come to this. I expect most likely it won't, but getting this down in writing now before things get crazy, he added.
He sounds like a petulant child, Damon. If I don't get my way, I'm going to scream and kick and, make everybody's life miserable.
And as Sean Fleetwood says, if it wasn't obvious already, the entire point of this segment was to deceive everyday Americans into becoming concerned about a supposedly lawless Trump-run Justice Department. But what they should really be concerned about is disgruntled bureaucrats undermining the duly elected president's agenda and so-called news outlets like CBS running cover for them. Which is exactly right. So,
yeah.
11 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. There was also another cute moment in the cabinet meeting today. Delgado, what was that?
Oh yeah, President Trump tore into a foreign ambassador who was sitting there with the leader of Australia, the Prime Minister of Australia, who was in Anthony Albanese. Here's a reporter asking a direct question of President Trump with this ambassador sitting right there, who may have badmouthed the president. Check this out. This is cut number 9. Check it out.
Been concerned in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with its stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
There it is.
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
Oh, he's right there.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't like you either. And I probably never will. Go ahead.
So there you have it. The only president who not only will take such a question, but he'll even offer an answer to it.
That's great.
I love it.
When he said, is the guy still working for you, that guy must have wanted to slump under the table before the guy goes, oh yeah, he's sitting right there.
Thank you.
I know, Albanese is like, nope, that was him.
Thanks. So that was world-class trolling.
That was. Vance's
funny
speech with
too,
the Marines
man.
was good, man. I watched that on Saturday. I watched a little of Vance's speech with the Marines.
I really thought you were going to play that clip tonight.
Which one?
The duty over on Harry Sisson. Yeah, Kenny Loggins, by the way, keeps screaming at Trump to stop using his song. Yeah, he's having a conniption.
I love how these people think that President Trump sits there and picks a song and then puts the videos together himself.
I did hear someone say, though, that he is really involved with a lot of the ideas. Like, he is the complete wise ass, and he really throws goofy stuff out there, and they're like, all right.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I forgot who was reporting on it, but he's nuts. Listen, the only way you're going to break up this globalist scam is a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, just keep punching him in the face.
I sent him in 5 stores. There's only 3 here. The climate thing is a big deal. The stopping the carbon tax, that's a big deal. I gotta go. Michael Sands, love you, bro. Oh, wow, you just wrote that as I was saying it to you, because I saw you with the shout out, and then over there you said over here. And then together at the same time.
Over here.
I'm over here now. Oh, I didn't know you were over here. But the 150 likes on Real America's Voice, the network's going to punch Damon in the face. Guys, hit the like, please. Can't have them slug Damon. Oh, look at that, 264 like that. No, not the common tax, the carbon tax. The UN tried to jam us with a carbon tax, and Trump put a skull wash on it, and it's very important from a geopolitical standpoint. Look at that, 287. You guys are like the cavalry, like with little horsies and everything.
Oh, let me tell you.
I sound like the blues. Let me talk to you about our friends at Birch Gold. Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month, in advance of Veterans Day, they'll send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and the American flags. That right there. There's a better picture of it. It's heavy. Good looking coin. Look, gold's up over 40% since the beginning of this year. Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're a current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer for you. They're going to waive custodial fees for the first year, not the first month, not the first week, for the first year on investments of any amount. That's a pretty good deal. Plus, they get an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which, of course, are RAV listeners. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Again, America to 989898. Do it today. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, brand new week, more than halfway through the month. It is going fast. Let's do some sports, then we'll do some more news. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. And, of course, as always, if you do use our code, we so appreciate it. Send us your receipt. Email it in to LFS. I don't think everybody's doing this. I don't know why. I don't know if they want a free T-shirt. Email your receipts to lfs6b@yahoo.com, showing that you used our code at checkout, and then you can pick something from our store at livefromstudio6b.com absolutely free. So if you use our code at MyPillow, when you get your confirmation email, send it to us at lfs6b@yahoo.com, and then pick something from our store and tell us what size and color, if there's color choices, and we'll send it out to you. So, Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, update from Toronto. Right now, the Seattle Mariners have gone up 2-1. You believe that one? 2-1 over the Toronto Blue Jays at the Rogers Center. End of 3. So this is Game 7, deciding game to see who goes to the World Series, to have the pleasure of taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, can we just talk about him for a second?
That performance the other night was the single greatest performance possibly in baseball history.
I mean, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Guy
10
strikes out 10 and hits 3 dingers. And one of them leaves the stadium.
Guys, he's on fire. I don't know how you beat him. Modern day Babe Ruth. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that man is a modern day Babe Ruth. Incredible.
Don't make any Asian jokes right now, Paul.
Okay. And Monday Night Football right now, Detroit still with a pretty commanding lead, 21-9. Well, that's not a commanding lead if you play for the Giants, though, right? So look at that. There's plenty of time for Tampa to come back. 2:19 to go there in the third quarter. Big D. And it gives me great pleasure to put this story out there from Yard Barker. Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey sets incredible NFL record. Steve Del Vecchio. Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey has been practically automatic since he entered the NFL in 2023, and it took him less than 3 seasons to set an amazing league record. Aubrey converted a 61-yard field goal during the second quarter of the Cowboys' Week 2 game against the Washington Commanders on Sunday. The kick was the 5th in Aubrey's career that he has made from 60 yards or longer. That is an NFL record. He kicks these things like they're extra points from 60. Aubrey is the only kicker in NFL history to make 5 kicks of 60-plus. The fact that he has accomplished that in just 41 career games is nothing shy of incredible. He went 3 for 3 on his field goal attempts in the game, which the Cowboys won 44-22. He also converted from 47 and 29. Every once in a blue moon, he'll miss an extra point, but man, the guy is just an absolutely great kicker. One of the best to do it. So we'll keep an eye on him as well.
You heard about how he got into it, right?
Yes, I did. His wife got into it. He was a soccer player, and his wife says, "Yeah, why don't you try kicking them their field goals?"
He was watching TV, and he's like, he tells his wife, he goes, "I can miss from that distance," and she goes, "Why don't you give it a shot?" And boom.
And it was funny. I watched the whole video on him working on it and practicing at it, and he spent about a year really perfecting it. And he never practices more than 50 yards because he doesn't want to change his swing.
Exactly. I heard that earlier today. It was very good, Paul. And James Carville, I'm going to run that story, Big D, in the last segment on sports. This way you can get what you got to get to.
Well, you're the only thing in this, so you can get to James Carville if you want.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Breitbart, James Carville accuses trans sports supporters of catering to left-wing zombies. Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. Longtime Democrat political analyst James Carville, we played him a million times on the show, believes that politicians who support allowing men to compete in women's sports are catering to left-wing zombies and destroying the hard work of female athletes. Carville's ire was raised by California Democrat gubernatorial candidate Betty Yee, who told Piers Morgan that she believed trans athletes were indeed women and that gender-neutral categories should be created for them to compete, including in the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. I think transgender athletes are women athletes and they should be able to compete, Yee insisted. Carville did not conceal his disdain for the idea. What BS, Carville said in response to Yee. He said a little more emphatic than that. I want to take this Betty Yee from standpoint of somebody that has daughters and somebody that my daughters were never particularly athletic, but I have a lot of friends that have daughters that play soccer, play volleyball, run track, play softball. Carville said, you know what? Their parents don't want them doing, for good bleeping reason, is competing with males. They don't want them doing that. Carville then pleaded with Yee to study the differences in athletic performance between men and women by comparing the winning times and numbers of female athletes and compare them to them in men's categories. Because what you're doing, you understand what you are doing to try to come to some kind of cheap political point with a bunch of left-wing zombies is you're ruining the women that work their bleeps off, that compete. And by the way, there's been an explosion in interest in women's sports, Carville said. The last thing they need to do is be competing against the Duke men's basketball team. So very well said there.
Well, James' political instincts is, better than most. So
exactly. That's a wrap, Big D. Back
all right, very good. Paul Nolan, you got a couple things you want to get to actually in news. What else is
Well,
going
I definitely
on?
want to, in the last segment, I want to get to the carbon tax that the UN is trying to scam us with. But right now, since we have a little bit of time, and you guys have already talked about the Australian Prime Minister, I'm liking what I saw about the rare earth mineral. President Trump and Anthony Albanese said they have reached a rare earth mineral agreement, and the agreement has been negotiated for over 4 or 5 months now. So they've been really at it. And Trump said, we got it done just in time for the visit, and we worked together very much on the rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we have a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while. It's Australia has almost $8.5 billion pipeline ready to go of rare earth minerals. This is incredible for us. Plus, he's going to keep the tariff at a minimum of 10%. This is really important in the geopolitical strategic war we are at with China right now. That was to me a full-blown nuclear assault in terms of economic attacks, but what they did with their rare earth minerals. So this is a great way to get where we need to go. Plus, he's also making one with Zelensky. These things are crucial to keep the infrastructure here, especially with all the industry on its way back. So I think this is a big deal. I think this brings great stability in the in that Indo-Pacific area. So I think I'm excited about it. I think it's more important than people realize.
President Trump today in that cabinet meeting and taking questions and answers talked a little bit about China. Talked a lot about China, as he always does. But the president, November 1st is still going to be a very big date, as he's got this November date kind of as a deadline of slapping a big tariff on them or not, depending on what they do. And he says he's going to go, I guess, in a couple weeks, he's going to hopefully meet with Xi. Is that what I heard him say today? I believe that's what he said. He said he's going to be in, what is he going to be in South Korea?
Yeah, South Korea, yeah.
I think he said it's going to be somewhere in 2 weeks. He said, we'll have that answer in 2 weeks. He said, because they're threatening us, and he says I'm threatening them with something that I think is much more powerful, and that's going to be a tariff come November 1st.
And they're in economic
that's what he said
now too, and he could cave them in.
Well, that was always the way. He has a lot of financial ways to do that. Tariffs is just one of them. 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do. Back after this.
Didn't get that vibe?
We're on the chat. Chat
live in the chat.
Live. Chat.
What do we got?
Let's go. What do we got? We got Sue Sabelborough in the chat, in the YouTubes.
All accounts seem a little off.
What's
Rumble count is totally off. There's just one person watching.
Moon Pie. We got Moon Pie.
It's the weirdest thing. Yeah.
Ruby Ivy.
The X chat is up to 1852. That's good to see. Commander Mike is in there. Dr. Jennifer, Vivian from Michigan, Racing Banshee, Casey 58, Tree Finder. All in the X chat. Howdy do. We got a guest coming up there, Dave?
9:30.
Yep.
Damn.
On the thing.
That we got 10 minutes ago.
I'm glad I got to that.
I didn't see it until I just saw it, and I've been scrambling through it. Yeah, I really didn't see it. I mean, I got it late. I was looking for it all day.
No, but aren't you?
Yeah, I do. I just felt, I knew I was winding down, so I had 3 minutes.
I can't leave the screenshot up. It collapses anytime I leave the page.
I mean, it said guest, but it didn't have a name, so I wasn't sure if there was one.
was having breakfast at the golf outing. Chris, thank you. I love the show. Watch it every night. You guys are great.
You've been.
Yes.
I was at the.
Said he was at a music event.
I ran into a guy, Tony, tonight, who also knew I was on 6B, and he says he used to take care of Vince's finances years ago. He said, Vin Buda. I said, you on a show with him? I go, yeah. He goes, I should tell Tony I used to take care of his finances years ago.
It sounds like his bookie.
Yeah. Tony seemed very more reputable than that. Anthony, I should have said instead of Tony.
Live from Studio 6B, 30 minutes past the hour. Real America's Voice on a Monday. Slicks doing sports. Delgado and Nolan doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. A couple more things to get to here on a Monday night. But right now, please welcome in the CEO of the Wellness Company, and that is Peter Gillooly. Nice to have him back on the show. Peter, how are you?
Survived the great Amazon Web Services outage of 2025, guys.
Some guy in there uploading to the new whatever and gets the DNS wrong. I mean, just crazy, right? It just
fat finger one number in, and that's what happens, I guess.
It's like programming 101, I would think. But well, it's good to have you back on. COVID-19 obviously still talked about, still in the news. You know, arthritis is a problem that plagues many Americans, especially older Americans. Can you talk a little bit about how arthritis and the inflammation in the body is similar to COVID-19's?
Yeah, it's a great question. And these are two things that might not seem to be related from the onset. But if you think about how COVID-19 and the vaccine affect people, they trigger a massive inflammatory reaction. And that's why we see myocarditis, which is fundamentally a bodily response to inflammation. That's why we see long COVID, which is why people feel so tired and have brain fog, because the body is inflamed and the body is essentially attacking itself. And that's really what inflammation causes. It causes cells to upregulate markers that have the immune system on high alert, and the immune system goes on attack, and it destroys bad cells, but it also destroys healthy cells. And like arthritis, COVID-19 has an autoimmune component to it. And when we see arthritis patients out there, they're usually severely plagued by autoimmune-related pains.
You know, I can remember back in early COVID days when we were all scrambling for information and scrambling for what to do. And I was hearing people talk about ivermectin. The doctor that I finally found who prescribed it to me at the time said, you know, not only should you take this for COVID, but you should take it prophylactically maybe once a week because it's great for inflammation in the body overall. So is ivermectin something that's showing promise with what you just described with arthritis as well?
It absolutely is, and the studies are starting to back it up, both topically and orally. Now, you know, people have been taking ivermectin for 100 years now to treat parasites. But as you pointed out, one of the properties that ivermectin has, it's a very powerful anti-inflammatory medicine. And it's also very safe, by the way, which is sort of unique in that combination. So it kind of comes as no surprise when you actually think through it critically here that all of these disease states that involve inflammation of the body and autoimmune reaction can be calmed down by taking the right inflammatory drug. And, indeed, one of the most common treatments for arthritis is a corticosteroid shot directly to the affected joint. Now, that's very painful, but you get the exact same effect, which is to reduce inflammation at the site of the joint. Ivermectin might be able to do the same thing just by taking a simple tablet in your mouth.
Yeah. We're speaking with Peter Gillooly. He's the CEO of the Wellness Company. You can visit him online, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. You can use promo code VOICE at checkout. You mentioned the topical cream. Seems like more and more people are finding out how effective that is at treating skin conditions. Talk to us a little bit about that. What have you found?
It's a great question, and we had a ton of outpouring over the summer for us to develop this product. So we developed prescription-grade ivermectin metronidazole cream. Now, people don't really realize this, but ivermectin is actually approved by the FDA not only for parasites, but also for rosacea and dermatitis and related skin states like acne. And it's very effective in that manner. So it works in two ways. So it helps kill mites, which sounds gross, but there are a lot of people that have microscopic skin mites, and they can throw off the skin biome. They can cause rosacea and acne and all these bad things happen to your skin. And it can be very hard, as if you've ever had rosacea or know somebody that has, might know, to actually get rid of it, especially if you've had it for a long time. Ivermectin is showing remarkable promise in people, ages 16 and up at reducing some of these diseases.
5 years ago, obviously, ivermectin, when it kind of came on the scene, at least to most people, it had been around, won the Nobel Prize for Medicine, many things. But when it came around for COVID time, obviously, we all understood why the medical establishment didn't want to talk about it, why the news media didn't want to cover it. Easy, cheap, effective. But here we are 5-6 years later, and I still feel like the medical establishment is very hesitant to even talk about it, certainly fully support it, certainly talk about all the other things it seems to be effective against. Why do you think that is now? Still the same reasons? Money?
Follow the money. Yeah, exactly right. Ivermectin's been around for 100 years. It's one of the most cost-effective drugs out there for a wide variety of diseases, and it undercuts the big pharma business model of today, which is to spend $1 billion in new drug approval, get it on patent, and then get the right to market that drug in people's faces for the next 20 years. And fortunately, I think we've seen some really positive steps in the past few months. You guys might have seen Governor DeSantis in Florida actually has earmarked state funding to go into research about using ivermectin for a variety of off-label purposes. And I think that's a great first step. And look, let's face it, we probably don't need new drugs. We probably need to figure out how to make better use of the safe drugs that we already have. And I'm really positive that this can not only have better patient outcomes, but reduce people's healthcare costs.
Yeah. TWC.health/voice. We're speaking with Peter Gillooly. He's the CEO of the Wellness Company. Last one, and I want to thank you for your time tonight. Overall, how do we think Robert Kennedy Jr. and the whole MAHA movement is doing? What do you expect to see in the next, we still have 3.5 years, but how do you think they've done so far, and where do you think they're going?
I think they're taking some positive early steps, especially among tackling the problem of food quality in the United States. But let's face it, it takes a long time to drain a swamp. And look, I think where it comes down to brass tacks for me is talking about some of the things that Studio 6B and the Wellness Company have been talking about for a couple of years now, before MAHA was even a term. I think I would like to see RFK and Trump, frankly, actually lay out some strategic goals for MAHA and healthcare in America. I think if you were to ask anybody, even people deep in the MAHA movement, they wouldn't know exactly what success looks like when it comes to MAHA. So I think we can do everybody a favor by sort of focusing people on what are the core issues that we think MAHA can address that are going to really develop as a big theme in generating better health and wellness in the United States. They could be things around vaccines, for instance, which people have been very vocal about. They could be Medicare reform. They could be removing the influence of third parties like Big Pharma from the FDA's own approval process and the CDC. All these things are very worthy goals, and I would just like to see them articulated because I think it would help focus the public and the administration on the points that actually matter.
Yeah, great stuff. Peter Gillooly is the CEO of the Wellness Company. You can visit him online, twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE for an additional savings at checkout. Peter, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Peter Gillooly right there. Like I said, twc.health/voice. Our friends from the Wellness Company. They're on the forefront, and they've been there. So check them out. All right, very good. Let's do some more news. Rick Delgado's got it. What else is going on, Delgado?
All right, Damon. Well, of course, we heard some of the. I know you heard some of the chiming in from some of the people on the right talking about this could be the end of the shutdown because they were holding out. The Democrats were holding out for the No Kings rally. I heard some of the saw some of the same people talking about it. Of course, the same lawmakers that supposedly are Republicans are now saying that they're saying that Trump's foreign policy is no longer America first. Dun, dun, dun. You heard it here. As a number of Republican lawmakers are now saying that President Trump's foreign policy is drifting away from the America First mantra he's frequently championed, according to, you guessed it, an article from the Washington Post. Well, of course, that's where you're going to get everybody from the right commenting. This does seem to be a deviation from a pure America First foreign policy, according to Senator Todd Young. He's a Republican, I guess, in name only, out of Indiana, speaking to the Post about Trump's recent foreign policy decisions, which include approving a $20 billion bailout for Argentina while launching targeted strikes on suspected drug cartels headed towards the United States, because, keeping Americans safe from drugs is not an America First policy, according to Todd Young from Indiana. He went on to compare Trump's recent foreign policy decisions to that of former President Barack Obama, saying, that he's doing stuff that's focusing on, policies in other countries as opposed to here. I don't know. I'm thinking, death and destruction, trying to stop these wars and, of course, stopping the drugs being run into the country could be seen as America First if you want to parse some of the language there. Here is cut number 10, believe it or not, on CNN, where one of the people on the panel just, points out the obvious, that this is like crazy land time. Cut number 10. Check this out.
I got to jump in here because I feel like we're living in the twilight zone. We're talking about that this was a bad week for America First policy. Trump brokered a ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Hamas put down weapons. The hostages were released. And we're not going to talk about that. That is the biggest foreign policy victory that we have seen in this entire administration. And that deserves more mention than Argentina or Venezuela or any other country.
Yeah, and making the point that,
let me jump in, please.
Just as this is an anti-Trump show.
Right. Making the point that, stuff like this definitely helps, not only President Trump, but in the entire country of the United States, because these are our allies that he's helping. Mm-hmm. So I don't see how that can't be seen as an America First policy, except, of course, if you're on CNN.
And you said it was Todd Young, right? From Indiana, Republican from Indiana, in office since 2014.
Yep.
I'd be very worried I'd be very worried if I were Trump, if I were this guy, because he ranks really, really high on MAGA. And can you put this up, Aaron? Yeah, there you go. Exactly what you'd think.
Oh, an F for first.
That'd be a Liberty score of F.
First to leave.
52%.
Wow.
Yeah, so we should all be really worried about what Todd Young thinks.
Yeah.
Todd Young's the problem in this party. F.
Talk about a go along to get along.
Give me a break.
Yeah. So that's, of course, this is the twist of the left. They'll take anything and try to make it sound like it's you're in upside down land, basically, saying that just
let's see what Todd Young voted for here recently. Want to just go back a little bit? Lame duck budget busting spending bill. The conservative review position was a big thumbs down. Guess what Todd Young was? Oh, he was a big thumbs up. Forcing states to redefine marriage, threatening religious liberty during the Biden administration. He was a big thumbs up for that as well. Supporting gun control. He's a big thumbs up on that as well. Advance gun control legislation closer to passage without reading the bill. He's a big thumbs up on that. Fund the war in Ukraine through the end of Joe Biden's first term with a $40 billion aid package. Guess where Mr. Young was? Thumbs up, voted for it. Spent $300 billion on corporate welfare for chip manufacturers and politically connected groups. He was a big thumbs up on that. And I could go on. And this is why he's got a 52 grade F.
Yes. There you have it.
And unfortunately, he's the norm. All right, we'll wrap it up. One more to go. A little more news, a little more sports right after this.
Oh, my God. Send that to me, please.
Was it gymnastics?
Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, my cow. Send that to me. Is that on X?
No.
Oh, man. I was going to say, follow me at Paul_Eggs. You'll see what my new feed is all about. By the way, the Steve Inman clips, I can't get enough of those. With the street fights and he narrates them.
Oh, yeah, those are awesome.
So funny. The soy boys are back in town and he now has summer teeth. Some are there, some are on the floor.
I like that. Summer teeth.
That's so funny. He said the other day, he goes, they're out of macaroni and cheese at the 99-cent store and Big Mama's not having it. And the big woman just starts eating the daylights out of the skinny.
I love that.
All right, you're going to do your, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I'll do the UN thing. I'll keep it short just so.
I also gave you.
Yeah, I know that one too, so I can clip through that quick if you want. But I just wanted to kind of make note of how this club, how CNN and the liberal lunatics cover the story. It's ridiculous.
Aaron, just bump out with my screen when we bump out. Out. A little more bumping to that.
That was fun.
Yeah. What else would be? All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Let's try to get to everybody. Before we wrap it up, I'll start with Mr. Nolan. What's going on?
So, UN, they're our enemy. Don't let anyone tell you different. And anyone here thinks differently, do your homework, because the UN is after one world government. They want to be the head of it all. And Trump did exactly what I voted for. He stopped the global shipping industry from forcing people to Americans and America to have a global carbon tax, which would have put a huge amount of money on everybody's products. But more importantly than that, the biggest shipbuilder in the world now is China, and it would have really pumped up their economy. They would have had to make at least 100 ships within the next 3 to 5 years, and it would have been a disaster for us. But with the way you read this story from CNN, its title is U.S. helps sink the world's first global carbon tax after threatening sanctions against countries supporting it. Trump essentially went out of his way to really push every country along with Saudi Arabia to stop this. And this was without a doubt another strike against China, because this would have been a big boost to them. Considering they're the biggest exporter in the world, you'd think it would be counterintuitive, it would hurt them, but it wouldn't, because it really would have boosted their shipping industry, which is a huge amount of money to their GDP. And I think that this is a story that didn't go unnoticed. Trump deserves a ton of credit for having the guts to go against this globalist agenda, because the only way to have a global currency and a global constitution is a carbon tax, and a global carbon tax will end up being on all of us for everything we do somewhere along the lines. This was a big deal. I'll keep this globalist crap short, but I'm just glad I got to mention it.
I saw Rubio, and I think it was who else worked this deal with him, said someday the history of how this happened, the backdoor dealing that they had to do and the pressure that they had to put on and the president put on here to end this needs to be written, because they said it was some kind of feat.
Yeah, there was what I read was there was a lot of legitimate screaming and yelling and head-to-head barking, and it was the kind of thing that these people at the UN have ever faced anybody telling them no, and not just telling them no and why no, and not just that, tell them you're never going to get this through while I'm here. So then they put off this vote till next year, but there's no way. Trump will get more and more and more people behind him on this, especially as people realize the Green New scam is exactly that. It's just another way to take advantage of the people, another way to steal your money, another way to tell you that the cow farts are killing the world and you can't eat your steak. It's all connected, it's all intertwined, and it's all BS. So,
well, I mean, you're talking about the UN, which is all BS, really. I mean, what were they supposed to do when they first came on the scene, right? They were formulated to help keep all the nations friendly and stop wars and stuff. I actually asked AI this question: has the UN ever brokered any peace agreements? No. According to an AI, and I won't tell you which one, it says yes, the United Nations has brokered several peace agreements, notable examples supporting the Camp David Accords, supporting Good Friday Agreement, 1998, assisting comprehensive peace. You notice they never brokered anything. All they ever do is help and assist. They don't do anything. And it's amazing because that's not what they were intended to do. They were supposed to, help bring peace to the world. President Trump is the one who's bringing peace to the world. We're bringing peace to the world, not the UN.
Yeah, that's the guys they started under. They started under that guys that they were there to save the world as the League of Nations. And people knew then that this was not a good thing for the U.S. And we talked about it earlier. When that didn't work out, and then they kind of pushed it after World War I and World War II, and they got their United Nations after they got their 2 world wars. The intention was to, since Jump Street was really to create one world global governance with a governing body, including all these other apparatus and these blobs like the WHO and the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission and all these places where these world leaders go to carve up your sovereignty, to carve up your liberty, to take away the U.S. Constitution that is the most perfect document ever written, and they had to do is the only way they could subvert it would be to put another constitution over the whole globe, superseding the current constitution that they can't rewrite. So there's a big move geopolitically, and the UN is our enemy.
Brian Jundeff over in the American Thinker today has a great article, not about this specific carbon tax, but about the UN overall. It's entitled, Hey, Hey, Ho, Ho, the UN has got to go. And I just shared it on our X. I actually read it earlier this afternoon, but I just shared it now. So if you want to read that, check it out. It's a really good piece. So, all right, Slick, what else is giving the last minute here in sports?
Update on that Game 7 American League Championship Series. Right now, the Mariners are leading 3-1. Rodriguez and Raleigh homers for Seattle. And this is it. This is the game to see who plays the Dodgers. Game 1 of the World Series will be Friday night. Monday Night Football right now. The Detroit Lions holding on to a 24-9 commanding lead with a little over 9 minutes to go over Tampa Bay. Looks like Tampa's got a lot of work to do today. I don't think they have it tonight. And we have Chase Briscoe clinches championship 4 berth with wild win at Talladega. Samuel Stubbs of NASCAR News and Yardbarker. For the first time in his NASCAR Cup Series career, Chase Briscoe will have the opportunity to race for a championship at Phoenix. The fifth-year driver won Sunday's playoff race at Talladega Superspeedway with a huge push from Stage 1 winner Ty Gibbs on the final lap that allowed him to drive into the Alabama sunset and clinch a championship 4 berth. Briscoe took the race lead with half a lap to go after Kyle Larson ran out of fuel on the backstretch. Make sure you always gas up good, Big D. So that's a good one there. We'll keep an eye on the championship as that goes around. If I have time, if I can get to one more story, I would love to do it. I don't know if I can I?
Go for it.
LSU baseball coach praises Trump during celebration. Nobody works harder for America than you. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. LSU Tigers baseball head coach Jay Johnson praised President Donald Trump as his team visited the White House on Monday to celebrate their national championship. LSU Shreveport joined the Tigers for the celebration. LSU Shreveport went undefeated to win the NAIA championship. LSU swept Coastal Carolina in the College World Series. So there he goes, Donald Trump, Mr. President. Thank you for having us in your home. I think the main thing I take away from you is your work ethic, something we preach. Johnson said, nobody works harder for America than you. So thank you for setting a good example. That's a wrap in sports.
All right, Slick, very good. One last story I want to get to because it's a good work by somebody here. The headline today, mass shooting at America's busiest airport averted thanks to tip from family, police say. Police stopped a potential mass shooting on Monday when a 49-year-old man was arrested at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International after he allegedly threatened to shoot up the nation's busiest airport before he drove there armed with a semi-automatic rifle. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens said at a press conference that a major tragedy was averted today. The mayor said the suspect is from Cartersville, Georgia, and is mentally challenged. Cartersville is located about 50 miles northwest of the airport. Suspect was identified as Billy Joe Cagle, a convicted felon who said over a live stream video that he planned on shooting people at the airport. According to Atlanta police, after family members saw that video, they notified the Cartersville Police Department, which then notified Atlanta Police Department. Cagle's family also warned police that he was in possession of a firearm. Just 14 minutes after the police were notified of the threat, Cagle was arrested in the airport. Police also found a semi-automatic rifle in his vehicle, which was parked outside. Airport security footage released by the police at the press conference showed him arriving at 9:29 this morning, parking the flatbed Chevy pickup truck next to the terminal entrance. The suspect then entered the South Domestic Terminal, but was not armed when he walked in. So I don't know if he was going to go pick a spot or what, but good work here by all involved to avoid what was clearly going to be an absolute disaster at the airport today. So good work for law enforcement there. And as always, we salute our law enforcement and the family, too, for reporting it and being on top of it. That's going to do it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow night, maybe a little late. TPUSA on their tour again. Tomorrow night starts at 6:30, so we'll see you somewhere in that 8 o'clock hour. We will be here live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
Day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable.
unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click.
Blatant and total racism out of the left, because of course, where else would racism come from? Also, truckers in California are demanded to speak English, which again is a terrible, terrible thing if you don't speak English, but really, really interesting statistics around street signs, especially in the state of California. Also, Oregon is spending some money where nobody thinks the money should go, and interestingly enough, spending more money on illegals getting health care than a very, very important facet of the Oregon government. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us, staying with us, and joining us. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. You can email the show anytime you want. tpt@tpusa.com. You should also go subscribe to our YouTube channel or our Rumble channel, whatever channel that you like to watch online videos on, because not everything we want to say fits into the TV schedule, which is why you need to go to the online platforms for exclusive content that you won't see anywhere else. Also, tpt@tpusa.com is the email if I haven't already mentioned it, which I'm now thinking I did. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. Got a fantastic show to get to. But specifically, we have to address all of the protests that happened over the weekend. I'm going to try to get through this without laughing. The No Kings protest hit so many cities around the country. And thank goodness we do not have a king. Because, of course, everybody knows that the king of any given country is duly elected by the majority of the country. In this case, King Donald Trump won the majority of the popular vote. He won the Electoral College and won the House and the Senate, which, again, kings have always done through the dawn of time. Little known historical fact here, King Henry VIII, when he was looking to behead his 5th wife, actually was stopped by a federal court of appeals, which meant that he couldn't do what he wanted to do. Charlemagne, when he was king, or emperor, but those are basically the same things, had to get all of his spending passed through Congress, because again, that is how kings work. And last but not least, when Caligula in the Roman Empire was appointing his horse to be one of the Roman generals, that of course had to go through the Appropriations Committee, because that's again how kings and emperors work. Of course, this is all sarcastic. We don't have a king. And I would like to welcome all of the libs who were protesting in what I thought was a pride festival, but turns out to be a no kings protest. I'd like to welcome them and say thank you for joining us in our protest for no kings. We've actually all been doing that for the last 249 years since 1776. So thank you guys for finally jumping on board to this idea of no kings. Now, we all are aware that the whole No Kings protest is ridiculous and absurd, and it should be made fun of as such, because that's what we like to do here on this show. But I thought this was really interesting. You may have seen this already, but I do think it's fascinating to reiterate. So many of the X posts on social media, or X specifically, but so many of the libs had, well, just an overexuberance of joy with showing clips from the No Kings protests, well, that maybe weren't exactly what they thought they were. We're going to go through a litany of these X posts. This one is from Democratic Wins Media. Breaking analysis are calling this the biggest protest in American history. It's far bigger than any other rally Donald Trump has ever had. Yeah, because his rallies pack stadiums, and generally they're located in that particular stadium. But we don't need to go into the nuances of that. But notice the picture that they have here of this viral clip that was bouncing all the way around the internet. Somebody else shared that clip, Republicans against Trump, which are, I'm not going to make that joke. That was bad. In other words, libs. Because in no way, shape, or form are you a conservative and go, hey, Donald Trump is not one of us. I'm like, okay, that's a little bit of a ridiculous way of thinking. But they also shared the same video, massive crowd at the No Kings rally in Boston. It continues. Some guy named Brian said, breaking 7 million people took part in the No Kings protests across 2,700 cities today. Yeah, that is a lot of people. 7 million people is no small number. Also, it's about 2% of the population. So, by the way, the massive protests that were the biggest in U.S. history still were very, very small considering the people that voted for President Donald Trump. But shares the same video. And actually, this is the origin of this video. This guy is somewhat respected on the internet by the libs. But again, keep this video in mind, the power of the people. Some anonymous, you're Anonymous Central. This is the biggest single day of protests in U.S. history. Millions upon millions rejected the idea of No Kings. Yeah, about 340 million people reject the No Kings idea every single day. I've been doing it for the past 250 years. But again, thank you for joining us now. A couple more of these breaking. No Kings says nearly 7 million people, yada, 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 shares the same clip. Again, this is the consistent photo here of all of this clip here that we want to get to in just a second. And last but not least, looks like some lib woman, let's effing go, sharing the same video of the No Kings protest in Boston. You know, it does make sense why libs are so adamantly sharing this very powerful video that people have seen all over the internet. At the time of recording this show, it's been a couple days, and that clip that all of those people reshared saying, look at how massive this crowd is, was viewed like 5 million times, which is a lot of times to be viewed. The only problem is, the clip was from 2017. This clip that everybody was sharing, you'll see the little chyron there, let's see, here we go, power of the people, was actually an MSNBC clip that aired 9 years ago during one of the protests against Donald Trump, when the women of the country were wearing their dumb little pink hats and were super excited to take to the streets to fight whatever the king that was duly elected by the American people. All of those people, and this is just a handful of them, shared this video, and this video is not even from this decade. Now, it should be said that there were a lot of people that were protesting in the streets, but also keep in mind, it's about 2% of the population. And if someone were to make the argument that 2% of the people in this country are out of their minds, that seems like a reasonable percentage to go with. So yes, there were 7 million people out in the streets. This video is from 2017, and it will change nothing. Ask me, Wednesday of this week, what they actually accomplished, what policies were put in place, what kings were toppled and overthrown during the No Kings protest, and I guarantee you're not going to actually be able to find an answer. By the way, too, and I know this doesn't need to be said, but kings don't allow protests. That's kind of the whole advantage of being a king. You wouldn't allow people to gather like this without arresting them en masse. And thankfully, it did stay peaceful. I was, for the most part, I know there were some small incidents in some places, but overall, keep in mind, the kings or dictators, like the libs claim that Trump is, wouldn't allow this sort of thing. So the whole thing is kind of an oxymoron, to say the least. We've got a fantastic insider knowledge here on the No Kings protest. Joining us now is Turning Point contributor and Frontlines reporter and attendee of the No Kings protest. Sav, I think because you were there, it worked. We don't have a king in this country. Congratulations on your achievement. And I hope that you're safe from those overweight boomer libs who also probably drive Subarus, if you know what that means. First of all, your initial thoughts. We have video from your time, again, making sure we have no kings. But what were your initial thoughts there at the protest this weekend?
Look, initial thoughts, I have to be really honest. There was quite a large crowd there in New York City, one of the biggest that I've ever seen. What was interesting, though, is that it dissipated pretty quickly. It was kind of like, well, we're done with our job. Time to clock out and go home. That was kind of the vibe there. So, yes, a lot of overweight boomers. Sorry to the boomer class. I know they get very, very angry when you call out their age. But look, it was a lot of old people that were there, really angry about the fact that we don't have a king, that we do have a king. I mean, we don't have a king. So I guess mission accomplished. I don't know. Nobody knows why they were protesting. Neither do they. But that's what we saw on the ground in New York, was a bunch of either, people who have no idea what they were doing, and they were kind of just there for fun because it's Saturday and, fight the man, fight the power. Or they were really radical leftists who were like, yeah, we should probably cut the heads off of our political opposition and actually draw colorful signs and, openly protest in favor of that on the streets of the United States.
Now, we do have some clips of that, but before that, just so I know our audience is aware of this, we're not talking about you folks. We're talking about the woke libs who are in the boomer generation, who are out there protesting on behalf of people like me and you, apparently, or at least so they say, which we'll get to a clip after that. But I think I want to play this one clip that you had regarding the Antifa name and showing this. I don't know if there's a ton of audio on here, so you feel free to explain what's going on or wait till it's over. But this is some video clips of supposed Antifa, quote unquote, domestic terrorists, according to the administration. There's Gavin, Governor Newsom.
Zoran Mamdani, Bernie, and good old Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, so basically, Joe Bob, what we are seeing here and why this clip is significant is because, one, Donald Trump just declared Antifa a domestic terrorist organization because they have been attacking law-abiding citizens and journalists like myself for years at this point, for over a decade, right? So this has really been an issue, and they are a legitimate threat. I would venture to be like, okay, Antifa equivalent to ISIS, right? So that's like the mindset that anybody who understands what Antifa is has. And the left wing is now trying to water down what this terrorist group is by making signs just like this one, or maybe they're just being brutally honest when they put Zoran Mamdani's face on a sign of Antifa in what his true motives are. Maybe, death to the United States of America. I don't know. His policies are certainly, going to push us in that way. But they're basically trying to water down what this group is. We also had Antifa members that were marching in, the No Kings protest. There was actually a call out of Portland, which was a war zone, for Antifa to essentially go to these No Kings protests and embed, so that way they could further mainstream their message and find the most radical amongst those other protesters so that they could go ahead and recruit them to Antifa. So a lot of moving angles with this portion of the protest. But like I said, I think we keep our eye on the fact that they're really trying to water down what this is, and they're trying to make Antifa seem like this family-friendly, super fun, we just get together and we fight fascism, when in reality it's like, oh, you're a 120-pound journalist who likes free speech. We're gonna try to kill you, okay?
Oh, yeah, great. I love that attitude from the tolerant and peaceful, loving crowd there.
Always.
There's so much peace, so much love, so much tolerance, unless you don't agree with them 100% of the time. I do like what you said there. Are they trying to water it down, or are they telling the truth, which is actually worse? Actually, both of them are bad. I'm not sure which one is exactly worse. But speaking of you being out on the streets, I love your little selfie videos where you're like, hey, here's me doing things. And then the libs, who, by the way, don't need to stand there. It is a free country. They can
literally walk away. I know. Can I preface this clip too? Because you know what? After everything that happened with Charlie, I have been nervous to go out and conduct interviews. And so I've been doing a lot of B-roll shots, right? To where I'm just kind of at an event and I'm just there taking footage. And that's the journalism and the extent that I'm trying to take it to. What's been going on, though, is the left wing will see my press badge. They will see that it says Turning Point USA and make a point to come up to me to send a message. So I just want to preface this with the fact that I wasn't even conducting interviews. I was standing there minding my own business, and these men came up to me. So just want to preface that.
Okay, well, let's play that clip right now. This is among my favorite things that you do, and I really hope you stay safe out there. Watch this.
So this guy is so hateful and angry, he can't even tell me any of the racist things that Charlie is saying. So
I've already told you.
Okay, well then walk away. That's a police officer, by the way. All you have to do is walk away. So this gentleman found out that I worked at Turning Point USA and decided to come up to me and say that Charlie was a racist and a fascist. I was having a conversation. So you found out that I worked for Turning Point and you said you can't stand here and talk with me because why?
Because Charlie Kirk was a racist, bigot, scum.
Oh, cool. Well, that's it's definitely helping the rhetoric there. And again, I it's hard for me to like toe the line between being super, super upset about this, but also just making fun of them, because when you make fun of them, it makes them really, really angry and upset, which, you know, is I think a good way to push the ideas of reality upon them. But so that guy, that's a small clip. It's a big, longer clip. Go to Sav Says on the X account and find the full thing, because it's actually really interesting. Why don't these people just walk away?
You know, Joe Bob, in this instance, he actually did. And it's funny because at the end of this clip, he does walk away, but then he makes it a point to stay in the back of the clip to flip me off. So I'm like using him as B-roll at that point. I'm like pointing to him. I'm like, this guy right here who's flipping me off and being extremely aggressive. Yeah, this guy. And it's just hilarious, too, because the left wing loves to lie. I mean, and you see it in this clip where he's like, I didn't say any of that. And then, you know, I go right to the clip of him saying the exact thing that he said he wasn't saying. And it's this gaslighting from the left wing. And it's also, again, the dehumanization of the political party that they disagree with that has led us to this point as a country. And of course, you know, we had got into what happened to Charlie because basically everybody at the No Kings protest was like, yeah, you know, we are going to label you something and then hope that whatever we label you, you know, in this case, a Nazi, a fascist, the KKK, you know, take your pick. They're then going to promote that those people should die. So we're in a very volatile situation in the United States of America. And, you know, similar to you, Joe Bob, right? I always try to bring a little bit of humor into what I'm doing, because when people are hurling insults at you, because this guy called me a token for Turning Point USA, because I was like, look, if Charlie's such a racist. Sorry, go ahead.
We have that clip. Can we play it for you? And then you can continue on with your rant.
Roll the clip.
Here's the token clip. Savannah and I, both tokens, which is absurdly racist. Watch this.
So regarding the racism, I myself am a Hispanic Asian woman. Okay. He hired me on to, you know, represent his organization.
God bless. Everybody needs a token.
Okay, so I'm a token. Joe Bob, this is like the third or fourth old white boomer this year who I have gotten on camera being like, you're going to get deported because you're brown. You're a token. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, am I living in crazy land? Because you guys are supposed to be the party that gets angry and fights against racism and gets angry at every little thing and cancels people over every little thing. And you are the same people that are sitting here telling me that because I think differently from you, that I'm a token and I'm too dumb to have my own like thought process or my own individual thought. And I'm just being used by the right wing. It's insane. Like what is going on, Joe Bob? I don't know.
Well, I think it's super interesting, too, because my complaint about the idea of identity hiring has been like, if you're going to promote people or hire people based specifically on their race and no other factors, you diminish the qualifications of the people that actually get the jobs, which is like like right there is exactly what all of us are concerned about. Like, hey, if you just hire people, if you just hire a Hispanic Asian woman, because she is Hispanic and Asian, well, then people aren't going to think she's qualified for the job, and therefore it diminishes your great work that you do, which is the entire problem. And that's what Charlie had been pushing so long and so hard. The idea that they're effectively doing the meme, like we're making fun of them for this, and then they lean into it, and it always continues to baffle me. Sat, any last thoughts here on, first of all, again, like I said, congratulations. You showed up to the No Kings protest. We don't have a king. America is kingless again. I mean, continually for the last 250 years. But any last thoughts before we let you go?
To the liberal boomers, not the conservative ones, we love you guys, but to the liberal boomers, relax, maybe go try and read it. Like, turn off CNN, please God, because you guys are out of control in these streets. Good Lord. If reading the word Turning Point USA evokes this type of reaction in you, like, go spend time with your grandchildren. And if you don't have grandchildren, let that be a lesson. If you decide not to have a family, that's what you turn into, a grumpy old curmudgeon who yells at the youth on the streets.
I was going to say, the likelihood of these folks having families that they are close with and like to spend time with would lead me to believe that they're not going to go waste a Saturday marching against a thing that doesn't exist. So, yeah, there we go. Savannah Hernandez, thanks so much for joining us. Stay safe out there, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thank you. We have got a lot to get to here on Turning Point tonight. Some fantastic clips that you're not going to want to miss, including some that I think you're going to find very, very interesting. How much money is Oregon about to spend on healthcare for illegals? Well, it's way more than the police, among so much more that we will get to. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break. TPT@tpusa.com if you want to email the show. We will be right back after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
Good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible, dumb, lib ideas like this one that we're about to talk about from the New York Times. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Also, go follow us on social media. The Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel is off the hook, as the kids would say. Actually, I don't know if you're a kid in the 90s, maybe you would have said that. I don't know if kids nowadays would say that. Skibbity toilet, 6'7", whatever the kids are saying nowadays. But that's where you can find us. Social media, tpt@tpusa.com is the email, and Turning Point Tonight on YouTube is where you can find the exclusive clips that we can't cram in to the short time that we have here on Real America's Voice. This, I thought, was just an interesting story, to say the least. The New York Times had one of the dumbest articles I think they've written in a long time. And that is saying something. It was entitled, it caught my eye, it was entitled, "Trump Fires Black Officials from an Overwhelmingly White Administration." Obviously, the case the New York Times is trying to make here is that, look, this racist president is firing black people specifically because they're black. That, of course, is what they're trying to say ultimately. So we decided, hey, maybe we should fact check this just a little bit and see if that's actually what's happening, or if the people that he's letting go from the administration or from their federal government posts, he didn't want them there to begin with, regardless of what race they actually are. The article starts off with this guy named Robert Primus, who says this: "I didn't see this coming at all." Mr. Primus, a Democrat. Oh, hold on. No. He's getting fired because he's black. Also, he's not the same party as the president, so that has nothing to do with it. The only reason we're firing him, according to the New York Times, the only reason Trump is firing him is because he's black. Also happens to be the opposite party of the president. Said in a recent interview, in January, the Trump administration had put a Republican in his place as the chairman of the Surface Transportation Board, which comes as a shock to nobody. Okay, so hold on. The guy that they're replacing is not the party of the president, but the president comes into office and then replaces him with a guy who is of the same party. And for some reason, because he's black, that's racism. Saying that that's racism is actually racist, by the way, just so we're clear on that front. Now, the interesting part about this is that Trump actually appointed this guy in his first term. And so if that says anything to me, it's like, okay, if he appoints the guy, apparently at a certain point in time, he approved of him, and now he doesn't. So firing him shouldn't really be that big of an issue. Now, the article goes on to say that Mr. Primus saw this as the president's prerogative, which effectively says, yeah, Trump has the right to fire me, which made me think, okay, well, this actually, at least he's taking it well, until the article went on to say maybe he felt that this job was not intended for blacks. Really, dude? No, you got fired because you don't agree with the president and what he's trying to do with this country, and especially in his administration. To then turn it around and say, well, the president doesn't think this is a job for black people. No, the president doesn't think this is a job for somebody who disagrees with him. Like, hey, this has always been my favorite, and sorry to go off on a tangent here, but when President Trump was appointing people and continues to appoint people, they say, President Trump appoints a Trump loyalist. Yeah. What is the article supposed to say? President Trump appoints one of his arch nemesis. Like, that's never happened in the history of the world. Find me the article where it says President Obama appoints MAGA right-wing extremists to important position. That has happened 0 times in the history of the United States of America. The article continues to go on and says President Trump's biggest high-profile firing was of a senior black leader in February when he ousted Charles Q. Brown Jr., the second black chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which, again, the article is effectively saying President Trump only fired him because he's black, which is ridiculous and absurd. The article continues to go on to the reason why, because Pete Hegseth previously said that General Brown should be fired because he's a woke person who focuses on DEI instead of the actual military. So yeah, that's why that guy got fired. It goes on to list a couple other different people that were happened to be black and fired from the president's administration. First of which actually is this lady, Carla Hayden, the first, is the New York Times' words, the first African-American woman to be the librarian of Congress first learned she was being fired in a text message. Again, registered as a lib, supports lib causes. So the president doesn't want you in his administration. The next person they go into highlight is Gwen Wilcox, who, again, they make a big point about this, the first black woman to serve as a member of the National Labor Relations Board in its 90-year history, and was fired, again, because she doesn't agree with the president and what he's trying to do. Basically, the entirety of this list, this exhaustive list that they talk about, there's you should go read the New York Times article because it's really interesting. This big, long graph where look at all of these people. Every single one of the people who happened to be black that President Trump decided to relieve of their duties doesn't agree with him and what he's trying to do. So, New York Times, to make this a racial thing is inherently in and of itself racist. But of course, that's what we see so often from the libs. We just talked to Savannah Hernandez, who some well-meaning lib who was protesting supposedly on behalf of people that look like her and me, says, no, yeah, you're a token. You're not actually qualified for the job. They just want you because you look a certain way. Like, all right, well, that's incredibly demeaning and dehumanizing in and of itself. But libs don't tend to realize that sort of thing in what they're saying. President Trump has also tried to fire Lisa Cook, the first black woman, the New York Times says, to serve on the Fed's Board of Governors. But she sued to stop him. Last week, the Supreme Court declined to allow Mr. Trump to immediately remove her and said it would review his efforts to oust her in oral arguments this January. In other words, the king, the dictator, Donald Trump, actually has to abide by what the court said. Like we mentioned earlier, several famous kings throughout history have unfortunately been stopped by the courts. Julius Caesar, when he was in Rome, he was the dictator of Rome, was stopped by the courts. Actually, that's probably a bad example because he was stopped by the Senate, and that you know that story. But the bottom line is, kings, generally speaking, historically, haven't listened to people outside of them, but particularly this king that was duly elected by the American people and won the popular vote and the Electoral College and both houses in Congress. That king, who again was elected by the people, also follows the rules of the courts. He has not strayed away from what the courts decide, including in many cases where, well, I'm not even going to say that. If you remember, President Biden, when he was trying to get rid of these student loans unconstitutionally, said, like literally his own words, said, remember, the Supreme Court told me I couldn't, but I did it anyway. To defy the courts is what a king would do. And he actually did, as opposed to President Trump, who admittedly says, well, the court says I can't do this. Let me try it a different way. And then the court weighs in on that particular way that he's trying. And if the court says no, well, he doesn't do it. Which, again, is very kingly and dictatorly. Of course, it's not. But a ridiculous article from the New York Times that I feel like that I wanted to bring to you today. We got a lot more coming up here on Turning Point tonight. TPT is the email. TPT, send us all your emails, your thoughts, comments, concerns, even criticisms. We don't censor people who are wrong, who want to criticize this show. You should also follow us on social media. Our YouTube page is where you're going to see exclusive content that we can't fit in to the limited amount of time that we have here on this show. We're going to have an interview. We're wrapping up the interview with the Pentagon press secretary from Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page, which is fascinating to get to. Also, the Trump administration saying, hey, if you don't follow the rules, the federal transportation rules, well, you're not going to get any money. California is having a fit over it, and Oregon. How much money are they spending on healthcare for illegals? All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
but you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery, mostly, of terrible lib ideas. TPT@TPUSA.com is the email. You can also follow us on our social media platforms. Type in Turning Point Tonight on YouTube to see exclusive content that you don't get on the show because we have a limited amount of time. We don't have endless amounts of time. So some of it's got to go on to YouTube or Rumble or whatever your social media platform of choice. Just type in JOBOB, Joe Bob. You'll be able to find me pretty much anywhere, as well as the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. There's too much to say, not enough time to say it all. TPT@TPUSA.com is the email. Also, I just wanted to mention, I'm not sure if anybody has noticed, it's been a day. What I've decided, we've all probably at this point heard of the AWS outage. What I think is happening, because that affected this show severely today in the recording and the streaming of this show, Jeff Bezos is out to take us down. That's what I have come to the conclusion. And he specifically is targeting this show, Turning Point Tonight. But Jeff, we will prevail. We are getting a show done outside of using any of the particular products that so happen to use AWS, which we also will probably take a look at going forward from here in case he tries to target us yet again. Monica Page, we're going to wrap up her interview that she had with the press secretary of the Pentagon. You're not going to want to miss that. It's right now.
Also in current news as well, we're facing a government shutdown, as we know, and we did hear the president also say that he's going to keep making sure that our troops are getting paid. Now, what's happening here at the Pentagon to ensure that that is being carried out, or, can you confirm that our troops are still being paid?
Yes, I can confirm actually that just yesterday, many of our troops received their first paycheck in the shutdown, which is very exciting news. And we're so thankful to President Trump and Secretary Hegseth for making that a reality, because if Chuck Schumer and the Democrats had their way, our troops would be working without pay, which is truly disgraceful. I mean, think of that. We've got troops at the southern border. We've got troops all over the world in various bases who are doing dangerous things, who are putting their lives on the line and not getting paid. We should have their back like they have our back. Many of these military families especially, right, they have many children. A lot of them rely on one income. A lot of them live paycheck to paycheck. It's incredibly important that we take care of our warfighters, and that's exactly what President Trump is doing. And we at the department really hope that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats stop playing politics with these service members' lives. Thankfully, They're getting paid now, as you said, but there's still a lot that isn't happening because of this shutdown. An example I would give is permanent change of station moves. So when you're a service member and you're told that you're going to be moving from one base to another, the department helps with that move. Right now, all of that is on hold. So many of these families are in limbo, right? They're getting ready for a move. They've maybe sold their house. They've packed up all of their stuff. Now they're just in a holding pattern because of this government shutdown. That is a ridiculous thing to do to our service members and their families. They deserve better. Similarly, promotions are on hold. There's a lot of people that I work here in the building with that were up for promotion, but now because of the government shutdown, they're not being promoted. Our service members deserve better than that, and it's shameful that the Democrats continue to prolong this shutdown.
When you talk about military holds, are there any risks associated with that they can't fulfill their move that they're supposed to?
We definitely are working to make sure that if there are any, requirements for national security reasons, that we are fulfilling those obligations. So we're not going to, amidst the shutdown, fall asleep at the wheel, right? We're going to make sure the American people are still protected and that everything that needs to happen is still happening. But it is definitely unfair to our service members. And that is something that I hope the Democrats continue to realize. Even though our service members are being paid, thank goodness President Trump got that done. There's still a lot that we need for them, and we need this government to be funded.
And those paychecks will keep coming though, right? They won't, it's not going to be like a temporary payment.
Correct.
Okay.
The president has been very clear he's committed to keeping them paid.
And something recently that was brought to my attention was the Department of War, Pete Hegseth, saying that he's planning to reinvigorate the barracks, the military barracks for our military personnel, and try to kind of just enhance their living situation for our troops. Can you talk a little bit about some of that initiative, because that seems to be going under the radar in the news?
Yeah, absolutely. We're super excited about this. It's something that, it's not a problem that we inherited, right? Or we did inherit it, but it's not one that we created. But we're here to fix it, and we want to make sure that our service members get the best quality care that they need, and that they have the best possible living standards. Again, as I said earlier, they deserve the best. They put their lives on the line every single day. They deserve barracks that aren't moldy, that aren't unsafe or dirty. We want to make sure that they have conditions that are adequate and that meet the standard that they deserve and are entitled to. So that's something that we're going to be doing across the world, across the country. We're very, very excited about it. We've heard these concerns. Service members have been asking for this for decades, right? You see a lot of accounts on social media even will post horrible pictures of moldy shower barracks or whatever it is, paint falling off the walls. That's unacceptable. This is the United States of America. We have the best fighting force in the history of the world. We need to make sure we have the best barracks in the history of the world, and we're committed to seeing that into reality.
And Secretary Hegseth has put together a task force to ensure that this happens. Can you give us is there a time span of when we do plan to see some of these changes being rolled out?
A lot of that is still being worked out, but I can tell you it is going to be a department-wide effort. We're going to have people from our personnel and readiness team who are a part of that task force. We're going to have service members a part of that task force. We want to make sure that we're hearing every single voice, and we want to make sure that our service members feel seen and know that their concerns reach the very, very top, right? Oftentimes we have secretaries of defense, now Secretary of War, who are kind of disengaged from the realities on the ground. And what's so great about this secretary is that he is really committed to being a soldier. Every single time he goes to a military base, he talks with the soldiers on the ground, and he wants to know from them, how can I help you? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What can we do better? And I think that's true leadership and a real testament to the spirit that he's brought to this department. And it's really incredible to see. And I think that the task force that's going to reform the barracks is just emblematic of that.
Monica Page, always awesome to hear from, even if she's not coming on this show live with us like we like to do each and every day, but fantastic interview there. And I think we'll probably see her later on this week from the White House. Speaking of the White House and the administration, the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, is doing something just so mean and cruel if you're an illegal in this country who doesn't speak the language, it's just so mean and so cruel. Watch this clip from CNN where they describe the mean and cruel thing that he is doing to the nation's poopiest state. Sorry, California, the golden state, or the very brown state, depending on which street you're walking on in Los Angeles. I should stop. Watch this clip from CNN and we'll discuss.
The Department of Transportation is holding back $40 million from California, saying the state isn't doing enough to make sure truck drivers can speak and read in English. Transportation Chief Sean Duffy says drivers must be able to read road signs and speak to police. He's criticized California for giving a commercial license to a foreign driver involved in a deadly crash.
Wow. Now, Sean Duffy, the administration's Secretary of Transportation, doing such a mean thing to truck drivers who just want to be in the country and, not learn the language or operate a vehicle safely or communicate with the police or anything. The shocking statistics that I was teasing earlier in the show is this. One, we have no idea how many truck drivers can't speak English. And I know I'm laughing, but I'm laughing because of, I don't know, I'm too nervous to, not laugh. But imagine you're driving on the road and you look to the next, the truck driver driving next to you, the big multi-1,000-pound truck that is right next to you in your car and thinking, we actually don't know if this truck driver has the capacity to drive this truck. And I think that, if you're going to drive a truck, you have to obviously read all of the traffic signs and be able to communicate with law enforcement if there's ever a need to do so. The other shocking statistic is this, and hold on to your seats, folks. This is a wild one. 100% of traffic signs in this country are in English. And so therefore, learning English seems like a pretty dang good prerequisite to be able to drive a truck, drive effectively a weapon on the streets. And if you don't speak English, go ahead and don't drive. Like you said, Secretary Duffy said, California, hey, there's been several instances around the country. We all saw the horrible, horrible tragedy that happened in Florida a couple weeks ago where the guy tried to make a U-turn over a median and turned in front of a van and killed 3 people. He shouldn't have had a license to begin with, and he got his license in the state of California. So that, among many other instances like that, the secretary is saying, hey, California, I think you're not doing a great job at making sure the people that you're giving licenses to are qualified to have those licenses. Like I said, and this is a shocking statistic that we've just now learned through minutes of anecdotal research, 100% of traffic signs are in English, and therefore you should be able to speak English in order to get a license. Duffy says that California is not doing its part. California, for its part, says, our truck drivers cause less traffic accidents, which may or may not be true the way that Governor Newsom tries to skew statistics. But even if it is, okay, they should still speak English. I don't understand why throwing out irrelevant statistics means that you're exempt from the rules. By the way, everybody who works in the transportation field is required to speak English. That includes Uber drivers, interestingly enough. Next time you're in an Uber, I don't know, maybe just do your own self-check there and see if your Uber driver speaks fluent enough English to be able to read and obey all of the traffic signs, or if the directions being yelled at him from his phone on the dashboard are in some different language, maybe that you've never even heard. What is your experience? TPT@tpusa.com. We'd love to see, hear from you in trying to figure out, is everybody who's driving on the roads able to speak English, or have you had experiences in which you go, oh my gosh, I feel unsafe? I'm not trying to scare people. I just, I currently are trying to figure out, how can I get a bigger car? Because that is my biggest concern right now as a husband and as a father, that people are on the roads who shouldn't be on the road to begin with. Next, we're going to talk about Oregon and the crazy thing that they're doing to try and give illegals health care, and also some videos that are floating around the internet that you're not going to want to miss, because we like to have fun here at Turning Point tonight. Email us, tpt@tpusa.com. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. Have you had an experience where your Uber driver ain't speaking a lick of English, or is everybody you've talked to who in the transportation world just speak fluently and perfect English? Let us know, tpt@tpusa.com. Also follow us on any of your social media platforms, specifically the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, where you can get exclusive content that we just can't cram into the limited time on this show. We'll be right back after the break. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are continuing to chart the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas. And this is we're going to talk about in a second, is a very, very terrible lib idea. But I guess that's kind of redundant because terrible and lib idea is saying the same thing twice effectively. TPT@TPUSA.com is the email. We'd love to see each and every one of your emails, whether you agree with us or you're wrong. TPT@TPUSA.com. You can also go find the show on social media. Go to our YouTube channel, Turning Point Tonight, where there's an extra segment each and every day that doesn't get covered here because we just don't have enough time. There's just too much to talk about and not enough time to fit it all in. TPT@TPUSA.com. Would love to hear your thoughts specifically about this. News coming out of the crazy state of Oregon that they're going to spend an absurd amount of money on illegals getting health care. There is a program in Oregon that they are on track. This is from the Gateway Pundit, on track to spend $500 million more on a public health care program that includes free health care for illegal immigrants. And interestingly enough, they're going to spend more money on this program than they do on their own state police, which is why you're seeing B-roll of state police in the state of Oregon. According to state reports, the Healthier Oregon program, or HOP for short, has a current budget set at $1.3 billion that they are spending on healthcare. Again, that includes illegal immigrants. Now, why they don't just boot the illegals off is beyond me. But again, Oregon, like California, is the place where sanity goes to die, apparently. Now, interestingly enough, this program was launched in 2022, but since 2022, hold on to your seats again, guys. We're going to go in for another crazy statistic that you're going to be like, oh my gosh, how could this have happened? Since 2022, this program has seen a rise of 1,100% in cost since its launch. So in less than 3 years, the program cost has overrun its initial set budget by 1,000%. And that's rounding down. It's 1,100%. Which is what caused it to balloon up to $1.3 billion for a program that, again, includes illegals. Why is that the hill that libs want to die on, of like, we will get health care for these people that have broken into the country and are living here illegally and don't pay the taxes that we have to pay, but we want to support them anyway because not doing so would be mean, I guess, but also we don't want to send them back to their own country where they could prosper there if they so choose. We instead want to use our taxpayer money to give them free stuff that we, the taxpayer, have to pay for but don't get ourselves. Long-winded rant there. Meanwhile, the Oregon State Police has a budget of just $717 million per year. In other words, almost half is what they spend on the police force in Oregon, which may explain why Portland is such a peaceful city. They have enough police there that nobody ever riots. There are never any fireworks. There are never any smoke grenades. Nothing ever bad happens in Portland. And that is because the budget of the state police in Oregon is so overwhelmingly high, even though it's half the cost of the healthcare program that, again, covers illegals. Like I said, where sanity goes to die are places like California and Oregon, and the end does not appear to be in sight. Now, the good news here is eventually, like we've said a number of times on this show, reality bats last. At a certain point, Oregon will run out of money. Then they'll start borrowing money if they haven't already. And once that happens, it's only a matter of time before people stop lending Oregon money. The state stops getting money. I believe that California and Illinois are in a race to the bottom with their finances, because I unfortunately think that the federal government will probably bail out the first state to actually declare bankruptcy, but they're not going to do it twice. They're going to be like, hey, get a hold of yourselves. This is out of control. It's not worth bailing a state out of bankruptcy. Like I said, I think California and Illinois are in a race to the bottom. Oregon is vying for third place, which unfortunately for them is not going to bode well, especially because of all of the unfunded liabilities that befall the state. But a different conversation for a different time. Bottom line here is this program that started 3 years ago has now increased over 1,000% of its original stated budget, which puts it at almost double what the state is spending on their own police, which is nuts. We got some stuff to get to, including videos that I'd want to leave time for. Email us, tpt@tbosa.com. Follow us on social media. Turning Point Tonight, the YouTube channel, has exclusive content that you're not going to see anywhere else. We have thwarted so far Jeff Bezos and his attempt to take out this show by crashing AWS, which I believe is the only reason that AWS crashed, to thwart this show, but we've sustained it nonetheless. We'll be right back after this. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas in the face of Jeff Bezos trying to take us out with making it actually very difficult to shoot the show today because AWS has had a shutdown, which is going to make us reevaluate how we do things here. But appreciate those of you sticking with us through hopefully what has been a decent show, even though we've internally had some struggle today. Hopefully that wasn't noticed, and maybe I shouldn't have even mentioned it, but you can follow us on any of the social media accounts. Type in Turning Point Tonight on YouTube, where you can see exclusive content that you're not going to see anywhere else. We try so hard to cram everything into the show, but sometimes it just doesn't fit, which, is problematic for us. But I guess a bonus for you going to YouTube and seeing some exclusive content that you won't see anywhere else. Before I run out of time, let me play some of these clips because I think these are hilarious. These are floating around the internet over the weekend with the No Kings protest. One Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, decided to take it upon herself to exemplify how she feels about kings by doing this.
I'm going to tear up the crown.
Okay. And that's... Again, she should have been able to stop the overthrow of Julius Caesar. She should have been able to stop the way Caligula was running the Roman Empire, Charlemagne, King Henry VIII. All of these kings would have met their demise if Nancy Pelosi was there tearing a paper crown. I think she got at Burger King. I'm not entirely sure where she got that, but, that seems to be the case. I thought this was actually interesting. Producer Glenn went to the Reagan Library over the weekend, and maybe he'll share some thoughts about that in the segment that you won't see on this show, but goes on the YouTube channel. But Reagan comes to mind when we're looking at the No Kings protest, and thought this clip was appropriate. Watch this.
They say we're always...
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
They're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king. Right. I mean, they made one mistake. They didn't realize that gives me the right to cut programs that Republicans never wanted. Giveaways, welfare programs, etc. And we're doing that, and we're cutting them permanently.
People marching were trying to send a message to lawmakers in Washington, D.C. What is the message that you got?
They still don't understand what happened on Election Day. Donald Trump won. He won the popular vote. He won a historic mandate to clean up this country, save this country from the radicals who are trying to tear it down. And Donald Trump is doing exactly that.
Somewhere way out in the Midwest, somewhere out west, in certain places, the rural places, they're used to seeing Trump do his stuff, and they talk and they listen, and that's the truth to them because they don't listen to anything else he says. The news media could find ways to kind of ignore or tamp down nonsense from Trump. It's just total nonsense. But those people out there listen to it and assume if it can be on the air and it's out there, it's the truth.
People want to see people go to jail for this.
Well, first of all, people will go to jail for this. But the President of the United States has made very clear we're taking a whole of government approach to this. We're looking at the funding networks. We're looking at the people who are inciting violence. We're looking at the people who are promoting and encouraging violence. That takes time to do it the right way, Laura. We're going to make sure that we do this the right way.
With First Amendment concerns.
Of course, you have to protect people's First Amendment rights. You have to protect people's free speech rights. But the First Amendment does not protect imminent incitements to violence. If you are actively promoting your fellow man to kill other people, that is not protected by the First Amendment, and we have to be clear about that. We have to go after that stuff.
The president lies consistently, and he's got a lot of people around him, the sycophants, including J.D. Vance, who lie on his behalf. He just says things. It's propaganda. Again, not true. But he'll say it over and over and over again, hoping that people will believe him.
The president actually has done an amazing job deporting the drug traffickers that have been in our country wreaking havoc on our streets. 16,000 crimes traced back to the migrant shelters in New York City, 4,000 criminals. And guess what? We don't hear those stories anymore since President Trump got involved.
The Democrats did not vote for the clean funding bill. They have chosen to shut the government down to fight for the health care and the other items you mentioned.
First of all, we're fighting for health care as well, not just in word, but in deed. We put it in the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, real reforms to Medicaid to make it work better, to preserve the program, because we had illegal aliens receiving benefits. We had young able-bodied men who were not working, they don't have dependents, they were riding the wagon. We cleaned that up in our bill. In their counter-proposal, what Chuck Schumer is arguing for is he wants to reverse those reforms.
Largest employer in Pennsylvania is the federal government. Second largest is the state government. I think what's different about this shutdown than past, in the past they were kind of guaranteed they were going to get their money back at the end of it. And so it sucks, but they probably thought, okay, I can get through a week or two or three, but I'm going to get all that money back. The way Donald Trump is doing things, the way these people around him are doing things, I don't think they know they're going to get their money back.
Because a lot of people look at this, and I think they ask the question, if this were a Republican, would you be calling for him to drop out of the race?
Absolutely not. It's directly equivalent to things that the Republican gubernatorial candidate has publicly said, not in private text.
The Secret Service discovered a suspicious hunting stand not far outside the airport. The most troubling part of this report is that the suspected hunting stand had a direct line of sight into Palm Beach International Airport, where Air Force One parks and where President Trump gets off the aircraft.
Something broke in white people. Something broke in them when there was a competent, wonderful black president, maybe they disagreed with, that was eating off the china, sleeping in the bed at the White House.
You guys can handle the truth, right? The truth is that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America.
When a dictator who wants to be a king is trying to run over the rights of the people, we must be there. We must stand up. We must be strong. We cannot waver. We will not be intimidated. We are not scared of his jail. We are not scared of anything about this guy.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, happy Monday from the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Mikey McCoy.
How we doing?
Back in the chair.
Thank you.
Blake, I just don't know if we're going to have Blake back at this point, Mikey.
we lost him.
We lost Blake.
He's lost him to Italy.
He's in Italy. He's enjoying himself, I'm told. He's a family member taking the vows. And I learned all about the vows.
I knew nothing.
Nun vows. I don't know what you call them exactly, but apparently there's ones that you do in year one, and it's called a novice.
Yeah.
So then they give you kind of time to appreciate if you want to keep doing this, and then I guess the 4-year vow, that's when you take the permanent vows.
And I think that's what his cousin was doing.
No, doing year one.
Oh, she was doing year one. Oh, got it.
Yeah. So very cool stuff. We hope that he comes back to us and doesn't just take
stay
his
in
own
Naples.
vows. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Blake becomes a priest. Okay, well, we have news to get to. It is Monday, and Mike and I were both kind of off the grid a little bit this weekend, but you had time to go visit the No Kings protest.
Yeah, the one in Santa Barbara.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was all middle-aged white people.
Middle-aged? That's being nice. Was it?
Yeah, maybe a little older. And they're just, uncleanly, I think is the best description.
Old, dirty white people.
Old, dirty white people. And weird, too. Very weird.
Fascinating.
I know.
Well, there was a lot of news made. I would say that generally they were peaceful. But there was a lot of really gross stuff that we saw there, right? Like signs, you can put up this B-roll 77. I mean, you'll just see some of the images that were coming across were like, kill all Nazis. So essentially, that's what they think of us, right? There was this gentleman here, cut 80. We'll get to her in just a second.
She's a special case.
Yeah, that's Lucy Martinez, if we do want to go into that. But give me 1 second here. This is a guy, 83, kind of sounds like about the demographic you were experiencing on the streets, Mikey. This is cut 83. This is a gentleman who's calling for people to go kill ICE agents. 83.
Grab a gun. We got to turn around the guns on this fascist system. These ICE agents got to get shot and wiped out. The state machinery, that's a full display right there, has to get wiped out.
So these ICE agents got to get shot. And so I'm pretty sure that gentleman will be getting a visit from the FBI. Law enforcement should definitely be knocking on that gentleman's door. But we want to know what you guys thought. Did you witness any of these protests over the weekend? Did you check them out yourself? Go send us an email, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to know what you saw, what you thought of them. What was your takeaway? Here, I have like a glass half full, glass half empty, and we have more. We're going to get to more of these people in just a second, because there was many examples of these people going completely bonkers over the weekend. Like this one. One quick one I have to just go to. This is just insane. I just saw it in the chat,
and I have one too.
Put it up there. So check out this guy. This is another old boomer. And he says, wanted better snipers. So I want you to think about this. We're barely over a month removed from Charlie being horrifically assassinated in cold blood. And this guy goes out with a picture of President Trump's head with a target on his head saying, wanted better snipers. I want you to think about how deranged and sick that is. And how vile that is. And by the way, there was other images.
This one, 84, this is the one I took when I was in Santa Barbara. This guy's wearing a shirt that says, "Not today, Jesus. Satanists have more empathy than you."
That doesn't...
These are indecent people.
Yeah.
These are disgusting people.
They're failing the basic humanity test, basic decency test, and it's really disgusting. So but I do want to hear what you guys think. Send us your emails, freedom@charliekirk.com. But here's my glass half full, is that we know that there was no deal in Washington, basically because they wanted this protest weekend to happen, right? The Democrats needed to look like they're putting up a fight against this tyrannical President Trump. And so we had to do this. And now, hopefully on the other side of this, we will be able to reopen the government and Democrats will bend the knee. Basically, to use, I mean, they're calling him a king, so why don't we just keep the analogy going? But here's the glass half full, is that hopefully they got this out of their system. Hopefully this was, I would rather see crazed, deranged libs go out and march than pick up a rifle and try and kill somebody.
Yeah.
That's my glass half full. I would rather them feel empowered to get out and do something, be the change they want to see, because we know that they're frustrated. We know that they're feeling like they've lost the country, that we're winning the messaging war and they're losing it. So they have to do something, to demonstrate their passion for the country. I hope this gives them an opportunity to say, hey, we did something and now we can move on.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe that's very much the glass half full.
I definitely glass half full. I mean, maybe I would be a little more cynical, but well, I agree. Less political assassins, maybe a little more peaceful protesting, but still the signs they're waving and the slogans they're cheering, these are gross people. And yesterday, Elizabeth, her family's from Ukraine. She went up to a group of them. She said, "Hey guys, I'm an immigrant from Ukraine." And this is my wife, and all of them go, "Woo!" She goes, "And I love Trump." And they all started booing her. But
that's amazing.
I know they love you until they find out who you support.
Well, and the Ukraine, yes. Trump, no. So here's another one from the. Oh, never mind. I thought we had it. So there was another interaction. Hopefully we can get this. I'm going to pull it up for the team here. But there was another interaction. What we saw on the streets was basically a lot of old hippie commies that were getting frustrated at Trump, and they were saying the most vile things. But one of these people does not appear to be a boomer, if you will. Not that we love our boomers, don't get me wrong, but the hippie boomers, not okay. Yeah, so this is, we got the clip loading in just a second. This was from the Daily Signal, and this is an old hippie boomer. It was basically saying she was happy that Charlie was assassinated. That's how gross these people are. I don't know what's wrong with them. Hopefully that they can get the help that they need. And I really hope that happens. Let's play cut 90 if it's ready. Cut 90.
And we might even need to be a little bit meaner because the Republicans don't mind being mean.
And by mean, what do you mean? Do you mean protesting? Do you mean...
Maybe we have to, stop being so nice.
Because you seem like a pretty nice lady.
I'm a pretty nice lady, but I can be pretty mean, too.
People on the other side are going to say that they feel like the Democrat Party has been mean. Recently, with Charlie Kirk being assassinated,
He's a piece of garbage. Of course we were mean. I am so tired of people saying, oh, but, it's a terrible thing. No, Hitler is dead. I'm glad Hitler's dead.
Ooh. Jeez. So that's an old boomer, hippie boomer, commie. And she's saying that she's glad Hitler's dead in relation to Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
Yeah, I mean, the comparisons are really dangerous here. The sign I saw yesterday was them comparing a MAGA hat to the KKK hood or the Nazi hat. And these comparisons are what lead to political radicalization and weaponization of the left, which unfortunately there's the sign right there, unfortunately leads to a lot of people becoming political assassins or thinking that a MAGA granny is the same thing as Hitler or that Charlie Kirk's the same thing as Hitler, which is what this woman is basically comparing him to. This is really disgusting, and it's a trajectory that the left is headed on. It's a worry. It's a very worrying one for me.
Well, and then the problem is that they go and watch their nightly news at MSNBC or whatever. Yeah. And they're validated. They hear George Conway. They hear all of these people just reiterating, yeah, Trump's the most corrupt, evil, tyrant dictator in the world. He's militarizing the National Guard, and we got to shoot ICE agents. Like, this is really sick stuff. So I do have a glass half full take on it. I don't know that I even believe it, but I'm hopeful for the sake of the country that, I mean, goodness, like, these people are truly deranged, and we have a mental health crisis in this country. But I'm going to make the point in the next segment of why President Trump is not a tyrant. He is not a king. There's no indication that that's at all true. So we're going to get to that in the next segment. But first, I'm going to tell you about our friends at Patriot Mobile. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters, and that's how we take our country back. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service, you get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has all three major networks available to it. So you can pick which one of the big three you want on your phone or get two at once. They're also amazing people. They support Turning Point. They support us on the show, and Glenn and the team are fantastic. So go right now to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you. Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Joined by the one, the only, the Mikey McCoy.
Mediocre Mikey.
By the way, everybody, Mikey took one for the team on Friday and got his. It's your first interview, like your first kind of right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Yeah, that was the first one.
So Governor came into the office. I had to fly out. And so Mikey, and we're going to play that in the second half of hour 2 today. So stay tuned for that. They covered a lot of ground here. I want to tell you really quickly about YRefi. They're the folks that we love. They love our audience. They love this country. They are good people, and they help people with private student loan debt that is labeled as distressed, which is about $45 billion of distressed private student loan debt in this country. And other people won't touch it, but they will. They will get mom and dad off the loan. They will set up a custom loan payment for you based on your own budget. They don't care what your credit score is. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. You do not have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888 YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34, or visit YREFI.com, YREFY.com. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Pulvitt in for the day, Monday, and Mikey McCoy here. I almost reverted back to like deep programming there. We mentioned George Conway.
Yeah.
This is clip 81. It is him trolling, as he puts it. He was wearing an I Am Antifa shirt during the protest. Cut 81.
You were wearing a T-shirt that was designed to troll Donald Trump?
Yeah, it said, I am Antifa. And I think a guy from the Daily Caller took a photograph of it, and then it was some kind of gotcha on conservative media. But, it's just completely silly.
Yeah, some gotcha, just joking about domestic terrorists. No big deal, guys. George Conway is he's a real peach, that guy. I don't want to get into too many details, but here, what's funny? It just occurs to me with MSNBC. There was an article out of Free Beacon, and it's wild. They basically have, in the third quarter of 2025, MSNBC averaged just 41,000 daytime viewers and 66,000 primetime viewers under the age of 55. So when you look at these protests and you're like, wow, they're all of a certain age and demographic, as you noted, Mikey, this is why, because only 10% of MSNBC's audience is in the coveted 24 to 54 age range, which is, that's how you make money. And yet they're paying like Rachel Maddow $25 million a year to do one day of programming a week and to make documentaries nobody watches.
Yeah, how many of these boomers missed marching in the civil rights marches, or missed marching during COVID because they're too scared to leave their houses, or wouldn't eat anywhere without 3 masks and 12 gloves on. And I find it funny that they're all marching in the streets now. And the demographic, it is all old white boomers. You could not see a single young person in the crowd yesterday.
There was one, and I want you guys to put up the image of Lucy Martinez. So Lucy Martinez is a teacher at Nathan Hale Elementary School in Chicago. And some conservatives went through the crowd and they started getting taunts from these protesters. And this one is Lucy Martinez. And she started motioning to her neck with a gun and pulling the trigger. And she did it repeatedly, and then the internet did what the internet does and found out that she is, in fact, a teacher of young kids.
Yeah.
The school has taken down its X account and basically wiped they've deleted any presence online, including X page and the official school webpage. And the school has yet to provide an official response. I think this should be pretty easy. Nathan Hale Elementary School. The answer is we have fired Miss Martinez for being an abject failure of a human, and we apologize, and we will screen our teachers better in the future, and we apologize for any harm or distress that this has caused the student body. It won't happen again. We're so sorry. And that's all. Just fire her quickly. I don't know what is going to take you so long other than maybe you're beholden to the teachers union. Yeah, here's the video. It's just amazing to watch grown adults behave in such a hideous, disgusting manner.
I thought you put out an excellent tweet yesterday about how many public school teachers are the ones motioning in such disgusting manners.
Yeah.
And also speaking out and celebrating the death of a political opponent. These are the people that are entrusted to be teaching your children, that when you're at work for the day, you're leaving your child with these people. I don't think that's stated enough. I thought you had an excellent point there.
Yeah, no. So I'll drop it here for everybody. Yeah, it's one of those ones that was simple, but it seemed to resonate. It said the most vile reactions to Charlie's murder have almost all been public school teachers and professors. Tells you a lot about what America's children are facing and why TPUSA is more important than ever. And man, do I believe that, because, this is an elementary school. We don't have an elementary school program, but perhaps we should consider one in the future. But this is really it's very, very disorienting and disheartening to realize just how deep the the venom and the poison has gone, where you have a grown woman who's supposed to be teaching the next generation virtue and values and probably science and math. She's a STEM teacher. And this is what she's doing with her free time. And it's, listen, we are going to stay on Nathan Hale. You should feel free to email that we'll get the email in the break, and we'll have people there's her actual personal email. I doubt that will do much good at this point. Yeah. But the people that are in charge of this woman need to be told just how disgusted we all are at her behavior and how she failed the test. This is a pop quiz in life, okay? When something happens, when you're caught on video and you are either exposed as a wonderful person or as a degenerate human and a vile monster, that's a life pop quiz. You failed. You failed, Lucy Martinez. We are disgusted for you and about you, and we certainly hope that you get your just desserts here, namely a pink slip from Nathan Hale Elementary School in Chicago. We won't hold our breath. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you. Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Over just like this right here. Get this, for every $5,000 purchased from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they're going to send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. This is it right here. You probably can't tell, but there are the flags right there on the back. Gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and the Birch Gold Group can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver silver, honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, the Birch Gold Group has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, many of whom are RAV viewers, we really want to encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim eligibility for free silver with a qualifying purchase before the end of this month. Again, simply text the word America to the number 989898 today. President Trump meeting with Australia's Prime Minister at the White House. Just moments ago, they wrapped up questions from the media. Many of those questions revolved around trade between the two countries and others.
Of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled. It's an amazing thing, the power of tariffs in terms of our country. But tariffs have always been used against us. We never use them against anywhere else. And now you have a president that for national security reasons and other reasons is using them. And we've become a very rich nation again and a very secure nation again. But we've also become a nation that used that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that.
Meantime, President Trump also making headlines this morning for blasting Colombia's president, calling him an illegal drug dealer. We'll have more on that story throughout the day as well. That's a quick check of your headlines.
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here with Mikey McCoy. We're going to welcome Savannah Hernandez in just a second. The excellent, the intrepid, the wonderful Savannah Hernandez, who was on the streets with TPUSA Frontlines covering the No Kings protest this weekend. She has some amazing footage. We're going to share it with you. She almost got, jumped by an old boomer dude. Again, we love the boomers on our side that aren't crazy. But the old hippie boomers, the commies, it's like they won't go away. They're still tormenting our nation all these years later. Okay. I'm going to tell you really quickly before we bring Savannah in about mypatriotsupply.com. September, well, we're in October now, so there's that. It's a perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? I've thought about that a lot, actually. I got barrels of water. My Patriot Supply helped me with that. And I've also got a water filtration system that My Patriot Supply sent me. So if you're anything like me, there's some room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever, giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. So they just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system, which I already have, that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, so /KIRK, you get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. And you will get everything you need there. You will be prepared. All right, without further ado, I want to welcome Savannah Hernandez. She is an amazing journalist that we have at TPUSA Frontlines. She was in the streets covering the protests. Sav, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Andrew.
Oh, it's great to have you. I've been waiting for this, and you've been doing such great work. For the last month, I've been watching everything you've been putting out, and it's been really important. It's been really encouraging, actually, and just to see that the team is fighting, that we haven't missed a beat, where you are out there doing what you do best, and you're uncovering important stories that nobody else is covering. So let's hear from you. You are an eyewitness to the madness and the mayhem and the hippie commies taken to the streets all over. You were in New York City, correct?
Yes, I was in New York, the epicenter of all of the protests in the nation outside of D.C. So yes, New York City.
Awesome. What did you see? Describe it for the audience that had better things to do on Saturday, like, I don't know, watch college football or hang out with their family.
Have a normal family life. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Maybe barbecue.
So when I first got there, it started in Times Square and the crowd was huge. I think the numbers can't be understated here. You had a lot of people that were in New York specifically, marching on behalf of illegal immigrants, marching on behalf of Antifa. The numbers at first are what really drew my attention. Now, the groups inside that were marching, another thing that drew my attention, specifically because Antifa had quite a presence there. And I am noticing, really interesting, after President Trump deemed Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, you now have this movement of people holding up signs of top Democrats like Zohran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Jimmy Kimmel, and labeling them Antifa. So there's this really interesting movement to kind of whitewash what this group really is. But of course, you have those radicals in this protest as well that were holding up a picture of a guillotine with a single MAGA hat at the bottom, kind of signaled that, or looked like they were signaling to behead MAGA people. That was interesting. He also had a big sign reading, "All Nazis go to hell," with a MAGA hat and the word ICE on the banner. And then another sign that said, the MAGA hat is the modern day KKK hat or, Nazi hat. So a lot of the typical things that we were seeing, and it's really interesting, Andrew, because I feel like you had two subsets of people. You had the protesters who had no idea why they were there, had no idea what the event was even about, couldn't even explain the concept of no kings and how it relates to President Trump. And then you had the radical left that were there to essentially state that the other half of America, the 77 million people who voted for President Trump, deserve the death penalty, essentially, because they're Nazis and they're fascists. So those were the two groups in attendance this last Saturday.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of this. There's this effort to say that Antifa doesn't exist and that it just stands for anti-fascist, which, should be a good thing, right? It should be a good thing. I actually find it bizarre that in 2025, we are still having the debate with Democrats that Antifa is a real thing, that they are a militant force of radical leftists that take to the streets to harass federal law enforcement, to harass journalists like you. I mean, Sab, you have had run-ins with Antifa. Is Antifa real?
Yes, Andrew, Antifa is 1,000% real. I have been attacked by them personally. All of my personal friends have been attacked by them. I mean, I was sitting at the Antifa roundtable just a couple weeks ago on behalf of Turning Point USA, and I got to speak with the president about what we've been seeing on the ground for years at this point, because Antifa has been terrorizing law-abiding American citizens, journalists, and quite frankly, it's been so difficult. And there was a period of time in which I was even scared to go and report on the streets of Portland because I knew that there was no police presence there, and Antifa really did run the streets. So if I got hurt, RIP to me, essentially. And this was the mindset of a lot of journalists who have been covering Antifa. And it's funny, Andrew, because the left wing has really been trying to slander everybody at that roundtable and say that we are not real journalists, because I guess real journalism in 2025 is not going to the No Kings protests and highlighting all of the protesters who are calling for violence against half the nation. I guess being a fake journalist is going and covering Antifa and putting your life on the line, trying to highlight the very well organized organization that this is and how violent they've been toward, again, law-abiding American citizens.
Well said, Sav. So I guess our emails are lighting up with people of a certain generation that are mad at me for mentioning that that there was a lot of boomers out there. And I promise you, I remember Charlie would go through this if he ever dared step foot on this landmine. So I apologize. I know better. But here I would just say one more time, please do not feel the need, if you are born before 1964, I believe is the cutoff. You do not have to defend your entire generation. You do not.
Yeah.
And we love you. We love every, patriot that loves this country and wants to put it first. I just want to say, this is not directed at you. You guys are salt of the earth and you have kept the flame of liberty burning. So please take the compliment and don't just hear that there is a certain contingent of, hippies that never grew out of it. And that's okay to acknowledge that and to observe the truth there. So, Sav, it feels like maybe you got accosted by one of these people that I'm talking about here. Let's go ahead and play cut 60.
I am here at the No Kings protest. I've been following this protest for about 3 hours now. I am wearing my official New York City press badge, and it says Turning Point USA on it. This is a message for all of the people who say that journalists like myself and the journalists who were at the Antifa roundtable are agitators. I'm standing here doing nothing, and I have had people come up to me, read my press badge, and then try to make a point of telling me that Charlie was a racist anti-Semite and that I am a problem, essentially. All I'm doing is standing here and taking footage.
And I think 58 is actually part of that interaction that you were just reacting to. Let's go ahead and play cut 58.
So you found out that I work for Turning Point, and you said you can't stand here and talk with me because why?
Because Charlie Kirk was a racist, bigot, scum. His rhetoric has ruined thousands of lives.
Can I ask what rhetoric is at the forefront for you that was the most hateful?
I hate his racism. He was an anti-Semite.
So regarding the racism, I myself am a Hispanic Asian woman.
Okay.
He hired me on to, represent his organization.
God bless. Everybody needs a token.
Ooh, everybody needs it. Okay, Sav, I'll let you take that. I mean, this guy's a real peach, real winner. This one.
Yeah, Andrew. And you know what? I have been noticing, ever since September 10th, when people read my press badge now, they have made a point to come up to me because this is the second time this has happened now, because oftentimes when I'm at these events, especially for my own safety, I've just been doing a lot of B-roll footage. I'm not really trying to engage with or interview these protesters because I just feel like we're at a very volatile situation in our country right now. And I'm oftentimes alone at these events. So when I was here this last Saturday, I was simply standing there and these men struck up a conversation with me because they read Turning Point USA on my badge. And again, this man got so agitated that he felt the need to say that Charlie was a racist, anti-Semite, that he was all of these horrific things. And again, I'm trying to give an example of how Charlie was not any of these things. And then this man decides to respond with racism, which is what he's accusing Charlie of. And then, the conversation goes on and he's basically talking about how the right wing is fascist. Meanwhile, he's standing in front of a giant sign, that is labeling all of their the left wing's opposition as fascist. I'm like, no, you guys are the ones that are acting in a fascistic way, silencing people, attacking people. And people in the right wing are really suffering from it and being killed because of it. Do you not see a problem with that? And of course they don't. It's really interesting because I do notice that a very angry contingent of, like I said, this older class. And, Andrew, it's funny. I've been getting the same exact comments where it's like, don't be ageist. Don't be mean to the boomers. Guess what? There's bad millennials. There's bad Gen Zers too that are equally as radicalized as the boomers. So, we need to call all of them out. And I don't understand why they are so aggressive. Again, Andrew, this is a 60-year-old man who is hurling what would be considered by the left wing racist insults at me because I work for an organization that's merely on the ground trying to show people what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, we just covered Lucy Martinez, the story of the teacher out of Nathan Hale Elementary School who was doing the motion to her neck.
Yeah.
And it's weird to see grown adults behaving so poorly, so terribly, so, disgustingly evil. And I just think it's abrupt and it's crazy to see, and it's really discomforting. But I will say, Sav, you're doing a phenomenal job covering this stuff, and I'm glad you're safe. I hope you stay safe because, we need you to be doing this. So always trust your gut, follow your instincts, because the left has been radicalized. And by the way, just so, in a word for the boomers, actually the most violent cohort among liberals, self-described liberals, is 18 to 39. Yeah. So we know that actually it's the younger liberals that are more prone to actual violence. At least these people, yeah, they have some disgusting ideas, but at least, you probably weren't thinking this guy was, going to become violent with you necessarily. He was just being, disgusting. He was being extremely rude, which, fair enough. But anyways,
Andrew, if I could jump in really quickly, last thing is I do feel like this mindset is a direct result of the fact that we never did take care of Antifa, and we saw the normalization of violence, the normalization of dehumanizing, people who you view as your political opposition. This has been a decade of, again, people getting away with very violent and dehumanizing behavior. So now we're seeing public school teachers and people who are responsible with raising the children of this country, mocking a violent assassination. So really, again, volatile place that we're at as a country right now, Andrew, and being on the ground for it has been insane.
Totally. Thank you so much for joining us, Sav. We're out of time in this segment. And I just want to say thank you again for doing what you're doing. And that point is well made. They are trying to normalize Antifa. That's what all those signs were. That's what George Conway was doing. It's really, really disgusting because Antifa has completely dismissed the liberal values of open debate and open dialogue that Charlie promoted. We'll be right back.
my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you. Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, joined by Mikey McCoy. Mikey, you were at the Santa Barbara No Kings protest rally. I don't know what we're calling it, and you captured some great footage here, this is really funny. Like, what are they doing? What are these people doing? Put up that image that Mikey just put in the chat with the whole. It's like a prison. There you go. What is going on here? It's like she's dressed as a king, like a jack of cards, like a king. It's a King of Hearts. It's with an X out of it.
I felt like this whole rally gathering. Well, first off, I happened to be driving through and I was like, I'm going to stop. This seems like a fun protest to go to. And I took a bunch of footage, but these people are dressed up. It's a clown show, and you can't take these people seriously. So I actually walked up to these people and asked them what a woman was. They didn't like that very much. And then afterwards, I asked him how Trump was a felon. Couldn't answer that either. So that he was wearing that. But it was really interesting to see how many lies were on these signs and just these people being indoctrinated on a level that I don't even think they understand.
What's going on? Hold on. Can you put the 101 up again, Mikey? You have to walk me through what I'm seeing. 101. What's with the costumes?
Okay. So this is I don't even know what this is, but they have these blow up costumes, and there's like hundreds of them. And these people are just dressed up as it. But there's this clip that I found that was pretty funny. I'll have to find it to send for the show. But it's where one of these Antifa people are dressed up in one of these outfits, and ICE had to spray the pepper spray in the vent tube. But yeah, these people you can't take them serious. The amount of lies that are just being pushed at these public gatherings.
Well, namely that Trump is somehow a king, and we're gonna debunk that in the final segment of the hour because it's important. I actually tried to watch CNN and MSNBC and try and get a sense of what their argument is that makes Trump a king to them, and I don't think they have a cohesive argument, or a coherent one at least. Yeah, and so we're gonna explain why he's not a king in the last segment. Then we got Mike Cernovich, and then Mikey's interview with Governor Glenn Youngkin in hour 2. So don't go anywhere. Much coming up. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here, executive producer of this show, with Mikey McCoy, chief of staff to Turning Point. It's the new title.
Yeah. Yeah. We were just talking about the No Kings, and I keep saying it's ironic that the minority party, Democrat Party in America right now, is the one shutting down the government. Then that same party is taking to the streets protesting that Trump's a king.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. We live in a constitutional republic. It's governed by the Constitution. That's how we set up our form of government, our structure of government. There is a legislative, a judicial, and an executive branch. And in November of 2024, with much credit to Charlie Kirk and the work that Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA did, and honestly, this team cutting up all that footage, 15 billion views of Charlie's content online and on social media, we won the election. Conservatives won. We won the presidency, won all 7 swing states. We won a popular vote. We won an electoral landslide. And we held the Senate, 53 votes in the Senate. And we've got a narrow majority, but we have a majority in the House. So when you have those things, that's called political power. Mm-hmm. And if you don't use political power, then you would be derelict in your duty. So what have we done? We passed a piece of legislation using reconciliation. So we didn't need to get 60 votes in the Senate. The Democrats have done the same thing. It's very common. And we're passing legislation. President Trump has a lot of power as president. It's called the executive branch. Article 2 delineates the powers. And what's crazy is that, Joe Biden, let's go through it. He basically ignored our immigration laws and let in over 10 million illegal immigrants to flood into the nation, just completely ignoring the laws. So allowing an invasion, allowing fentanyl crisis, overdoses. We saw all of these terrible deaths at the hands of illegal immigrants in our communities. They overran all our major cities, costing all of us billions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money. Not only that, which would have been enough to call him a tyrant of another kind. Yeah, he was simply turning turning a blind eye to a massive crisis in our country. But he was ignoring the laws. He also had a horrible pull out of Afghanistan, which is perhaps not tyrannical, but it's disgraceful nonetheless. Mm-hmm. He tried to forgive student loans, even something that Nancy Pelosi said you couldn't do without the legislative branch getting involved and passing a law. He did it anyways. The Supreme Court overruled him, and then he did it. He found another workaround to try and forgive more and more student loans. That means you and I, the taxpayers, are on the hook for people that willingly took debt to go to college and get a useless college degree. Some of them are useful, but most of them are not. Most people do not need to go to college. What else did he do? He did a lot of terrible things. He mandated that we have to take vaccines. He mandated that, well, by the way, he pardoned Anthony Fauci. He pardoned his own son. He pardoned the J6 committee. He sicked his Department of Justice on grandmas that happened to take a picture and a selfie in the Capitol Rotunda. He sicked the FBI on Catholics going into their Catholic masses. How much more evidence do we really need to show that Joe Biden did a lot of terrible things? Now we're finding out that our own intel community was spying on the Senate. They spied on Turning Point USA. This is the government, the levers of government turning around on the people. We were censored on social media. Thank God for Elon Musk and liberating Twitter and X. But they used coercive government power to censor Meta platforms, YouTube, and formerly Twitter, until Elon Musk got to this. So we have lived through a lot of tyranny, not to mention the COVID lockdowns and the mandated vaccines, all of these things. What has President Trump done? He's used executive power that is granted to him by Article 2 of the Constitution to enact executive orders, to send in the National Guard. People do not understand this, but in 1963, JFK sent 17,000 members of the National Guard to desegregate a school. Eisenhower in the 50s did a massive show of the National Guard to desegregate schools. We are not talking about 17,000 troops. We're talking about 300 troops in Chicago or Portland to defend federal offices. That's it. To defend federal facilities that are getting attacked and vandalized by radical leftists on the streets. That's not the same thing. If these cities do not want National Guard troops, then guess what? You can cooperate with federal authorities in those cities and protect the buildings. Arrest the scum that are attacking those buildings. If you don't want ICE to be raiding your cities, then cooperate. When you arrest an illegal immigrant, hand them over to ICE when they have a detainer on them. It's very, very simple. So the left wants to play victim and say Trump is this tyrant, and he's so corrupt and this and that. Here's the other thing. I think they have another issue with the Department of Justice going after Comey and John Bolton. Well, guys, they shouldn't have broken the law. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. And we can go into how bad Joe Biden was. Anyways, more with Mike Cernovich. We'll unpack that next hour. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts to everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming forward, retribution.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. A lot of people are dealing with complex issues like high blood pressure, joint pain, weight that just won't budge, brain fog, anything you can think of. Many are treating each symptom separately. The question is, do these symptoms often have a common root? Well, you can find the answer during Energize Health's 555 Challenge.
Back in the 555 Challenge, it was bone on bone and one knee to the point of needing a knee replacement and also high blood pressure. Those are my two big whys. Lost 30 pounds of fat. I'm 59 years old, and I just want to let you know now, back to martial arts 3 times a week, back in a gym with a personal trainer 3 times a week.
And what happened with your high blood pressure?
Back to normal. I didn't want to be 70 and not being able to get off the couch.
Energize Health CEO and founder John Jubilee joins me now. I like to call him Johnny J. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
Hey, so look, let's just get right to it. At the root of many of the ailments that people are dealing with is a lack of intracellular hydration.
Well, it really is, Terrence. And, I like the way you said at the beginning, like so many of these things, they're connected just like a choo-choo train. First thing is, the blood pressure, starts going up, and then the high blood pressure, the triglycerides, the cholesterol, the joint pain, the brain fog, it just all keeps getting connected, where people just feel like they're on that downhill, on that train, and they think that there's nothing off of there. But what's interesting, Terrence, is it's the same thing with optimal health at the cellular level. That's a choo-choo train too. That's all connected to that intracellular hydration. And I love to give people the example of ketchup. So your blood's not supposed to be like ketchup, but if you have high blood pressure, you have ketchup blood, and your blood's supposed to be the consistency of water. But just think about it. If you took about, 4 gallons of water and you put it into a bottle of ketchup, it would all be like, water. It wouldn't be thick anymore, and you're going to lose your high blood pressure. And so that's why, Terrence, since 1997, I'll do the math for you, that 28 years. For 28 years, we have helped tens of thousands of people reverse their high blood pressure, reverse their diabetes, their joint pain, their arthritis. You heard that guy, bone on bone. How many people out there have some joint pain going on? But do you know, Terrence, we all have our own natural stem cells, and intracellular hydration is the activator. That literally will create your own natural stem cells to regrow your cartilage in your joints.
So you've given us a lot of information there, but it's really nothing compared to the kind of information that you give out during the My 555 challenge. And it's my understanding that you can really get even more information with the upgrade.
Yeah, it really is, guys. I truly would say, listen, we do this about 5 or 6 times a year, and it's a $5 investment. It's a $5 investment. But if you do an upgrade, still $99. But with the upgrade, what you get is we will literally FedEx you a special bioimpedance device that you can measure your own intracellular hydration. You can know your metabolic age. Gives you 12 health markers. What's in your body? How much is muscle? How much is subcutaneous fat? What is visceral fat? But I would totally recommend people do that upgrade, guys. It's $99. And then come and join us for 5 days. And we're going to break down the science of how to be healthy at the cellular level, why all the diets don't work, why they're not sustainable. And we're going to share with you guys, listen, here's why you want to do it the natural, healthy way. You don't want to be on GLP-1s. You don't want to be in the medical merry-go-round where you're on medications your whole life because of the horrific side effects. And Terrence, just a brutally honest fact with people, the number 3 leading cause of death now in America is prescription medication. It's taken your doctor's recommended prescription medication. It's the 3rd leading cause of death, because when they say the side effects are this, and even death, they mean it.
And that's why people should go to my555challenge.com/upgrade. Get the hookup and get the information you need.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Executive producer Andrew Colvett here with Mikey McCoy, Chief of Staff Mikey McCoy. We're really excited about this next interview with a dear friend of ours, dear friend of the show, and just a great patriot. That would be Mike Cernovich. Mike, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah. You put out a tweet this weekend in regards to the No Kings protest that I thought 10 out of 10, one of the top thoughts that I saw floating around. So go ahead and put up 79. You said they get to hold their protests without a care in the world. No snipers on buildings shooting at them. No masked thugs attacking them. Every media outlet fawning over them. Irony levels fit for a king. Mike, tell us what you were thinking there.
Yeah, well, what prompted that thinking was we take it for granted if you're a conservative or right wing. We take it for granted that we live a completely different life. Not to use too much language of therapy, but the trauma is so baked in that we don't realize that it's not normal. Well, wait a minute. I want to have an event. Immediately, I think, is the venue going to cancel? Are people going to call in threats? I need to talk to the venue owner first and brief him or her on this. Okay, we need armed security. Okay, where are people going to come in? And that's not normal, right? That's not normal. That's not how you're supposed to have to live in a so-called free and democratic society. Mm-hmm. And the people who make it so that we have to live like this, meanwhile, they get to walk around. I remember there was a scavenger hunt that Mandieri, the guy running for New York City mayor, he had a scavenger hunt, and Cassandra Fairbanks tweeted out, wow, this is really cool. I wish the right did stuff like this. And that's when I was shaken out of the trauma that we all have to live under. And I go, we couldn't. Could you imagine if you wanted to hold a Charlie Kirk scavenger hunt in Phoenix, Arizona, even Phoenix? No, it would not be possible. There would be disruption, violence, attacks that couldn't happen. Meanwhile, a mayoral candidate who's taking an endorsement from an unindicted co-conspirator in a World Trade Center attack, they can go about their day and have all the joy in the world or all the fun in the world. The No Kings protesters can do whatever they want, but they want to act like they're the good guys and that somehow they're protesting against authoritarianism and fascism.
Yeah, I think it was such a striking tweet because I think it made me realize you bring up trauma. I mean, that's something very real to this show. I can tell you, Mikey was there when Charlie lost his life, when he was murdered. And we all do live with a trauma. Thankfully, I was not there. I'm super grateful for that, to be honest. And we do live with this trauma all the time. We don't even question it anymore. And you're so right. I've been getting, invited to speak at different events. So is Mikey. It's new experience for us, but instantly my head goes, how good's the security? Mm-hmm. How good's the security? And the fact that I have to think that is an absolute travesty, and you hit the nail right on the head, Mike.
And it's been this way from day one. There were images of the San Jose Trump rally or where people are lined up and being chased down by mobs of savages. There was a Trump rally that was supposed to occur in Chicago, but rioting and violence and gang attacks made it so that Trump had to cancel a rally. That was one of the few rallies that had to be canceled. Everyone, and again, like we just we take it for granted because, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. But I think that's all been taken a little bit too far, where we shouldn't have to live like this, right? And we have Because again, when you live in a situation where essentially dealing with mass abuse by the left, lawfare. Oh, which one of your friends? Tyler does never like to mention it. But, I've posted about it many times. He was indicted in one of those elector cases. People don't even know because our people don't want to call attention to it, right? To the injustice that they face. We have to do lawfare. Okay, gee, I wonder if Ricky Vaughn's going to go to jail. Okay, are they going to somehow to drag me into something? Okay, everybody, Posobiec, everybody's had these same conversations. Oh, if Biden wins, okay, well, have you had to talk to your kids yet about what happens when the bad guys come in from the Biden regime or the Kamala Harris regime and they just take your dad away? That's something that everybody has had to have that conversation, right?
Yeah.
And then when you somebody like shakes you, which is what I was trying to do with that tweet, which is why I think it resonated with so many people, is when someone like shakes you, like, man, this isn't normal, right? This hypervigilance isn't normal. This is the product of dealing with the Marxists, the Bolsheviks, the terrorists, and we've taken it for granted, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Now, what we have to do constructively to fight it is a different conversation altogether, though. But the first thing that must happen is the realization that, no, this is actually not normal. We shouldn't have to live this way.
Yeah. Well, and Mikey's got some thoughts on the Young Republicans tweets that are going around everywhere or the group chat, the leaked group chat. But I just want to show you this image first here, Mike. I think it's 67. And this was spotted, I believe, in Denver, and it says, Denver Communists. So they just put up a booth, Denver Communists, Charlie Kirk had it coming, changed my mind. And they're sitting there under a tent, like Charlie, where he was murdered, and they're sitting there putting up peace signs with their hands. They're not afraid that somebody's going to hurt them. They're not afraid that there's going to be a sniper on some building. They get to do that open, just absolutely vile behavior out in public.
And the second level of this, though, I had a companion tweet that didn't go as viral, but I think should have, is they only exist because of state protection. So for example, you've dealt with this at Turning Point. People who come in and kick over your table, the campus police say, well, what can you do? This, or other law enforcement will say, well, that's a civil matter, even though it's not. But they always go, oh, that's a civil matter. So apparently you're supposed to find them and sue them. But if one of our people went and kicked that over, police would lock hands, and the state power would be used immediately to bring down the full force of the law to destroy that person. And that's the anarcho-tyranny. That's the neo-Bolshevikism that we live under. And it couldn't exist without state power because, frankly, if our people reacted to them the way they react to us, even to 10%, those people wouldn't be out in public. If someone just came over and kicked the table over and said, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? They could do nothing. They could do nothing about it. There was that street fight that was so illustrative where there was an event at the New York Republicans Club. And by the way, this matters way more than those dumb group texts since everybody's talking about the New York Young Republicans, okay? Let's talk about a time there was an event. I think Gavin McInnes was there, Ann Coulter was there, Antifa showed up. They went to violently attack everyone who attended the event. Proud Boys showed up, and they provided safe escort to the attendees. The attendees leave. And then a group of Proud Boys are walking around. Antifa comes, attacks them. There's a mutual street fight, the Proud Boys versus Antifa. No one gets killed. No one uses brass knuckles. No one uses a baton. Just a good old-fashioned rough event. What happens? Most people don't know this. And the people who are crying most about those group texts and how we have to disavow people and we need to take a big moral stand, you can go check and see if they've ever talked about this, and they haven't. They haven't because they're deceptors. They're demons. It's obvious what they're doing. And what happened was the Proud Boys got arrested, charged. Some of them went to prison for 5 to 7 years. Nobody in Antifa got charged or sent to prison. Again, there was violence brought on by the left street thugs, a right-wing reaction, although I wouldn't necessarily call it Proud Boys a right-wing, but we'll just use that false dichotomy. There was a reaction. The reaction had a mutual fight. Again, we're not talking them going after civilians. It was Proud Boys and Antifa. The Proud Boys win, and then state power comes down like a ton of bricks on the Proud Boys, and these young men go to prison in some cases for 5 to 7 years. They had no hope in those rigged New York juries. And I didn't see anybody, me, a couple other people, Charlie talked about before too, but a very small minority of people said this is how they exist. Antifa doesn't exist without state power.
Yeah, it's a really important insight too. And I do think that our laws, our criminal justice systems are geared to see left-coded protest or violence as sort of an extension of the civil rights era. And they're geared to see right-wing protests or whatever as violent and illegal. And so the hammer gets dropped down on us unfairly. I think it's a good point. I'm going to tell you about Done with Debt real quick. When you're buried in credit card and loan debt, it's human nature to put it off and say, I'll deal with it later. If that's you, here's a hidden fact the debt strategy experts at Done with Debt shared with me. They discovered a little-known strategy that works in your favor. So they go after your debt aggressively right now before the year ends because they know which companies holding your debt are doing year-end accounting and need to cut deals, and they know which ones have year-end audits and need to get your debt off their books. So go to donewithdebt.com. Talk with one of their specialists for free. Visit donewithdebt.com, donewithdebt.com. You do not have to live this way. Go to donewithdebt.com. More with Mike Cernovich. We're going to go through the break. All right, we're back. We're going to take it through the breaks because Mike is just too much fun to talk to. Mikey, you got something you want to talk about here?
Yeah, I thought you said it well, Andrew. We have to live with the trauma of this every single day with what happened. And I thought Mike's tweet was just excellent about how these people for the rest of their lives, when they take to the streets, they don't have to worry about snipers, thugs, Antifa, and all the while the left media is fawning over them. When I step outside, I automatically check rooftops to see if there's a sniper, because that's something I have to live with for the rest of my life. Or when you go to an event, you ask them how good the security is. But then even more than that, you have these people publicly with signs and making motions to their neck with finger guns, and you have people going with a "Change My Mind, Charlie Kirk had it coming" signs. These are public statements that these people are making, yet you're going to try to draw some moral false equivalence to some YR out of context private group chat. I'm personally, I'm sick of it. And to defend Andrew a little bit, because he got this question if he's going to condemn it. If you're going to have to condemn these young people for private group chat that was leaked for out of context messages, you're going to have to condemn 1/5 of the college population for making off color jokes in group chats. I'm sick of it. There is no moral equivalence between the left and the right when it comes to things like this. You guys are breeding political assassins, and on the right, we have leaked group chats. You have somebody running to be the top cop in one of the biggest states where our nation's capital happens to be, saying that he wants to see 5- and 7-year-olds die because they're bred little fascists. There is no moral equivalent here. There is not. And I'm sick of seeing them tie this back to young Republicans out of context group chats. And I thought your tweet was excellent, Mike. I thought it hit the nail right on the head.
Well said.
Yeah, thank you. And it's unfortunate that, I mean, to take things a different matter to a different level. Like I've told people, and I think now people more take it seriously. A lot of times people thought I was, using hyperbole or crank. And I said, look, man, if you're a conservative or right-wing political commentator, you have to train jiu-jitsu, you have to lift, you have to have a CCW. And people would look at me like I'm crazy, right? They would say, oh, that's crazy. And even some of the people going after the group texts would now we know that what they are and how they're deceivers, but they would lie and say, oh, Cernovich is always trying to promote militancy, and it was never about militancy. It was always about this is the way you have to live. You have to walk around, you have to look around, and somebody says your name, friend or foe. I had an event happen. I was walking back from New York, and a guy is across the street. He's like, Cernovich, and he runs across the street. And in that split second, I have to go in my mind, friend or foe. And he was a friend, and it was friendly and everything. It was great, actually. But that's our world, right? None of these people, the No Kings protests have to think like that. Somebody says their name and they're wondering, okay, is there about to be an altercation right now? Are things about to get a little bit real? Mm-hmm. If there is an altercation and I succeed in it, am I going to now have to deal with the Soros DA? Am I going to have to deal with an AG like in Virginia who wants to kill my children? What would he do to you if you're involved in an altercation and you're attacked? Is he going to go through everybody's tax records, file false criminal charges? Because if you kill a kid, you'll file false charges, right? That's what I think people are also missing out on, is not just the evil of what he said, but knowing that if that's what he said he would do is kill children, then why wouldn't he frame you for criminal charges? This is how we have to live. Meanwhile, you get to, you geezers get to go to their No Kings protests and walk around like they're doing something. And by the way, they're all COVIDians. They installed a de facto King Fauci, right? If you want to have a No Kings protest,
10 seconds,
then you would have protested Fauci. And that's how we live. So that's what I like, though, about what you guys were doing and Charlie was doing before it.
Real quick, Mike. Sorry, we got to welcome back National Radio. Hold that thought. We'll be right back. I want to tell you guys really quickly about YRefi, the amazing people at YRefi. We love them, and they are fantastic. They will take care of your private student loan debt if you have it. There's about $45 billion of that, which is labeled as distressed. So visit YRefi.com, YREFY.com, or call 888-YRefi34. If you have private student loan debt, they can help you out. And they've been helping Turning Point out. They've been helping the show out. And we so appreciate them. Saw them last week. Tremendous, tremendous people. You can trust them. You can work with them. YRefi.com. I had to get that in real quick. But listen, Mike, you're making some amazing points here because, to Mikey's point, it's a terrible reality. But yeah, when I walk outside in certain situations, I look at the rooftops now. I look at the rooftops. And these people, so I find myself on a stage at this News Nation Cuomo town hall, and this little, punk from Midas Touch or whatever comes up and says, do you disavow the Young Republican group chat? And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know these people. I don't know if they're worth, throwing a bone to, given the, but I'm sorry, my instinct is no longer to say, hey, I'm going to condemn and ruin this young man's life for saying something stupid. I'm not going to say it wasn't stupid. It's not something that I text privately, but I'm also, I'm not 20 anymore. And these, I have no idea the context. Were they all just jokes? Was it whatever? But here's my point, is that my friend just got killed in cold blood by apparently a left-winger that had Antifa slogans on the bullet casings. And they are out in the streets proudly, without any shame, without any sense of, hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this makes me a terrible human, celebrating the murder of my friend. And so I'm put in a position where I have to condemn something that was said in private that was probably a bad joke. And meanwhile, they're not even willing to condemn their own side that is glorifying the murder of an innocent man. And so, yeah, there is no moral equivalency to your point, Mikey. And it's just a shocking reality that we have to live. I feel like every year there's this new outrage of, how can this be normal? How can this be normal? How can they force millions of people to wear masks and get a shot that they don't want to get, or they can't go eat, they can't eat at a restaurant, they can't work their job, or they can't work in the military. And then the next year there's something even more insane. They try and kill President Trump. They kill Charlie, and then they glorify it in the streets. And then we're the ones that are bad because we're not willing to condemn some young people in New York that I don't even know, and I don't even know the context of the statements they made.
And by the way, we're under no moral obligation to disavow anyone or anything.
Correct.
Right?
I'm not going to play their game, Mike. I wasn't going to play their little disavow ritual. I wasn't doing it.
I've always told people, I go, look, this is politics, right? In politics, you have to abide by the rules that the other side does, or you're going to lose your lunch. This isn't church, right? This isn't church. And something that I've also noticed about the disavowal game, and it frustrates me when people who claim to be Christians really ride this high horse on this, is I know for a fact from reading the Bible that if you take the Christian approach to the group text, you would be reaching out to the young men and young women and saying, can we talk about how this looks or what led you to this? This condemnation is fire and brimstone. No offense to you guys, but it's fire and brimstone Protestantism. And that's why you're seeing a lot of this reaction is politics isn't for fire and brimstone preaching. Politics is a social construct involving two competing sides. And if everybody doesn't abide by the same rules and one side says, oh, we're taking the high ground, then you're going to lose and you're going to lose your country and you're going to lose everything. And then what do you have? Right? Nothing. And then they go, well, it's principle. The principle, the Christian principle, the Christian principle is if you're concerned about this stuff, you reach out to people. You say, brother, I'm praying for you. I saw this message and I think you're living a glib life. I know that you didn't mean it in a hateful way, but your approach to the world is shallow and you're not living with the kind of gravitas and sincerity and seriousness that you should as a man. That's what you do. So the whole again, conversation's a distraction because no matter how you look at it, from whatever perspective you look at, you realize it's fake outrage and it's people doing the bidding of the left. Yeah. And again, people, if you want to disavow these people, do it in a month. You don't have to join the left when they're doing it. You don't have to do it on their timeline. No, and if you are doing it on their timeline, then the question is, what master are you serving?
That's right. Well said. Mike Cernovich, you are a important thinker in this time. You have seen it all. You've been through these battles back and forth for years. That's why we wanted to have you on today, because you just have a perspective on this stuff that the context is important, and you've seen how it's evolved over the years. So Mike Cernovich, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for being a great friend to Charlie all those years.
Have a great day.
Awesome. You too. All right, so up next is Mikey McCoy's debut interviewing on the Charlie Kirk Show. Governor Glenn Youngkin. It's a good start. It's a good start.
Thank you, Andrew.
Let's see how it goes. Mikey McCoy's back with Governor Glenn Youngkin next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is meeting with Australia's Prime Minister at the White House. We're hearing that they're likely wrapping up that meeting. You see right here the van or the SUV that was carrying the Australian Prime Minister ready to pull off. Just moments ago, they wrapped up questions from the media. Many of those questions revolved around trade between the two countries, also trade between China and the United States.
Of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled. It's an amazing thing, the power of tariffs in terms of our country. But tariffs have always been used against us. We never use them against anywhere else. And now you have a president that for national security reasons and other reasons is using them. And we've become a very rich nation again and a very secure nation again. But we've also become a nation that used that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that.
The commander-in-chief also making headlines today for blasting another head of state in not so subtle or diplomatic terms on Truth Social. 47 writing, President Gustavo Petro of Colombia is an illegal drug dealer, strongly encouraging the massive production of drugs in big and small fields all over Colombia. It has become the biggest business in Colombia by far, and Petro does nothing to stop it, despite large-scale payments and subsidies from the USA that are nothing more than a long-term ripoff to America. As of today, these payments or any other form of payment or subsidies will no longer be made to Colombia. The purpose of this drug production is the sale of massive amounts of product into the United States, causing death, destruction, and havoc. Petro, a low-rated and very unpopular leader with a fresh mouth towards America, better close up these killing fields immediately, or the United States will close them up for him, and it won't be done nicely, the president writes. Meantime, President Trump also turning heads for commuting former Congressman George Santos' sentence and getting him released from prison. Santos is a free man this morning thanks to the 45th and the 47th president. That's a quick check of your headlines.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Mikey McCoy. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American and that believes in freedom worth fighting for. That's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for God-given rights and freedoms while providing exceptional service nationwide. With access to all 3 main networks, don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in, simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in less than minutes from the comfort of your home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie or 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by the Purple State Whisperer. That's the title I like to give him. And also the only person that I think rivals the height of Charlie Kirk, Governor Glenn Youngkin. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mikey. Thank you for having with me. By the way, thanks for letting me take a tour beforehand.
Of course.
It is so inspiring to see the team so committed to everything that they're doing in order to keep Charlie's legacy going.
Yeah,
and
a lot of people don't realize.
Awesome. It's just awesome
how big our operation is here at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. But thank you so much for making the way out, for supporting our organization and being right there with us, but not just supporting us in that way, but also supporting us by speaking at Virginia Tech. We're going to talk about Charlie's legacy, things that we've seen post September 10th. But Governor, you spoke at one of our campus stops. Let's just play a quick clip of a recap of that. $3.99.
I've been really crazy, but I mean, these guys come out here and they put their lives on the line for us, and that's really awesome.
So we are just over 5 weeks out from Charlie's assassination, and the energy is just growing. That was just a couple of weeks after. And last night we had Oklahoma University, which is just a packed house. That was the biggest political event in Oklahoma history that we had. And it was just, Charlie wasn't there, but his energy was. Yeah. Governor, what was that event like for you? What energy have you been seeing in Virginia with the reaction to Charlie's assassination?
Well, people ask the question, what's Charlie's legacy going to be? And we see it every time you have one of these spectacular gatherings, and it's the students who are there. That's his legacy. And I shared with them that evening that the question, who's going to be the next Charlie Kirk, is easy to answer. And the answer I love most is all of you.
Yeah.
And those students, they showed up with enthusiasm. They showed up with faith. They showed up with courage, because it was a very short time after the brutal assassination of Charlie. And yet they were there. And they wanted to be there. There was a line out the door of students who couldn't get in.
That's right.
And to be there and talk about faith and to talk about commitment and to talk about what it means to be an American was overwhelming. And I can't tell you how exciting it is to see you all doing it all over the country, just like Charlie wants to do it.
Well, you mentioned faith a lot, and it seems like that's an important thing to you, Governor. We have clip 398, which is you praying backstage with Megyn Kelly before you guys went out there. I'd love for you to just kind of talk about your faith journey and how important that's been to you. But if we could play this clip, that would be great.
Voices tonight speak your truth, not ours. That our friends that are here tonight feel energized by the evening and inspired to go do your will. I ask for your hedge of protection around everyone. I ask you for the inspiration in the words we choose, that we have the tongue of the wise for Megyn and me. Most importantly, Father, we just thank you for your Son, that through his death and resurrection, we are reconciled with you. And that's what tonight is all about. We pray this in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Here we go. Let's roll.
Wow. So your faith journey seems really important to you.
It is because of the invitation to have a relationship with Jesus. I mean, let's be real, Mikey. It all starts right there.
Yeah.
And I didn't grow up that way. And thank you, Lord, for putting my wife, Suzanne, in the way of my life. And she not only changed it forever because who she is, but she introduced me to Jesus. And that, of course, changed me forever.
Amazing.
And what I find every single morning is when I silence myself and focus and bury myself in Scripture and then pray, something amazing happens. You're just settled and you're ready. You're ready for the day. And I always ask for a hedge of protection around our law enforcement or candidates or people who are doing really hard things. But I find every morning, just in prayer time, the hedge of protection just comes.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah. A life without God is unorderly. Yeah. A life with him is an ordered one, is what Charlie used to always say. Yeah. So looking ahead to 2020 and looking back to 2024, the youth delivered the White House, or at least helped deliver the White House for President Trump, and will play a huge role in 2028. President Trump won the youth vote in Michigan and many other states, and Charlie was kind of granted the title of Youth Whisperer by President Trump. Yeah. With Charlie being gone, do you see a threat in Gen Z being the voting bloc that kind of is going to be the one to deliver a majority in the House, but also the presidency in 2028?
Yeah, well, Mikey, Charlie's not gone. Yeah. He's not physically with us. And there's a fabulous picture around the corner of Jesus hugging Charlie. And I just find myself thinking about that image because that's exactly what happened. But also, as we see young people across the country who are all Charlies, We haven't lost. We've in fact gained.
Yeah.
And the momentum is real. There's a revival going on across this nation, and you can see it and feel it every single day. And just in the Commonwealth of Virginia, I just was told that since Charlie's assassination, there's been 44 new high school Turning Point chapters that have started. We're seeing chapters in our universities come where there weren't before. And I think that is what this is all about, which is Charlie's legacy is, in fact, Charlie.
Yeah.
And everyone understands that he spoke truth and that he stood for faith and honesty. And I constantly see T-shirts that say freedom on them. And that, my friends, is why I have such great faith in our future, because of the generation that is stepping up and leading and not staying on the sidelines.
Yeah. As someone who is Gen Z, I feel like Charlie was the voice for a lot of us. Yeah. And you're right, he's not gone. His spirit is still with us. And Charlie was a tremendous believer in Christ, and the Bible is the foundation of everything that he lived for. And it's been beautiful to see how many people have been led to Christ because of everything that's happened, or people who have been inspired to join a Turning Point chapter or get involved on our campuses. I am interested to see, as this energy continues, we are at an all-time high at Turning Point USA with the energy, but on the right, I'm just hoping that people can continue to reach out to the Gen Z and have a voice for them. And the thing that I just keep saying is, on campus, Charlie was debating and bringing truth half the time. The other half the time, he had his microphone on the table, and he was listening to them and their problems, and then he'd bring their problems to Capitol Hill and say, the youth are dealing with this issue. So that's something I think we can all be looking for. Right before we started, we had talked about the debate this last week, and talking about how great of a job Winsome Earl Sears had done. But we're just going to play clip 388 super quick, and then we'll just do a quick reaction to that.
Great.
Do you still continue to endorse Jay Jones? 15 seconds, yes or no?
We are all running our individual races. I believe my opponent has said that about her lieutenant governor nominee.
Ms. Earl Sears.
And it's up to every person to make their own decision. I am running my race to serve Virginia, and that is what I intend to do.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger. We just want to clarify, what you're saying is that as of now, you still endorse Jay Jones as Attorney General.
I'm saying as of now, it's up to every voter to make their own individual decision. I am running for governor. I am accountable for the words that I say, for the acts that I take, for the policies that I have put out.
Thank you.
I am responsible for the policies I put out and the work I will endeavor to do tirelessly for the people of Virginia.
Thank you, Ms. Spanberger.
I don't understand how hard it is to say it's wrong to threaten to kill children.
And therefore, I can't support somebody running for Attorney General, the top cop in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the people's protector, who says, first, I want to put 2 bullets in someone's head, and then I want to see their children die in their mother's arms, and then a few cops need to die too. I mean, it is beyond disqualifying. And why she can't say he shouldn't be voted in to serve as Attorney General, because I couldn't put him in my cabinet. He couldn't get a job as a district attorney. He could never pass a background test. He's disqualified. And the fact she can't say it is stunning. I mean, she had 3 chances there to say the very simple words: he's disqualified, he should not be Attorney General, and he should step down from the race, and to show courage. But instead, some word salad with no answer in it, which I think furthers everyone's recognition that the Democrat Party is embracing a candidate who has espoused violence. And they run around and try to say, oh, we shouldn't have any violence. We should have no violence. And I mean, we're sitting here at Turning Point, and we're talking about violence against your political enemies. And there could be no moment where we say anything other than it's abhorrent, and we mourn what's happened. And the fact that she can't say that and tell this candidate to step down, I think is beyond a moment of lack of moral clarity. And I think it's very defining for her own morality.
Yeah, I'm worried about the increase in violence on the left. I mean, as we stand here with this empty seat right here, and someone who has had a massive impact on the younger generation and so many people in this country and across the world. And the No Kings protest is about to happen. There was an Atlantic article about the MAGA has found their George Floyd, And I just I struggle with that because the left, when that happened, burned cities to the ground and Wendy's and cars and homes. And when Charlie was assassinated, we peacefully gathered, worshipped for 3 hours. Thousands gave their lives to the Lord. 277,000 people came to Charlie's memorial. And I am increasingly worried about the direction that the left is headed in. And right when we come back from this break, I want to just ask you, No King's protest is right around the corner. You as governor, you've made some decisions to send in the National Guard, and I'd love to hear what you are doing there. Thank you, everybody. We'll be right back. We're going to pause for a break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
On air and on fire for the preservation of our nation, The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Mikey McCoy is doing a great job with Governor Glenn Youngkin. And we're so proud of Mikey. He's just totally rising to the occasion. So well done, Mikey. I want to tell you really quick about YRefi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. It is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring a loan to each borrower's specific situation. So if this is you, you can get mom and dad off your loan, or if your mom and dad, get your kids financially independent, so you don't have to be on that loan. It works both ways. They don't care about bad credit. They'll work with your specific situation. That's the key. They will work with your specific situation. What can you pay? They'll make it work. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com, YREFY.com, and check out the good people at YRefi. So I am, getting a lot of these emails about boomers. I just want to reiterate, we love the boomers in this audience. This is not directed at you. You do not have to defend people in your generation that are terrible. You could make the argument Gen Z has 3 of the most prominent high-profile assassins in world history And that doesn't mean all Gen Z are bad. As a matter of fact, our heart is with Gen Z. Our heart is with boomers as well. So I love this. I firmly denounce these protesters, their ignorance and vile demonstrations. This is for Jana. I am a boomer raised in L.A. in the 60s, Christian family, raised my 3 daughters in Santa Barbara County, always vote Republican, TPUSA supporter, anti-vaxxer. So it's great. So I just want to make sure that you guys all get the memo. We love you. This is not about you. This is, we could be saying the same things about millennials or Gen Z. So keep the faith. Please don't be triggered by that. The No Kings are just a specific bunch of people. Mikey McCoy is going to continue on with Governor Glenn Youngkin in about 2 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody. The Purple State Whisperer. I like that title. I think we keep it.
Well, we have learned how to win in a purple state.
That's right. You have. So we were just talking about the No Kings protest. What are you doing as governor, and what is going on in Virginia with National Guard, Virginia law enforcement? And I'd love for you to kind of respond on the left getting increasingly violent as the Democrat Party moves further and further to the left.
Well, that is the issue, which is we've got the left liberal progressive wing of the Democrat Party who has absorbed it all. And we've seen their leaders over the years espouse awful things, calling everyone Nazis and fascists, and even calling for violent protests. And Abigail Spanberger, in fact, as the Democrat candidate in Virginia, has said, let your rage fuel you. I mean, this is the rhetoric over and over and over again. And so as a governor, when there is a big protest planned with No Kings, I've got to expect for the worst and then pray for the best. And that's why I've been very clear. Listen, I believe strongly in the First Amendment to the Constitution. In fact, so much of the Constitution was based on Virginians' writings. And the idea of being able to gather and protest peacefully is protected, and I swore an oath to protect it, and I always will protect it. However, if there is any transgression where there's any vandalism or there's violence or there's disruption of traffic or safety concerns, we have to make sure that people are safe. And so we have a huge increase in law enforcement presence. And yes, I've asked the Virginia National Guard to pre-position so that we're ready. And I pray that nothing happens. And we've communicated with all the leaders of the protest organizations, and there's 90 different protests organized around the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I want to make sure that everyone is safe. But I want to get back to the issue at hand, which is the liberal left wing of the Democrat Party has indeed absorbed it all. And you can see that even folks you would expect to be a little bit more reasonable can't fight back anymore. And they're dragged into this. Not a single Democrat has asked Jay Jones to step down. Not a single one.
Not one of them.
It's unbelievable.
In fact, some of them are doubling down, and you see the Virginia Beach Democrats doubling down on him. But let's just put up a picture. This is Todd Gilbert's family, 390. This is the epitome of the American nuclear family. I mean, that's a beautiful family. And you have Jay Jones saying that they're breeding little fascists. And when you use a word so much, you dilute its meaning, and people don't understand what it means anymore. And that's what the left is doing time and again. But we're just going to, for those of you who are tuning into this story for the first time, we'll just put up 392. These are Jay Jones' text messages where he says, 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Then he goes on to double down, where he says, I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. That's the scariest one for me, because this is the top cop. And he's saying only when people feel pain personally. I feel like this is just the weaponization of government. Again, this is what we saw under the Biden administration, and this is what we're about to see if this Jay Jones wins.
And well, it can't happen because Virginia has to stand up and vote no Jay Jones, no Abigail Spanberger, because we're better than this.
Yes.
I mean, think about the role that he is being asked to hire into, a role where law enforcement has to trust him to have their back. And he said law enforcement must die. Now, listen, every law enforcement agency has asked him to step down and said that he's unfit. This is someone who's got to comfort a mother whose children have died, and yet he called for the death of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. There's just no way he can possibly serve in this role effectively at all, but he shouldn't even have the right. I mean, this guy shouldn't be elected for anything. Worse yet, I think it is reflective of where the Democrat Party has moved. It has moved to a place where they are unable to ask him to step down because they are so in league with the progressive left and their violent rhetoric that has for years now been trying to prosecute the president. We saw the president nearly assassinated twice. We had 2 other Republican House candidates in Virginia with death threats. I mean, this is where they are in so many areas, and this is why I can't understand why it takes such a huge push to get them to do what's right. Step up and ask him to step down.
Thank you, Governor. This is Governor Glenn Youngkin, Purple State Whisperer. Thank you so much for joining us.
What an honor to be with you. Thank you. By the way, this is for Charlie.
This is for Charlie.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
What's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks?
Well, that's the problem. We need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine.
You need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones. The United States has Tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones.
I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are.
Ceasefire is still in effect despite terrorists attacking and killing 2 Israeli soldiers yesterday morning, followed by the IDF launching retaliatory strikes. The Israeli army announcing on X, quote, the IDF will continue to uphold the ceasefire agreement and will respond firmly to any violation of it.
Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs. Just so you understand, this was not an innocent group of people.
Millions are expected to come out for another round of No Kings rallies across the country, speaking out against the Trump administration's policies.
You gotta grab a gun. We gotta turn around the guns on this fascist system. These ICE agents gotta get shot.
Because he was a racist, because he was a misogynist, and that means that you are too, because you support him. Get out!
He's a piece of garbage. Of course we remain. I am so tired of people saying, oh, but, you know, it's a terrible thing. No, Hitler is dead. I'm glad Hitler's dead.
No Kings rally. You guys want to have a little fun with the No Kings people? All right, because I got here. I'm just saying, no, wait. No kings, but Jesus Christ.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily, here live, Real America's Voice. Today is October 20th, 2025, Anno Domini. Just got back from New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that New Jersey is going red in just, I think it's 15 days until Election Day. We had over 1,000 people up there in Bergen County in a baseball field, Veterans Memorial Park, in the beautiful town, absolutely beautiful town, Dumont, New Jersey, right next to Teaneck. I got to tell you, that's an incredible place, an incredible town, great people, a lot of Italian, a lot of Irish, a lot of Polak names like myself. And it was great to be there, wonderful to be there. So many people coming up, red MAGA hats, white freedom shirts, dotting the crowd. You saw them all over the place. Turning Point Action, turning up in full to be there in support of Jack Ciattarelli, the next governor of the Garden State. And I got to tell you as well, that he came and spoke. And this was the first time I got to see him speak in public, like in person, and actually be able to see the whole speech. I got to tell you, folks, his level of connection, his personal ability, personality, his force of just being there and having that aura. Jack Ciattarelli has aura. Jack Ciattarelli has what it takes to go all the way. That's the guy who New Jersey wants to be the next governor. And this individual, I'm just telling you, I see a lot of politicians, I see a lot of people who run for office. That guy has it, and he absolutely has it in spades. Then you go and look at their candidate, Mikey Sherrill. Oh my goodness. Mikey, her campaign's in complete free fall. And if you look at that picture I posted of her earlier today on X, you can see it in her face. You can read it all over her face that the joy is gone. It's just like Kamala last year. Remember the joy? There's no joy there. The joy is gone. And in fact, in its place is sadness, because I think I know what it is. I think that they showed her the internal polls. You remember the internal polls from last year that Kamala Harris was getting? And everybody told me, they said, you're crazy, Posobiec. You have no idea what's going on. You have no clue. And I said, no, I think that Kamala Harris is going to collapse. And I had people tell me, oh, what about, Ann Seltzer? What about the Iowa poll that she's the gold standard and there's going to be this secret abortion army? I said, I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a second. Now, look, New Jersey is the kind of state that I could see it there, working class, hardworking people up there, Dumont, New Jersey. And I said, look, if 12 elected Democrats, it might be 15 by the time that we're done the show here today, but if 12 elected Democrats can cross the aisle and vote for Jack Ciattarelli and endorse Jack Ciattarelli, then maybe, just maybe, North Jersey wouldn't mind if an Eagles fan like myself would come all the way up there and also rally for support for Jack Ciattarelli. I mean, what are they doing for Mikey? They're airlifting. They're so desperate, by the way, for her. They're airlifting all of the worst Democrats that you can think of in to try to prop her up because her campaign's in complete collapse and free fall. They're talking, oh, my gosh. They brought Obama in, all right? They brought in Wes Moore, the guy out of Maryland. Then they brought in, now they didn't even bring her to New York because, they wouldn't bring her to Jersey. They brought her over to New York and they tried to play this game like she's not actually coming in. They even rolled out for a fundraiser together, Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. Guys, New Jersey, as a state, I'm telling you, if we do the work for the next couple of weeks, it's just a couple of weeks of work. If you can get to New Jersey, go to New Jersey, just like I did. If you can be of help, be of help. New Jersey can go red. Bank on it. Be right back. Human Events Daily. Continue.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, we're back here. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. And guys, I got to tell you something. Yesterday, I was on the road. I don't even know how long I was on the road. I was on the road all day. I had to drive all the way up to North Jersey and back. And this month, I've been back and forth across the country more times than I can remember. And the fuel that keeps me and the show and the work going is Blackout Coffee. Let me tell you something right here. I got these great new mugs, by the way, from Blackout, and I had to steal these from my kids because they love the mini mugs so much that they've been grabbing them for like their tea and everything. It's got the bottom. They love the designs, so I had to grab these from the kids. Now they did leave me, of course, the nice tumbler. So we got the tumbler, and then we also got the mini mug. But the mini mugs, my kids keep stealing on me, which is terrible, folks. It's terrible because they like them too much. Don't worry, they're not drinking coffee yet. One day perhaps, but that'll be after they join the. You know, I never drank coffee before I joined the Navy, but then afterwards I needed Blackout Coffee. And folks, let me tell you something about it. Blackout Coffee isn't just coffee; it's America in a cup. Founded on Christian values, rooted in family, built on the belief that hard-working Americans deserve better than that corporate swill or the Navy swill that I used to get when I was in there. I'm sorry, the bug juice, it just don't cut it. Blackout Coffee is a family business that roasts every batch right here in the US of A. 2 roasts that you've absolutely got to try. Morning Reaper. That is a smooth, medium roast that kicks off your day without bitterness. And for the dark roast lovers, I got to tell you, this one's my favorite, Brutal Awakening. It's a bold, it's a rich roast, it's got deep flavor, it'll keep you sharp and alert, especially me when I'm on the road, going all the way up to Bergen County, New Jersey, to get out there and then still making it home in time for Eastern State Penitentiary afterwards. Folks, perfect for serving friends and family around the holidays because, let's face it, the best gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom one strong cup at a time. Blackout Coffee. So not only did I attend this rally yesterday, we had 1,000 patriots from New Jersey who came out, 1,000 patriots strong. We also, of course, had the great candidate, Jack Ciattarelli, who was out there. He's a business owner. He's a businessman. He comes from the private sector. He's done incredible work there. But I was so excited because, you know this story that's going on. Rutgers University, Dr. Antifa, flees to Spain, blames these students, says he's receiving death threats from these students, blames me. The university's now put the students under investigation. I said, I need to meet some of these students. I got to find out for myself. So I hope they come out. And folks, brace yourselves because one of these terrifying, horrifying, absolute terrorists joined me on stage yesterday in Bergen County, New Jersey. Let's roll the clip.
We have the chapter leader of Rutgers University, Ava Kwan, joining us right now here on stage. She's not going to back down. We're not going to back down. And New Jersey's not going to back down. Look at her, folks. She's so terrifying, isn't she? They said that she was the one who terrified a professor to have to run all the way to Europe. Ava, tell us a few words about what's going on since this professor and now the entire university has targeted you and has targeted your chapter.
Well, firstly, when we came out with our petition, we got immense hate from students at the school. Megan and I, who created the petition, we were both sent threatening messages. I was doxxed. They found my mother's cell phone number and were sending it around. It's been awful. And now the school has started an investigation on our chapter, stating that Megan and I, who created the petition, are no longer eligible to hold our positions at Turning Point. Of course, it just happened. I know. And we've been holding these positions the entire year.
Well, like I said, folks, Turning Point USA is not backing down. The students of Rutgers are not backing down. And I'm so excited that the Rutgers chapter student leaders are here to join us on Human Events Daily. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Ava Kwan and Megan Doyle from Rutgers University TPUSA chapter joining us. Ladies, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Jack. And I just wanted to say, I appreciate the introduction you gave me yesterday. You really make me seem so menacing and terrifying.
I mean, you were. I mean, all like what, 5'4"? I'm
being generous. 5'2", actually.
5'2". Okay.
I know.
I think you must have had heels on or something.
Terrified.
Yeah, so terrifying. I said, meet the two of you, and I say these are the ones that he had to flee all the way to Spain for. So let me ask, and I think if I remember this correctly, Megan, were you the one who started the petition? Do I have that right?
Yes, I did start the petition.
So walk me through this. We're in the aftermath of the head of Turning Point USA nationwide gets murdered in front of everyone, in front of everyone's eyes, and it's a serious business. It's very serious business. And you have this professor on campus who's known to you, who's been spreading these violent ideologies for years. He's well known. He was run out of Dartmouth and denounced by the president of Dartmouth. What led you to starting the petition, and what was the initial response?
When I first started the petition, because we had a lot of members from Turning Point reach out to us, and they were suggesting that we make a petition against this professor because he was promoting political rhetoric. He was biased towards students who had differing political opinions from him. And, Antifa was just declared a terrorist organization by the Trump administration, and he was headlines. He was famously called out by Andy Ngo, and especially you, Jack Posobiec, for his Antifa alignment. And especially with him promoting this political rhetoric, this is the kind of rhetoric that got Charlie killed last month. So I felt the need that we needed to petition, we needed to call on Rutgers and ask, why are you hiring this professor? Why is this professor allowed to speak? Why does he have this audience right now? Why is he promoting this political violence? Why is he promoting doxing? Why is he promoting threats? Why is he calling people fascists without proper context in his book? And that's why I started the petition. I wanted to educate non-students, alumni, students, and even donors alike.
Well, and then you see his post here where he mentions Turning Point USA. He mentions myself. Spelled my name right. I appreciate that, Dr. Antifa, commitment to accuracy. Andy Ngo also spelled his name right again. And Fox News, which called him an Antifa financier, which is true, by the way, because he donated half the proceeds of his book to the International Antifa Defense Fund, which is amazing because Antifa, we're told, doesn't exist, but now they also have an international defense fund. I'm not sure how that works. Ava, you've been in the middle of this. You talked about before, you guys get doxxed. Your mom's cell phone gets doxxed, which is horrifying, gets spread around. How has the university responded? What is the university doing? Are they trying to reach some kind of agreement? Are they trying to calm things down? What are they doing?
Well, unfortunately, Jack, they are doing nothing. The only thing that they're doing is investigating our chapter. And even worse, they're investigating our chapter behind Megan and I's backs. It's been in the news, and I spoke about it yesterday at the rally, that they're trying to get Megan and I ousted from our e-board positions at the Turning Point chapter. And they're doing this by emailing our president and stating that, randomly we've become ineligible due to our student statuses. So instead of, coming directly to us, having a conversation with us, and even seeing if we're okay after all this, instead they're just going behind our backs and trying to oust us from our positions. So it's been very frustrating and really sad to see.
So they're investigating you, and I looked into this thing, and these are like, it's like paperwork stuff. They're saying, oh, you took some classes on this campus, but not this campus, and it's ridiculous. By the way, I'd love to know that if they're saying there's an issue with the campus status, that is that how they promote that campus to all of the people who go there? Is that how they promote that campus to every single student who's taking classes there that they're taking money from? Do they promote that campus as being a lesser status than the other campuses? Because I would certainly hate to find that if Rutgers is actually engaging engaging in fraud and defrauding all the students and the banks and people that are paying tuition into the system, if they're defrauding the system by having them go to a satellite campus, which is actually a quote-unquote lesser campus, if that's what they're saying the new standard is. I mean, these are just some of the questions that I think we'd all have to get into if this decision goes forward and this investigation goes forward. And I know that, look, I'm not a lawyer, but you know who are? The Turning Point legal department, and Turning Point has an incredible legal department, and I think that Rutgers can certainly find that out very quickly for themselves if they intend to continue to do so. Look, I want both of you guys to know you absolutely did the right thing. You've done an incredible thing. The work that you are doing is fantastic. And Turning Point headquarters, which I've spoken to in Phoenix, is behind you 100%. I'm behind you 100%. And we are going to defend this chapter the same way that we defend every single chapter around the country. Violent rhetoric, whether from a student or from a professor or whoever it is, has no place on any college campus in America, and it certainly doesn't have a place from a position of authority. And again, what did you do? You launched a petition. It is the most peaceful thing you could possibly do. You put the petition out, you put it up, and you are the ones who have been under threat. We're coming up on a quick break here, but I want everyone to stay tuned because we're going to have more with Ava and Megan, the heroes of the Turning Point Rutgers chapter, and all of the students there are heroes, just like every single member of Turning Point USA. I'll be right back here in Events Daily.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here on Real America's Voice. And, folks, every so often, something happens that reminds us just how fragile our freedoms are. We can't afford to take our rights for granted. We have to draw a line in the sand, and our friends over at Patriot Mobile have been doing that for more than 12 years. The truth is there's only one provider out there that boldly stands in the gap for Americans who believe freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. Not only are they leading the red economy, they're also outpacing the competition in technology. Patriot Mobile is one of the only carriers offering premium access to all 3 major U.S. networks, giving you nationwide coverage and service you can count on. They also offer unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet backup, and so much more. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from your home or office. Keep your number, keep your phone, or go ahead and upgrade. Take a stand today. Go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, and use promo code POSO for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. We're back on with chapter leaders at the Rutgers TPUSA chapter. They have been put under investigation by Rutgers, who is protecting Dr. Antifa and now giving him essentially a taxpayer-funded vacation in Spain rather than have him on campus. Because here they are, folks, and again, brace yourselves. I know it's Halloween, but you're in for a fright because they're so terrifying. It's Megan and Ava. Here they are. I know it's so shocking to have you guys on here. And so let me ask this to Megan. When you put this together, what did you think of the professor's response, flying to Spain and claiming, without any evidence whatsoever to back it up, that he's been receiving these threats, when actually he's been the one going out and promoting violent rhetoric since he was brought on campus?
I think personally it's a very sad excuse. This professor has been promoting doxing in his Antifa handbook. He believes doxing is an important tool to create a mental burden on far-right people who identify as far-right and conservatives in general. I think that him fleeing is only to escape accountability from his actions and his political rhetoric. I think it also is to flee persecution from the Trump administration.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Spain has an extradition treaty with the United States, and if there is any direct linkages between him and these Antifa groups, which we already know that he's been funding, I certainly think that Interpol could be given a notice very quickly on this. I want to switch gears for a second because, Ava, you were there with me at the rally yesterday. You've also been volunteering on the Jack Ciattarelli campaign. Talk to me about the vibe on Rutgers campus. Talk to me about the vibe in New Jersey. You're a native New Jerseyan. What is it about this candidate that has made the polls so tight in an election year that nobody thought a Republican could ever win in New Jersey, which is supposed to be a blue state?
Yeah, exactly. It's been very exciting working for Jack. We're super passionate. We're super excited about this election. I am extremely hopeful that he's going to win. And I think, just with everything going on, especially after the Charlie Kirk's assassination, I think, especially for conservative young people of New Jersey, we feel it's our responsibility to get out there and vote. I mean, especially after this whole Dr. Antifa situation, I think it begs the question of who is educating the next generation of adults. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the No Kings protest that happened just this past weekend, but there was a viral video going around.
I've seen it all.
Woman, that woman, Lucy Martinez, who was mocking Charlie Kirk's getting shot in the neck, which was so awful to see. Yes, exactly. And apparently she was an elementary school teacher. I mean, who is teaching the next generation of Americans? Who is teaching, the next adults? It's so terrifying to see, and I think that's why we need Jack. We need Jack as the governor of New Jersey so badly. I know that, he'll be able to, help manage, who's teaching our children.
Well, that's 100%. And you look at, and I have to mention one of the biggest differences, and I said this on a podcast I was taping earlier, in Northern Virginia, one of the reasons that we haven't seen those shifts, Northern Virginia, it's those white class Democrats, the white collar Democrats, sort of like your upper class Democrats who, they're super liberal. They're at the No Kings protests. They're the ones that supported all the lockdowns. And by the way, Phil Murphy, your governor, was one of the biggest tyrants in terms of all of that. But now they're going to turn around and say they want no kings. But it's like, You're the one who wouldn't even let like children go to school or people into their house out of their houses. But okay. But what I see the difference is that in New Jersey, it's those working class people in those working class neighborhoods like where we were yesterday up in Dumont, where you see a lot of the people who just come out and you say, you know what? There's a lot of people who are registered Democrat. There's a lot of people who may have voted for Democrats in the past, but they are the ones who are turning because of COVID, because of taxes, property taxes, housing taxes, and also because of the massive influx of illegal aliens to New Jersey, and especially the rise of illegal criminal aliens that are in New Jersey, where Jack Ciattarelli is the first one to come up and say, you know what? We are going to end the policy. And I said this yesterday. The Garden State will no longer be a sanctuary state for criminal illegal aliens. And that just seems like a sea change. Back to Megan here. So, Megan, do you think, just kind of with your political hat on, do you think New Jersey has what it takes to go red?
Certainly, Jack. I believe that it's time for New Jersey to shift red. I mean, we saw in the last election that Jack Ciattarelli was very close to winning, and I believe now that it's in our favor for Jack to win. It's his turn. It's his turn to become governor.
Well, I mean, I think it's exactly right. He made a joke about how he's been in therapy since barely losing in 2021. But the only way he's going to win is to go back to Trenton and actually win the race and get out of there. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on. And let me just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. Students stepping up to become student leaders is what Charlie Kirk was all about. And Charlie would be very proud of both of you right now. I promise you that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on. Give them a follow. We're going to put their social media out. It's Megan Dillon, Ava Kwan. That's the next generation, folks. The next generation of student leaders. That's what Charlie fought for. That's Charlie's legacy, because when they come up through the ranks, those are going to be the next leaders coming forward.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you.
Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Very excited to have on now the president of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling, joining us. What's up, Terry?
Hey, Jack. Thanks so much for having me, brothers. I just saw you in New Jersey just a couple weeks ago, so this is great to be back.
Yeah, we saw you in New Jersey at the Wildwood rally, and then I was back there again last night, or yesterday afternoon up in Bergen County. It was amazing. I said I made a joke about how the Giants finally beat the Eagles, and I said because I was in Giants country, right? Now South Jersey is Eagles, where I'm in good standing, but North Jersey, I brought up the Eagles a couple times. Oh my gosh, the crowd, they looked like they were going to rush the stage, and I was like, hold on, guys, hold on, just hear me out, and they're like, you could see it, kind of turn. I said, wait a minute. And I said, you know something? If I could stand here as an Eagles fan saying that I support Jack Ciattarelli, then maybe, just maybe, New Jersey can go red because all the Democrats are now crossing the aisle. I think he's got 12 elected Democrat officials that have crossed over, probably even more than that by the end of the show, to be 15, maybe 25, that have endorsed him. He keeps rolling them out every day. And you got to say if I can go out there and say something nice about the New York Giants, which I hope fortunately my dad was not there, then I think that if he gets that crossover vote, he's going to win.
No, Jack, I think that's exactly right. Look, New Jersey, one of the first campaigns I worked on was in 2008. It was for Congressman Chris Smith. We're out there fundraising all over South Jersey. I love South Jersey. It's all working class people, right? Common sense people that, they like their Social Security, they like their Medicare, but they don't like sterilizing children. They don't like boys and girls sports. They don't want boys and girls locker rooms because they know that problems will happen from that. But look, if you look at Mikey Sherrill, she's a very weak candidate. She supports the entire trans agenda, which, by the way, is a killer. Our message testing shows that, among swing voters, that 8% of them shift over to Jack Ciattarelli when they find out that Mikey Sherrill supports taking away parental rights or giving kids sex change procedures. It's a common sense state, Jack. They want to get to work. They want to be able to take care of their families, and they don't want someone like Mikey Sherrill to be transing their sons.
That's exactly right, and you put that in. Now we were talking a little bit on the break, but you can tell us on here, is APP getting involved in the race?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have said that. We're over $1 million now that we're going to be spending in New Jersey to help Jack Ciattarelli get over the top. We're primarily doing text messaging campaigns and digital campaigns. We actually, by the way, our ads have some of the highest completion rates of all time. So you can tell how impactful an ad can be based on how many people are clicking out of it. And right now, less than 3% of people are clicking out of our ads. They're actually watching the whole thing from completion or at a 97% rate. So I think these issues are hot. I think Mikey Sherrill is vulnerable regardless of what the polls say, which, by the way, the polls in
we're going to work on that. I think we got a connection issue there with Terry, but I've been looking at these polls as well, and they've been tightening every single week. And when you get the better the poll that comes out, the better he does. The better, it's actually these low fidelity polls that have him not doing as well. But the high fidelity polls that are coming out, the high quality polls, he is neck and neck with her. You could even say T-neck and T-neck with her, because I was driving through there yesterday. If you're from Jersey, you'll get the joke. If not, you'll just be like, why is Poso doing this again? The issues up in that race are so clear. She is too far to the left for New Jersey. And and again, I'm telling you, those working class voters that I was with yesterday, the Irish, the Italians, the Polish, the Colombians that were coming out in droves, by the way, in North Jersey, the Colombians, yeah. They're not down with the wokeness. They're not down with this. And they're also not down with the fact that Mikey Sherrill, and look, by the way, look at her face right there. You could see it. That is the dour face of joylessness. That is not the joy. Mikey Sherrill is not feeling the joy. She is feeling the Kamala. That's the big Kamala face right there. What does that mean? That means she's been reading internal polls. She knows there's trouble. That's her at a rally, by the way. And she's trying to, you're on camera. You want to try to put on a happy face or something. No, she can't do it. Do we have Terry back, guys? Do we have Terry back there?
I'm here.
Oh, great, Terry. We reset you, but you were just kind of walking through that. You guys are doing fantastic work. 1 million big ones into the New Jersey race. That's a huge investment.
No, that's right. And we're spending every day making sure that voters in New Jersey know that Mikey Sherrill's a threat. She's a threat to their children. She's a threat to their rights as parents. She's so extreme. In 2021, Terry McAuliffe got in trouble for saying that he didn't think parents should be telling schools what to teach. Well, Mikey Sherrill's even more extreme than that. She voted against the Parental Bill of Rights, which was just a transparency bill. It just simply told parents what schools were teaching. She's against, not only does she not want parents telling schools what to teach, she doesn't even want parents to know what schools are teaching their children. She's a radical and she needs to go.
No, this is absolutely huge. She's just too far to the left. She's way too far to the left for for New Jersey. And and Terry, you're a great political strategist, and people maybe don't realize that about you because they mostly know you for your campaigns, your crusades against wokeism. But you're an excellent political strategist, and of course, you get that from your father, who taught you so much about it. Learning at his knee. New Jersey doesn't exactly track the way that Virginia does. And I was trying to explain this difference because the Virginia Democrats, that's more of a white-collar Democrat, but a New Jersey Democrat is more of a blue-collar Democrat. And those blue-collar Democrats are not on board with this radical wokeness. They're just not. And that's why those issues can play there. I'm not saying they don't play in Virginia, but that's why I'm saying that those issues can generate these types of crossover voters in a place like New Jersey, where honestly, and I've got to say it's the new adage that's going around, New Jersey might be the next Pennsylvania.
No, Jack, I think you're exactly right. And there is a big difference between the Democrats in New Jersey and the Democrats in Virginia. Now, to be clear, these trans issues are repulsive to voters in both states. But the reality is that the white-collar Democrats... Huh? No, exactly. But
Virginia's where we have Loudoun County.
Yes, and they still haven't corrected, right? And we need to take advantage of that. But these Democrats in Northern Virginia, they're the types that will call Child Protective Services on you if you don't trans your kid, right? Like that's how woke and disgusting. In Northern Virginia, they have the "hate has no home here" signs in every front lawn, right? In New Jersey, though, it's very common sense. It's working class. They want to make enough money to put food on the table so that they can send their kids to get the right apprenticeships and take care of them, and so that their kids can afford homes and houses for their families. It's a totally different class of voters, and I think New Jersey's primed for the taking.
No, I think that's exactly right. And when you look at the preponderance of this, when you look at where New Jersey's at, and I'm just going to say it, if you told me 10 years ago, 15 years ago that there'd be a grassroots movement to elect a Republican in New Jersey, I would have looked at you, I would be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's just not even anywhere near the cards. However, when you look into the actual polling, especially the 2024 election outcomes, every single county of New Jersey. This is even on Wikipedia, right? They'll scrub it after we talked about it today. But even on Wikipedia, what did it show? A county shift in every single county towards red. And it shifted red on a variety of issues, but trans and women's in men and girls sports, that's a huge one. And the other huge one, of course, is the effect of illegal alien crime, illegal alien violence. Because who doesn't want that? People in the suburbs, and specifically, if I could talk, suburban women. I need some more blackout coffee. The suburban women are just not down for this.
No, they're not. And the suburban women aren't with the Democrats' agenda on a lot of things. They don't want men in their daughters' showers. They don't want them in their locker rooms. They want to get back to normalcy. But most importantly, Jack, women in New Jersey and all across the country, they want to say in what their kids are learning in school, right? And they first and foremost need to know about what their kids are learning in school so that they can have an opinion on it. And Democrats like Mikey Sherrill and even Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, they don't think parents should have anything to do with their kids' education. They don't view parents as being the primary educators. They view them as being the people that just pay the bills. They want to raise your children. Why? Because they aren't having children of their own, right? They've been telling their kids, they've been told by their parents to have as few children as possible and get married only if you have to. These are different people. They don't come from the same background as us. Jack, you and I, we know normal people. We are normal people. We know that our families are our pride and joy. They're the only thing that really matters in this life. And these Democrats that are running for office, they think that families are a hurdle. They think that they're an obstacle to your true legacy, which is apparently becoming governor of New Jersey.
No, you're right, by the way, to draw them from kind of the same. They're cut from the same cloth. Spanberger and Sherrill. It's like Obama's just got some like recruiting seminar, and like they all walk in together. They kind of look alike. Like if you close your eyes a little bit, you might mistake one for the other. I'm gonna get in trouble for that one, folks. We'll be right back before we get canceled, unless we get canceled during the break. Jack Posobiec, we're on with Terry Schilling. He's got a huge announcement coming up next about age verification laws and the fight against online pornography. When we come back, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, on with my good friend. And by the way, someone who was a good friend of Charlie Kirk, and someone who Charlie Kirk was a massive supporter of, Terry Schilling and the American Principles Project. Terry, just I want to get into the age verification stuff, but just give me a minute and talk about how much Charlie put a significance and a priority on the work of APP.
Well, thanks so much, Jack. And you're right. He was a very good supporter of ours, and he was a very good friend. I went after he passed away. It was just my whole family. We were all distraught, and I was going back through our text messages because we had just been going back and forth about, we were debating about Mary, and it's interesting because when we were on the Lincoln Fellowship together at Claremont. And I remember at the time, this is 2021, when he got accepted and it was announced. But I remember finding out that he was accepted. And I remember being kind of like puzzled, right? Because Claremont is very much not libertarian. And Charlie at the time kind of had like this libertarian brand, although he was transitioning. And I remember going to Matthew Peterson at Claremont and saying like, hey, like, what's up with picking Charlie? Like, he's a libertarian. And Matt does this thing with his furrowed brow, and he goes, actually, Charlie's kind of gotten based. You might want to check him out. And so I went into that fellowship with him, like, totally open-minded, but skeptical because of all the hype around him. But I was blown away, Jack, by how powerful and how smart and how good he was. When I told him, you do the introductions section at Claremont, and I told the room that, I'm president of American Principles Project, and we're building the NRA for Families. He was like not paying attention. Then he heard NRA for Families, and his eyes like lit up, and he looked at me. And then afterwards, he beelined it to me and said, we have to do this for the family. It's the most important institution. And he said, this is exactly what the country needs. I want to help you whatever way I can. Jack, he gave me a free booth at AmFest that year. He had me on the main stage to talk about what we were doing at APP. He was constantly checking in with me to see how the movement was going, what we needed at APP. We would talk a lot of times about how to get to certain donors together. He was just an all-around, he never asked me for a dime. You know what I mean? And I think of like people like you, like Steve Bannon, like Charlie, who do all this work to help people, and you never ask people for a penny to do it. And so I'm just so grateful for Charlie and his legacy. I can't wait to see what Turning Point and Erica and you and all those guys do with Turning Point. I hope to be a major part of it, because I think it's clear that what happened to Charlie happened because of the difference, the huge difference that he was making for.
That's right. And guys, are we getting that? Oh wait, I think we still have Terry. But again, and it's no surprise to me, by the way, that there was a transgender issue involved in Charlie's murder. That the, again, quote unquote, alleged suspect was someone who was in a sexual relationship with a transgender, someone who was also, by the way, also someone who was viewing extreme online pornography, and at the age of 21 was perhaps more than likely had begun viewing extreme online pornography before the age of 18, possibly while as a minor. Wait, guys, do we have Terry? Do we lose Terry?
I think
Terry,
so.
you good? Okay, great. So Terry, talk to me a little bit about how your fight against online pornography, but specifically for online pornography use for minors is going, and is so important because, I mean, let's just say it. I don't think that Tyler Robinson started viewing extreme online, what's called furry porn, which included underage furries, or what's referred to in their lingo, which a term I had to find out, cub porn, as opposed to child porn. So cub porn was something that he was viewing. And, it doesn't start with extreme stuff, but it does unfortunately start many times when they're very, very young. Terry, talk to me a little bit about this and the fight that APP has been involved in.
Well, Jack, we're up to 24 states now that are protecting minors from online adult content. It's a big deal. And the latest bit of news came out when Arizona's law went into effect. Basically, Pornhub pulled out. And they said, we're not going to serve our material in this state because we're not going to comply with age verification. The thing is, Jack, age verification is ubiquitous online. The online gambling websites use it, very cost effective. The alcohol websites use it. The tobacco and nicotine websites use it. Even the marijuana dispensaries online use age verification. It doesn't cost much. But I think ultimately what this tells us, Jack, about the online porn industry is that they're actually not geared towards adults, that their entire business model is geared towards our children. And what they want, what they desire is that for children to see pornography before they ever kiss a girl, before they ever have that experience of making love for the first time. They want kids to watch porn, because the reality is that if you kiss a girl before you see porn, if you make love to a girl before you see porn, you're going to look at porn a lot different way. You're going to think of it as really weird and terrible and objectifying of women, right? So the whole model that online porn has is geared towards your children and geared towards young men, and they envision a world where every kid is watching porn nonstop, because that's how you get to be watching it as an adult.
Well, and this, online, pornography that as gets more and more extreme, and that's also part of the business model of these companies. That's why, by the way, when age verification laws get passed, Pornhub and it's so obvious they're targeting minors, because when the age verification laws get passed, they don't sit there and continue their business. No, they leave and they shut down in the entire state and go on. That's an obvious recognition and acknowledgement that they're showing this stuff to people who are very young. But unfortunately, we've seen this sliding scale where they start with, I don't want to say normal pornography, quote unquote, but I'm just going to say that it starts with, lower level stuff, and that it becomes more and more extreme as you go. And I'm just gonna say it. It seems to me that online pornography played a role in the extreme radicalization of Tyler Robinson before he went up on that roof and shot Charlie Kirk.
No, Jack, that's exactly right. The reality is that most young boys start off with porn just looking at naked women. Right, that's where they start, but it progresses, and what we know is that early pornography use almost always leads to erectile dysfunction, right? Any of your viewers, if you're in the 30-year age range, between 30 and 40, you're in your 20s, you might notice that you get ads for Hims and for Roe, which are erectile dysfunction medications. Why is that, right? Erectile dysfunction for almost all of human history has been an old man's disease. But the reality is that pornography causes that. And these erectile dysfunction companies like Hims and like Roe, they know that. And so they all have this vested interest. Jack, I think the thing that's terrible about the America that we find ourselves in is that the left has all of these industries that profit off of our dysfunction, that profit off of institutionalizing sin and chaos and disorder and the objectification of our fellow man. And then they use those profits to build more industries like the erectile dysfunction industry. And then they use that all to get more customers, to reach more children, to get more people hooked on porn. The reality is that the porn doesn't just impact our erectile dysfunction, it impacts all of sexuality. And I know that from talking to social workers who work with children who've been sexually abused, and they told me something harrowing, that around the late 1990s and 2000s, the social workers started noticing that children were being abused in much different ways that prior to online porn. And they can go more into details, but it's absolutely atrocious. Porn impacts every single aspect of our society.
Getting ideas from what they're seeing online. This is what we're up against, folks. This is what we're fighting against. And this played a role. I'm just going to say it. This played a role in the murder of our friend, Charlie Kirk. Terry Schilling, where can people go to follow you and get access to APP?
Just go to AmericanPrinciplesProject.org or follow me all across social media at Schilling1776, SCHILLING 1776.
Thank you so much, man. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. It makes veggies grow moldy, turns fruit into a slimy mess, and can even ruin dry goods too. With inflation on the rise, you throw food away. You need You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Look, food stored in a normal container doesn't last long. Just days later, it's already starting to turn. RoboSeal solves the problem by creating a vacuum seal. No air, no chance for spoiling. Even weeks later, it still looks and smells like the day you bought it. Here's how it works. Simply fill any mason jar, place the lid, attach RoboSeal, and just press the button. The secret is the powerful motor that quickly sucks out all the air, creating a sealed chamber where food stays fresh and no mold can grow. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, peaches, pears, and more. Preserve juicy jellies, jams, and marmalades. Store perfect pickles or your favorite olives. And prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. You can even use it with large mason jars and store cereal, cookies, and other dry goods. That's right, whether big or small, RoboSeal can seal them all. A century ago, every cellar was filled with cans and jars, but that took hours of toiling and boiling. This is the future. Now there's a robot for that. It's called RoboSeal, and it does all the hard work for you. Act now to get RoboSeal and start sealing and saving today. It's yours for the special introductory price of just $29.99, and it ships fast and free from right here in the USA. But wait, act now and you can get a second one for 50% off. Don't delay. Order yours today.
Call 1-800-788-1952. That's 1-800-788-1952. Or go online to buy RoboSeal. That's 1-800-788-1952. Or go to buyroboseal.com.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good.
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gray. It is Monday, the 20th of October in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us on Real America's Voice. We work hard and we appreciate it. Protesters all across the country turned out for the No Kings rallies over the weekend to protest President Trump and his administration, all while President Trump continues his efforts to make America safe again. I'll discuss that today. Also, President Trump and his administration seemingly have plans to overhaul the IRS to enable the pursuit of left-leaning groups for tax and financial code violations. A bit of good news this Monday afternoon. More on that as well. Then later, the Democrats continue to hold the federal government hostage as the shutdown nears its third complete week. Not only that, but it seems that they are unwilling to negotiate with their Republican counterparts at all. I'll give you all the details and updates today. But first, I want to circle back to the No Kings rallies held over the weekend a bit. While protesters riddled with Trump derangement syndrome attended the No Kings rallies across the United States over the weekend, the Trump administration continued its work for the American people, securing the border, bringing law and order back to our major cities and their streets, working toward peace on the world stage, overhauling a corrupted Internal Revenue Service, and a host of other things I'm sure we'll find out about in the days to come. And by the way, if they're working, I've told you this time and again, you couldn't be holding a No Kings rally, which I've been explaining since the first ridiculous No Kings rally back in June. These are the same people, by the way, who were fine with President Obama's IRS going after conservative groups, just fine with the government telling them to mask up or take an experimental shot or else. This woman nails it. Listen.
Millions of y'all protesting this Saturday? No Kings? Oh, please. Y'all acted like Fauci was Moses parting the 6 feet at Costco while you stood in line for toilet paper and your 4th booster shot, waiting for your next commandments from CNN. Wore the mask like a sacrament. You kneel for BLM. You obey every rainbow rule that the leftist regime throws your way. But now you've got a problem with authority? Let's be real, you don't hate kings. You want them in fishnets reading to toddlers. You're not anti-tyranny. You just want the right tyrants. The ones who bane your gas stove, censor your speech, and inject your kids with whatever Pfizer says is holy. Jay Jones texts about 2 bullets in the head. Kids dying, and you say nothing. Charlie Kirk is assassinated in broad daylight, and y'all throw a party. We used to be shadow banned, but now we're being shot. I'm not scared of your Etsy signs and your TikTok rage. I'm scared of a world where speaking truth gets you a bullet. And you clap like seals when they drag patriots off in body bags. Keep your little sign. I'll keep my Bible, my backbone, and a screenshot of every threat you pretended wasn't real.
And what is real? Well, the White House was asked about a comment on the rallies. They responded, who cares? According to MSNBC's correspondent and reposted by the White House account on X. That's how I feel, because I think there's something much bigger at play here. You can feel it. You can feel it in the air, can't you? Something's different, something's shifting in America. For nearly a decade, the left told us we were watching progress, but what we were really watching was a nation being torn apart at the seams by activist jackals and dragged around by the hounds of hell. We were told to see race in everything we saw, to divide ourselves by gender, color, pronouns, and class. They said morality was relative. Truth was subjective, and God, well, God, he was outdated and irrelevant. But after years of chaos, after riots, court reversals, and the total moral confusion of a society that's lost its anchor, something is happening. Something big. America is waking up, and it is profound. And I don't just mean politically, though. We're seeing that, too. I'm talking spiritually. Let's review the stats again. Here they are.
A Christian revival across the country. Bible sales increasing over 40% since 2022. Religion app downloads surging nearly 80%. That increase since 2019. And Christian music Spotify streams up 50% from 2019.
Remarkable numbers, aren't they? Deep down, people are realizing that woke didn't lead to enlightenment. It led to emptiness. The outrage, the activism, the guilt tripping, the rewriting of biology and history, it left people exhausted because you can only suppress the truth for so long before it fights its way back to the surface. And the truth? The biblical truth is coming back in full force. Churches are filling up again, not because it's trendy, but because people are desperate for something that is real. Real. The same generation that was spoon-fed moral relativism is now highlighting verses in their Bible app, posting scripture to their stories, asking the hard questions about what's true and what's right. The same culture that said, live your truth, is realizing there's only one truth. I think it's no coincidence that as we're seeing Bible sales skyrocket 42%, we're seeing transgenderism on the decline. In fact, it's falling faster than Joe Biden on a bicycle. The numbers show it. Fewer kids are identifying as trans or non-binary or whatever. The movement that swept through schools and social media like wildfire is burning out quickly. Why? Because when you take God out of the equation, you erase the foundation for identity. And people are waking up to that. They're tired of confusion. They're tired of lies. They want clarity and purpose and truth, not the version the media manipulates, but the one that's been written down and honored for over 2,000 years. You see, the left is losing control because they underestimated the human soul. They thought propaganda could replace conscience. They thought social engineering could overwrite natural law. It couldn't. When they lost control of the White House 9 years ago, they tried to destabilize society with chaos, with race wars, with fear campaigns. But truth is winning out now. People watch cities burn in the name of justice and realize it isn't justice, it's just destruction. The left wanted power, not peace, division, not unity, control, certainly not compassion. But there's a resistance rising, a generation saying enough, enough. We've tried it their way, and it failed. That's why Charlie Kirk was targeted, because he was instrumental in helping this next generation see truth and pursue the truth. Here's more.
And the thing about what Turning Point was doing, he was waking up young men and women to not only the truth, but basic, good, values, basically. And that, if the left loses, if the globalists lose the kids, and young, healthy people start to push back, their whole model falls apart. I think that's why he was targeted.
Charlie Kirk, not perfect, but he was a model for taking the truth outside the church and challenged progressive notions. He did it daily. Now it's taking root in classrooms, in boardrooms, in locker rooms, on college campuses, and pro sports, just about everywhere you look. People are speaking the name of Jesus in spaces that once banned it. They're quoting scripture where slogans used to be. They're praying before games and after, baptizing in lakes, standing up for truth, even when it costs them. They're bold. I've been questioned on the term revival and what that really means, and if people are really converting to Christianity and Christ, or if it's just a trendy thing to do. And here's my take. Exposure to the truth, exposure to the word is always a good thing, always. Are people actually committing their lives to God? I don't know. That's between them and God. But I do know that it's a good thing if the truth is reaching more and more people every day. Our society can only be bettered by it. The more people seeking God, the better. And here's my call to you. Be part of it. You see, God isn't looking for spectators. He's looking for soldiers Too many conservatives, too many Christians, for that matter, have spent years sitting on the sidelines, pontificating, pointing fingers, scrolling through headlines, ranting about how bad everything's gotten. But complaining doesn't change the world. Conviction does. Roger Stone puts it like only he can. Here he is.
Our problem are not the screwball leftist Marxist Democrats. Our problem, in a nutshell, are the gutless, feckless, weak-kneed, lily-livered, white wine swilling, country club belonging, establishment Republicans who have neither the guts nor the balls to fight for America.
White wine swilling. That might be my favorite line of the week, all right, already. Finding someone to blame is a lot easier than taking responsibility for what kind of an effect you can have. So let me ask you, what kind of world do you want to live in? Because the one we're heading toward will be shaped by the people who show up, who stand up, who speak up, and let their voices be heard loud and clear. I see people celebrating that woke is dead, but I wouldn't call it dead yet. And the next several years are going to be defined by who takes advantage of the momentum. To correct the path we've been on, we can't just curse the darkness anymore. We've got to be the light. We've got to be. We can't keep saying somebody should do something. You're right. You are that somebody. You are being called to action right now. If you're a teacher, bring truth to the classroom. If you're a parent, lead your family with faith, not fear. We need a generation of Americans who aren't afraid to stand up for what they believe in, for truth. If you're a student, stop apologizing for believing in absolute truth. And if you're a pastor, for heaven's sake, preach the gospel boldly. Preach the word without fear or favor. Not a watered-down version that fits the culture, but the word that shapes the culture. Politics follows the heart of a nation. Change the heart, and you change the culture, and you change the nation. Right now, we're watching the first sparks of a people rediscovering who they are. For years, they told us faith has no place in public life, that morality is oppressive, that truth is hate. But we've seen what that worldview produces: depression, division, destruction. Now we're seeing what happens when people run back to God, hope, healing, and strength. So this is not the time to shrink back. It's time to rise, to speak truth in love without apology, to live with conviction, not confusion, to build, not just critique. I like the way an American radio hero, legend, broadcaster Paul Harvey put it decades ago. He described the basic American creed. Here it is.
How come, after thousands of years of experiment, our new nation has come so far so fast? All this in less than 200 years. What is the secret of our success? Well, I think it had to do with a basic American's creed. Perhaps it never passed the pioneer's lips in this form, but if it had, I think he would have said something like this: I believe in my God, in my country, and in myself. I know that sounds like a trite, too simple thing to say, and yet it's a rare man today who will dare to stand up and say, I believe in my God and my country and in myself, and in that order. Well, sir, when that early pioneer turned his eyes toward the West, he didn't demand that somebody else look after him. He didn't demand a free education. He didn't demand a guaranteed rocking chair at eventide. He didn't demand that somebody else take care of him if he got ill or got old. There was an old-fashioned philosophy in those days that a man was supposed to provide for his own and for his own future. He didn't demand a maximum amount of money for a minimum amount of work. Nor did he expect pay for no work at all. Come to think of it, he didn't demand anything.
My God, my country, and myself. It's going to take work to live in the kind of world we want, to give our children and grandchildren a lot of work and a lot of faith. We are seeing progress, but if we want to preserve it, we need to continue the work. And so my question to you today is simply this: who's with me? Who's with me? Coming up after the break, President Trump continues to make America safe again despite the No Kings rallies held over the weekend, from cracking down on crime to combating countries who produce methamphetamines and deadly drugs. More details coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show.
As I discussed already over the weekend, protesters across the country turned out for the No Kings rallies, protesting President Trump and his administration's efforts to make America safe again, prosperous again, great again. It's safe to say that many of these people don't know what they're really protesting. Making America better and safer for all citizens, including those protesting the Trump administration's efforts. President Trump has been cracking down on crime in cities across the country, and most of them are run by Democrats, and their policies, D.C., Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans, and San Francisco, which is next on the list, by the way, for the National Guard, so we're told. The Trump administration has also made the southern border the safest it's ever been in my lifetime, not to mention deporting illegal aliens who have ties to the cartels and gangs in South and Central America. Speaking of South America, President Trump has doubled down on his criticism of Colombia's far-left president, Gustavo Petro, and his unwillingness to combat the drug production issue in his country. Trump stated that he will stop all payments, everything, to Colombia because of the country's massive production of cocaine and other illegal drugs. Here with me to discuss all of this is a former congressman, executive director of the American Constitutional Rights Union, Lieutenant Colonel Allen West. Colonel, nice to have you today.
Oh, it was a pleasure to be with you, Steve. Great monologue.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Do you ever fish? You ever go fishing?
Not in a while. Back when I was a little kid, I did a lot.
Yeah, but when you went fishing, you went out on a fishing boat, even a commercial boat, you go out, you put your nets on. I say this because the people on the left are saying that when they're vaporizing these drug running boats, oh, those are fishing boats. I have never seen a fishing boat in my life that had 4 matching outboards across the back, was worth $1 million, and had a top speed of 100 miles an hour. That doesn't look like any fishing boat I've ever seen, Colonel. I think we're doing the right thing. Your thoughts?
No, you're absolutely right. These are not fishing boats. A fishing boat normally will go out and it'll stop somewhere and it'll stay there for a while. These are high-speed boats, the cigarette boats. We used to call them down in South Florida. But without a doubt, we have come to a point where the left is aligning itself with lawlessness. They don't care about protecting the American people. Anything that President Trump does to protect the American people is considered wrong. And as a matter of fact, you go back, over 250,000 Americans lost their lives because of a chemical warfare attack, which is what fentanyl is, and that emanated out of these countries such as Venezuela and was aided and abetted by the Mexican drug cartels. So why would we not want to see the preservation of life for Americans?
Well, exactly right. Look, and if Colombia doesn't want to play ball, so it is. If Maduro doesn't want to play ball, so it is. It's going to get a lot harder to find people to drive these fancy race boats, these speed boats, these cigarette boats. That's what they used to use them for. Now they're running other contraband. Look, if you don't want to drive the boat, I understand it, because the chance of your survival is getting reduced every single day, isn't it?
No, you're absolutely right. And I think a lot of people need to understand that there was a thing out there still on the books called the Monroe Doctrine by President James Monroe that talked about any type of dangerous incursions that affect the safety and security of the United States of America in this hemisphere. We have the right to go after and to eradicate and eliminate that threat. And obviously, that's exactly what you see happening. And for the left to say that, you need to go through us for this approval, I don't remember the left saying anything about Mr. Trigger Happy Obama when he was lighting people up left and right with drone attacks.
26,000 bombs he dropped in the last year of his presidency on 7 different countries, and he killed American citizens. Yeah. I don't remember the left complaining about that. Of course, I've also seen the left say in tapes I've been looking at in the archive, you should never shut the government down for a political reason. And yet, here we are, day 20, whatever it is now, Colonel. There's a lot of people talking out both sides of their mouth. I think that's fair to say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the hypocrisy is completely delusional. And when you think about what is the reason behind shutting down the government, and the House of Representatives did their job. And of course, the left, when you turn over to some of their news outlets, continue to talk about the Republicans being in charge. But this is being held up by Senate Democrats. We cannot get to the 60 vote threshold so we can get the government back open and do the business of the American people. And what are they shutting down the government over? They want to provide taxpayer funded health care benefits to people that are here illegally. They want to go back to funding NPR, and they basically, the Budget Reconciliation Act that passed, they want to gut it. And so they want to increase spending once again, not for the American people, but all about their ideological agenda.
I've been looking at the numbers here. It seems that the Democrats are on the wrong side of the polling. I'm not sure how long they're going to hang on to this. I think there have been 10 votes. Last time I checked, there have been 10 votes where the Democrats voted not to reopen the government. Politically speaking, look, you've been in politics for a long time. At some point, it sours to the point where they say, hey, we can't do this anymore. And they say, well, let's get back to the work of the government. When is that going to be? Any feeling at all?
I think within this week, early next week. They could not do it before this big, insidious No Kings rally where they all came out and acted like they were a part of this far-left Marxist, socialist, communist, Islamo-fascist coalition that's been building within their party. So I think that they're going to soon see that the tide is turning against them. And without a doubt, their mainstream media complicit acolytes are not going to be able to save them from the scrutiny that they're under.
Yeah, I agree with that. Colonel, I always appreciate you being here. A lot to talk about every week on the program because the news cycle just never rests. Colonel Allen West, we'll talk soon.
God bless. God be with you. Thank you, Steve.
God bless you, my friend. All right, after the break, President Trump and his administration seemingly have plans to overhaul the Internal Revenue Service to enable the pursuit of left-leaning groups for potential tax and financial violations. Well, we'll have a lot more on that coming up on America's Voice Live on a Monday.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Well, acting IRS Commissioner Scott Bessent, yeah, he does that too, is using the illegality doctrine to target organizations, including the Soros Open Society Foundations, that promote political violence and could revoke their tax-exempt status. President Trump posted on Truth Social that the Soros family should face RICO charges. That's what they go after, organized crime with. George and Alex Soros have denounced the Justice Department's investigation into left-leaning organizations, calling it an attempt to silence critics. Gee. So it's a page from your playbook. The IRS Criminal Investigation Division has more than 2,000 agents at its disposal, capable of investigating tax and financial code violations, and trust me, they're doing it. Here to discuss it all, Chuck Flint, CEO of the Alliance for IRS Accountability. Chuck, thank you for being in. Nice to see you again. So, the Soros team, you look at Act Blue, you look at the Soros organizations, and there are many. I mean, there's a reason he's banned from his own home country. People don't trust him. They think that he's an agitator and a troublemaker and not good for the future. So is it worth investigating? Is it a legitimate investigation?
Steve, I would say two things. The first is that the nonprofit system in this country has been systematically exploited in order to push subversive behavior. And by that, I mean, just look in the last several months, for example. You've seen targeting of ICE officers in LA, in Chicago, in Portland. And we've seen them physically attacked in the streets. That's illegal. I mean, you cannot put your hands on a law enforcement officer. The second thing that I would submit is that the quickest way to go ahead and dismantle this organizational web, which Piers Soros may be at the top of, is to simply strip these organizations that are facilitating political violence of their tax-exempt status.
Yeah, so they went after it. Look, this began with Barack Obama, right? He went after conservatives. Lois Lerner, remember her? She blocked conservative organizations from getting tax-exempt status. This is a card straight out of Barack Obama's playbook, and yet those on the left are screaming foul. I'm sorry, really? Talk about not telling the truth. What do you make of it?
Well, Steve, once again, I've got two things to say about that. First, we would welcome a conversation about political targeting with any member of Congress. We would have plenty to go over. We know of targeting that's going on right now. There's a pass-through audit team that's targeting conservatives that was put together by President Biden. And then just secondly, as I said, this has been a systemic problem with these nonprofits. And I think in a way that society has become numb to it because we've seen so much of this violence in the streets that we know is not organic. These pallets of cinder blocks just appear out of nowhere. You see people throwing them at officers, dropping them off bridges. They're dressed in tactical gear. This all takes a lot of money, and we know that there's an organizational element to it.
Yeah, of course it's organized. And there's a lot of money. I've always been stunned by the amount of money that flows on the left-wing side of the ledger. Because those in the left wing, it's their religion, it's their theology. They just keep pushing money out there. They don't care. Those on the right are like, what's my return on investment? If I do this and that, how much do I get back? You got to stop thinking that way if you want to save the country. Those on the right side of the ledger that have the financial wherewithal should be fighting back with all they've got, because otherwise the people on the left with all that money will end up getting the upper hand. That's what I think. We have to use all the tools in the tool chest to fight back to save this country every single day. Where am I wrong?
I think you're absolutely right. We do have to use all the tools at our disposal. And it's about time that we take a look at nonprofits that, as I said, that are exploiting a system in order to push subversive behavior, because that's exactly what it is. When you are attacking law enforcement, and not just physically, but also verbally, when you're talking about abolish ICE, defund the police, all of that has an effect, and it empowers people to go ahead and do things and get in the streets that, we just don't stand for as a country. This is a law and order country, and that's what it is, and it's always going to be that way. We need to return that.
So when it's all said and done, what would you like to see the outcome be with George Soros and Alex Soros and the Open Society Foundation, all of those things? What do you think, from what you know, and obviously we don't have all the facts here and it's not a court case, but what do you think the proper outcome may well be?
I'd like to see them get the same scrutiny that Tea Party groups got, for one.
Amen.
Anybody that compares it to the Tea Party targeting that was going on, that was much different. Those organizations, Steve, were not even allowed to incorporate. They never even existed, most of them, because they were just denied tax-exempt status to begin with. So what would I like to see as an outcome? I'd like to just go wherever the evidence takes people. And, if the evidence takes the administration or whoever is going to be conducting this investigation in a particular direction, then that's where you go. I say that as a former prosecutor, but to your point, take no options off the table and use every tool in the tool belt, because we simply can't tolerate this type of activity in the streets of America.
Right. Chuck, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom here with us today. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you. All right. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear their doctors here on this program every week. Their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to tell you just how to use those medications in time of emergency. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue, weight loss, and so much more. Can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more productive, happy life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order at twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You'll save 10%. After the break, I'll discuss the ongoing government shutdown, which is in its third week, and why Democrats are so opposed to talking about it with their Republican counterparts. We'll have more on ABL.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Yes, the government remains shut down with no sign of reopening anytime soon because nobody's talking about it. Too busy doing no kings protests and so forth. The main point of contention has to do with the failing Obama-era tax credits. Obamacare is a failure. Democrats, like Chuck Schumer, firmly argue that in order to get things moving, these credits should remain in place, right? Republicans, most notably Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, has stated that the proposed continued resolution is a straightforward way to keep going, clean, leaving one to wonder why the Democrats show such insistence on not getting through with negotiations. Here with me to discuss this is the legislative director at the Conservative Partnership Institute, Phil Raboli. Phil, nice to have you back. Look, it was a clean resolution. Everybody knows the Democrats voted for these 13 times, as did the Republicans, during the Biden administration. They did it again in March of this year. And I can go back to the vault and pull out tape after tape of Tim Kaine and Chuck Schumer and 100 others saying we should never shut the government down and punish people over politics. And yet that's exactly what the Democrats are doing. And furthermore, if I'm understanding this correctly, the Republicans have already offered the idea of extending the tax credits to the end of next year. So what's the problem?
Well, I think one of the problems is, and thank you very much for having me on, I think right now the Democrat caucus in the Senate is sort of rudderless at the moment. You remember that this sort of started off with the question of the ACA tax credits, and then it extended to rehiring these bureaucrats that were furloughed and fired by the administration. And now they've got their energy behind this past weekend's No Kings protest. I think their biggest problem right now, and this goes to your point about the negotiations, they really don't know what they want here, because some members of the Senate in particular, this is all about the Senate, they're focused about their left flank and not getting a primary. And then other members of the Senate and the Democratic caucus are worried about them representing a more purple state and trying to focus on that side of their flank. And so they don't really know what they want. They don't really know what their asks are, which is why they're sort of lurching from day to day. And so a couple of weeks ago when Senator Schumer said every day is getting better for us, not only was that a foolish thing to say, but it was just absolute cope, because it is not in any way.
It's not getting better for them. It's not getting better for the American people either. Look, Obamacare is doing exactly what we said it would do, fail. It was never about affordability. It was never about care. The Affordable Care Act was about one thing. It was an insurance scheme that could not work because it was a Ponzi scheme destined to fail and putting us on a track to single-payer health care so that more people would be beholden to the government and therefore Democrats could buy votes. That's what it was about, folks. Whether you like it or not, it was about buying votes in the future. And here we are, Democrats trying to use those premiums and say, hey, vote for us or those awful Republicans will take your health care away. Wow. I had a crystal ball 10 years ago or 12, didn't I?
You know, I wish I could take credit for this. Somebody said today that the place we are now with Obamacare is merely step 2 as we go to step 3, which is single payer healthcare. And I think that is absolutely the right way to be looking at this. It is intentional. The failure of Obamacare is absolutely intentional. But really what I think, and this goes to the first question you had when I got on, is all of this is really about extending the COVID era tax credits. That's what this big fight is about. These were never intended to be permanent. These were only supposed to be temporary. And one of these sort of rhetorical sleights of hand that the Democrat caucus in the Senate is playing is that if we do not extend these tax credits, then suddenly health care will go away for millions of people. That is absolutely not true. These plans are still going to be heavily subsidized by the federal government with massive wealth transfers from our Treasury into the bank accounts of these healthcare firms. By not extending the healthcare tax credits.
Yeah, how naive does one have to be to believe, oh, no, there's no illegal aliens getting into this benefit? No, that never happens. That's illegal. How naive does one have to be to believe that people that are not entitled to these benefits and 100 more across the federal government are not taking advantage of the system every single day?
Well, I think you only have to look at the language that Democrats have proposed for extending these ACA tax credits, number one. Number two, every time one of them has been asked, why do you want illegal, do you want single payer health care? They'll always say things like, I want everybody in this country to have health care. And then when they're asked to discern between illegals and American citizens, they'll just reiterate the line, I want everybody to have health care. That's what this is about. So as I said before, this is step 2 out of step 3 to get universal health care for everybody in the country, legal or illegal.
Yeah. Single payer system, which will be bankrupt just as fast as every other, wide-eyed socialist program that cannot possibly be funded by our tax dollars because we're $37 trillion in debt. But hey, nobody seems too concerned about it on the left. Phil, thank you for being here as always. We'll talk again.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a short break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
We've been spending some time in the No Kings rallies. By the way, let me give you some numbers here so you understand this. The numbers were overestimated. Exaggerated would be a word. They claim 7 million, but when you run the numbers and you do density per square meter and so forth, use Boston as an example. They claimed 125,000, but using density per square meter is more like 80,000, way overstated. By the way, 80,000 in Boston, where the Patriots got 1.5 million in 2002 and 2004 for their football team, right? Think about that. So they got less than 10% of what people turned out for a football team for this big No Kings rally. It seems some participants didn't get the memo in D.C. as a collection of differing protests, such as anti-ICE demonstrations, could be seen on the streets. Anti-ICE, that's right. What's more is that this demonstration was supposed to be the biggest with a turnout that would see participants from every county in D.C. That, however, didn't seem to be the case either. Join me to discuss the host of the What's Right show, Sam Mirojovsky, who was there at the No Kings rally with his hat on and his protest signs and everything. He was right up front.
Exactly. Yeah, that was me in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I was in D.C.
I saw you. Yeah. So what really went on?
Well,
I mean, here's the thing. Look, I think it was overstated by about twice. The ACLU, we had 7 million people. No, you didn't. You had about 3.5 million, maybe. I mean, here in Lansing, Michigan, not too far from where I am, the headline screamed thousands turn out for rally. And then the news anchors go, a few hundred people turned out. See, that by itself is just a lie, right? The headline was a lie just on the local paper or website. What did you make of it?
Well, I'm telling you, I was there, and it's frustrating to watch all this stuff on Twitter and everywhere circle around where you see pictures that are obviously either fake or taken from other events showing people on the National Mall crowding the National Mall. It did not happen. I'm just telling you, it was there for the entire event. So I think they are exaggerating it. I'm also just, I was mentioning this to you earlier, I am struck by the Democratic Party seems to have devolved into the party that is against Trump. Like, that's all they've got. The only way, and the people that did come out, I mean, they're, some of it I'm sure was organic, but they're there because they despise Trump. And every single sign that they have is something to do with Trump being a horrible, odious person. But what do they stand for? Like, what's the Democratic Party platform here? Trump can get people to rallies because people support Trump and they support making America great again. I don't think, the Democrats have anybody really exciting their side. And so to me, it just seems like a completely failed political strategy. It seems ludicrous.
I would say that you're exactly right. And it is a failed political strategy. But they continue to tell themselves, oh, it's the biggest rally. I mean, I saw these posts on social media, same as you did. And look, they got to do something. Morale is in the ditch. They're about to elect a blatant communist who hates America as the mayor of New York City, which is a bad thing, by the way. New York City is the crown jewel. It's the capital of the world, some would say. And here we are allowing this to happen. It seems like blatant insanity to me. Your thoughts?
My parents fled communism in 1968, Czechoslovakia, upon the Russian invasion. They lived, the first 20 years under Stalin and subsequent Russian dictators. I mean, we understand, our family gets communism, and there are many, many Americans that do. But apparently, there's a good 30% to 40% of this country who would usher it in. And the fact that now the Democrats aren't even hiding it and they're calling themselves democratic socialists and they're doubling down, and you're seeing the fervor is actually on the extreme left of the Democratic Party. You know, I believe, right? I believe it's going to get conquered ultimately. Mamdani's going to win in New York, and hopefully it discredits, you know, the movement once we see how that shakes out. But, you know, I'm with you too. I see a lot of conservatives out there saying, oh, let's let the New Yorkers, you know, get what they get. You know, they deserve it. I don't want to cede 1 square inch of this country to communists, to socialists,
I
or
agree.
any other
And
radicals.
look, I strongly disagree with what you just said as well. You can't make America great again and let the cities fall into complete disrepair, disarray, with hopelessness and no future. In order for America to thrive, the cities have to be part of the equation. That's the way it is. You don't have to like it because Democrats have screwed some of these cities up for 100 years, literally 100 years. We have a lot of work to do. I mean, the last mayor in Detroit, by the way, the last Republican mayor left in 1962. When he left, think about this. Detroit was the wealthiest city in America per capita, 1962. Things have not gone that well since, Sam. I'm here to tell you. Democrat rule does not take you to utopia or paradise. It takes you to third world status too often in too many sections of these cities that are dangerous, very dangerous. We need to do better. We cannot leave the cities behind. I agree with you on that. I'll give you the last word.
Well, you're seeing great American cities in a death spiral, and it's tough to recover from that. So I think to everybody that says, you know, I'll give New York a taste of Mamdani and see, you know, they'll come to their senses, not so fast. I think we're in the midst of the beginnings of a communist revolution in this country, and it's an extreme thing to say. And so I think, you know, we can stop it, but we have to stop it. We have to get real and understand that there are people in our midst that really do want this stuff and want to change fundamentally what this country is.
Yeah, it started with a guy who said, I'm going to fundamentally change America. He took over the presidency in 2009, and it's been a problem ever since. I believe it's still a persistent problem today. Sam, thank you for being here, as always.
Steve, always a pleasure to be with you. Thanks.
Let me put a little sparkle into your day. Buy gold and get free silver. Buy gold, get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchase from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of the year. And Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving the custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A-plus rating of the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are listeners right here, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 9898 for a free information kit and claim your eligibility for free silver like this one right here. Free silver by purchasing toward the end of the month. That's one of them right there. That's Birch Gold Silver Round right there. Based on today's prices, that's worth about $52.50. Nice. Again, America to 989898. Do it today. Get some silver and some gold. All right, after the break. What makes America wonderful? We'll talk about that and the answers to America's Voice question of the day. What are your thoughts on the No Kings rallies that were held over the weekend? I can only imagine.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's.
All right, what makes America wonderful? I do it every day here just for you. I want to put a smile on your face, my friends. Look, we got a lot of serious things to talk about, but I want you to leave with something that makes you realize how wonderful America is. Today's story comes to us from Dorchester, New Hampshire, where a man and his dog found a missing 2-year-old girl, 2 years old. She'd been reported missing. New Hampshire Fish and Game and State Police had received a call about a missing toddler who had been gone from her house for more than 45 minutes, and the only lead they had was the gate at the front yard was left open. Immediately after, all hands on deck as the state police and 100 members of the community quickly descended. They got together to find the little girl, but it was Jeremy Corson and his canine partner, Freya, her sharp nose, who found the little girl unharmed. Coming together to ensure the safety of your neighbor always makes for a nice story, and the combined efforts of the Dorchester community and Freya's sharp scent remind us of what makes America wonderful. You know, dogs doing what they do best is always a wonderful thing. All right, here's your question of the day. What are your thoughts on the No Kings rallies held over the weekend? All Fashions Jewelry. No Kings rallies are brainwashed participants by mainstream media, and many are paid. The Shoe Gal writes, it was a joke. We laughed at them. Looked like they emptied out the retirement homes. They lied and said 7 million when it was more like 200,000 to 400,000. Like everything the Democrats do, it was just another cheesy fake protest. Cheesy. John Hogan writes, watched many interviews of people who were there and had no idea what they were protesting. So the sheeple had nothing better to do. I saw the same thing. All these people, what are you here to protest? Well, Trump's done this and that. Really? Give me an example. I don't want to do an interview. Okay, I can see why. Mason Wood, just a big show that meant nothing. Arrest Antifa writes, a bunch of geriatric paid protesters wasted time. And Penny Fraley has this. These people need to seek mental help. Can't argue with that. Look, if you want to be a participant in the question of the day, real easy. Follow me on all the social media platforms. X, Getter, Truth, Facebook, you know, all of them. And you can be up here and be a big star and tell your friends, hey, I was on with Gruber. You know what's bigger than that? Being on with Bowling, you know, but he's a lot more picky than I am. He's a big deal, you know. Bowling is here with me. Bowling, how are you?
Good, Steve. I'm really, really well. Fun weekend. You know, there's a lot. Big game tonight. Tampa Bay coming into your Detroit Kitty Cats. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Tampa Bay is a tough football team. Well,
they got a good quarterback.
I'm going to bet on the Lions, but
well, you're going to have to give me 6 then. I'll take Tampa. How's this? I'll take Tampa Bay. You get the Lions.
What?
You got to give me national line is 6.
Up.
National line is 6, and loser buys dinner next time we're together somewhere. Deal?
All right, deal.
Deal. There we go.
I'll take the Lions plus 6. 6
Yeah,
and a,
okay.
5.5?
No, it's 6, and you're giving me 6 is what it is. I'm Tampa Bay going into it. Florida going into
I got it.
Michigan. See how that works?
I got it. Yeah, I got it. I got Tampa plus. I got it. Yeah, Lions got to win by 6 or better. I'm not a big gambler, but I'm with you. I'll do it. It's dinner. All
It's
right.
a dinner.
It's a
Yeah,
deal.
it's a fair bet. It's a bet. So yeah, I'm loving the taking out these narco terrorists that Marco Rubio is, and he said, look, we're very, very positive that these are narco terrorists before we hit them. And it is working. It's now you have the Colombian president saying, hey, we're not those people. The world's taking notice.
You're in West Palm, and I keep seeing the Democrats, these are fishing boats. I've not seen a fishing boat yet, Bowling, that has 4 matched outboards across the back that's about 70 feet long. It's worth a $1.5-2 million rigs. I mean, these are that are going 100 miles an hour across the open ocean. These are not fishing boats.
Oh yeah, no.
Come on now.
Those are the ones that can outrun the Coast Guard. They're not fishing boats.
Yeah.
Can't outrun the drones though. You can't outrun the federal drones. Those are the ones they should be looking up at the sky. You put a question in their mind. You want to get in that boat, you might get blown up. You got drugs on the boat, you might get blown up. It's a good strategy.
Who wants that? Who wants that job?
No, thank you.
Nobody.
All right, we'll be watching that first game tonight. We're going to watch Baker Mayfield.
All right.
All right, folks, Monday, 4 p.m., take a look at these markets. They're rocking. If you're a home team fan, check it out. Dow up 500 points today. That's up 70. NASDAQ up 300 across the board. Gold up. Wow. Take a look at that gold.
Thank you.
You see that number? That gold, $174, almost $175 higher per ounce. Every single little ounce up $175. VIX down is good. Oil down is even better. Crypto markets, you had a big bounce early today in Bitcoin. Bitcoin up to almost 111,000. That's a nice move up in Bitcoin across the board. Well, Ethereum backed off a touch. I don't know why. Bitcoin is the only one that really survived that one. Again, Bitcoin's a good $20,000 off the all-time high. All right, but meanwhile, the others, NASDAQ and the stock market, those look like they may be headed for all-time highs again. And again, the Trump economy, also important. Oil prices, $57 a barrel. That is spectacular. All right, folks, always happy to have the acting chief executive officer at the United States Agency for Global Media, our friend Kari Lake, back on the show. Kari, welcome back. We start with these No Kings protests that happened over the weekend. President Trump spoke on it from Air Force One, saying George Soros paid for it. Check it out.
Twice. Okay. I won it very big the last time, and I won it big the first time, and I won it big the second time, but we had criminals that didn't allow. I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay?
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Mr. President, besides San Francisco...
By the way, I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great. That's all it is. I'm not a king at all.
I think he nailed it right there. A king wouldn't work his butt off the way Donald Trump is. Your thoughts on the No Kings protest? Are they dying down? Are they going to have more of these nonsense rallies over the country?
Well, I'm just speaking on my personal capacity, and I agree with President Trump. He does work his butt off every day for the good of this country. We've seen things turn around, places where people were struggling when it came to the economy, when it came to the invasion at our border. We've seen all of this turn around really quickly because he is working hard. So he is not a king. He is just an incredible president, probably the best in our country's history. But I did actually see some of the protests because I'm living here in Washington, D.C., and I had to walk down near the mall and had to kind of walk through some of it. And it was There was nothing cool about it. It was, I agree, I think this is kind of the last generation, a lot of older people, the boomers. It's the last generation of people who actually, I think, still believe what the TV tells them. They still believe, in the news and the New York Times and 60 Minutes and all of that. They have been brainwashed so badly over the years, and they just haven't kind of woken up from that. But then I also think there's an element, and you mentioned it, and so did President Trump, where there's the rent-a-mob, the rent-a-rioter, the rent-a-protester that comes with it, and that's through some of these NGOs and other potentially Soros-funded outlets out there. You could see the organization when I was walking by. There was a tent where they were signing people up to get involved in other events and other things. So I think there could be other events like it, but it was very underwhelming compared to what we've seen in the past. Extremely underwhelming. A lot of weird people there, a lot of strange things that we saw. We saw one woman just walking nude through the crowd. I think it was a woman. I couldn't really tell. And just bizarre behavior by a lot of people.
It's amazing that the typical protester is like, I would say, middle-aged white person. They're protesting Antifa and almost like they're supporting, I don't know, minorities and whatnot. And it seems to be very, very liberal white Americans who are doing it. There is a website. There was a young, like a video journalist who went to a bunch of these and was asking people, who they work for. And a lot of them literally had no idea. They were hired by, there's a name of a group, Go Blue or Code Blue or something like that, who are paying the bills for organized protesters. And there's nothing inside, Carrie. They're not protesting beliefs, things that they believe in. They're being paid to do this. It just has to at least sometime fizzle out unless there's an ample pool of money.
But can you even imagine, Eric? I mean, I have more respect for myself. I'm not ruled by the almighty dollar, and there's better ways to make a living than to go protest something you don't even know what you're protesting. And they give vapid answers. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're protesting. It's like, have a little self-respect. Mm-hmm. There's other ways to make a buck than going to a protest that you don't believe and you don't know anything about. But, the brainwashing has been pretty hardcore for the past many decades, and it's really ramped up over the past 10 years. Anti-Trump rhetoric that has been just vile. I saw somebody with a sign saying that the President Trump was Satan and the Antichrist. I mean, when you're pushing that kind of absolute negativity and lies, that really can incite violence. And we've seen it coming primarily from the left, and they have not calmed down or cooled down at all in their rhetoric.
You're hitting on something. First of all, the vile nature of the posters that the F-bomb is all over those posters. F-bomb Trump, F-bomb ICE, and whatnot, all over. Young kids see this stuff. But it's kind of fascinating to me to watch fascism, and they call themselves anti-fascism, Antifa, anti-fascism, and they're using fascist tactics. If you say something, you speak words. In America, you're protected by the First Amendment, but if you're speaking words that they don't agree with, now they kill you. Charlie Kirk tried to assassinate Trump twice, maybe a third time. They found something near the Palm Beach airport here. So they'll kill you for your word. That is fascism defined.
Oh, truly. I mean, it's always opposite day when you get the radicals on the far left. I think many times it hinges on communism, what we're seeing in this country. And, in the last administration, we did see elements of that where the government was getting involved, pressuring companies to take away our rights. The government knew that they couldn't take away our rights, so they would put pressure on social media companies, et cetera, to take away our First Amendment rights. And we saw this when it came to banking and many other issues as well. So it's always opposite day. Whatever they're saying, you can just they're either projecting or you can just go the opposite way as what they really mean.
Take a look at this. Trump advisor Alex Bruskowitz posted a picture of Trump dressed as a king. Alex states on this post on Instagram, it has 10.5 million views and over 6 million views on Facebook. He goes on to say the Democrats posted 14 No Kings videos on Instagram, which collectively didn't reach 2 million views. Seems like a sign that liberal Democrats are losing favor with America. I know this one just tweaks their ear. It just flicks their ear so badly. Trump as king is obviously AI generated.
And that's a really good point that Alex made. I mean, Alex is brilliant. That's a great point. And that just goes to show, and I think President Trump kind of touched on it, this movement that they say they have is minuscule. The polling is not accurate. The people are with the America First agenda, the Make America Great Again agenda. Take the politics out. Democrat, Republican, Independent, I don't care. Are you for our country improving, getting set back on the right track, heading in the right direction, a strong economy, safe borders, safe streets, the ability to find jobs and not have to compete with people here illegally, having people, deported who have come in illegally? Are you for that? And the vast majority of Americans are. That's why we're seeing those kind of numbers, people sharing that versus, 14 different messages that went out for the No Kings people, and they got less than 2 million views. That says a lot about where the country really, really is. Yep. They are firmly with President Trump because he is firmly for our country.
Yeah, there's also this, we saw this, I believe it was Saturday, Sunday, that the FBI had located, they're investigating a hunting stand that was set up with a direct line of sight to Air Force One when Trump lands in Palm Beach. What do you think of that?
Oh, man, I saw that and the blood just drained out of it went cold. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's like these people will stop at nothing. Now, I know the FBI is investigating. We don't know what is really going on with that, but we need to protect the president at all costs. I don't know if something needs to happen with the stairs that come off of Air Force One, if they need to have bulletproof glass or protection put around it. I'm very concerned because of the level of violence that we've seen from this vicious anti-Trump push that has been pushed on people who are deranged. And I'm very concerned that we make sure that we're protecting our president. It's vitally important. And I hope that the Secret Service, I'm sure they are on top of it. I know that Sean, who is the head of the Secret Service, takes this job very seriously. But the world is counting on us keeping President Trump safe. And there's a lot of sick, deranged, awful, evil people out there.
Indeed. Carrie, last time you were here, you said you were having a bit of a hard time getting rid of some of the let's call it flouts of the dead weight at Voice of America and others that you oversee. For some reason, a judge stopped you from firing these people who we believe you have a constitutional right to do that. Tell us where that stands.
Well, obviously, we're in a shutdown right now. That's why I'm just appearing today as Citizen Lake. But, a lot of the government has been shut down because the Democrats refuse to open it up. And, so a lot of things are just kind of stalled in place right now, even when it comes to a court happenings in court. We've got 6 cases. Everything's just kind of stuck and stalled right now. And it's unfortunate how these district court judges think that they were the duly elected president and are trying to take away the ability of the duly elected president in a massive landslide mandate to do his job and to take away his Article 2 powers. So we'll see where it goes when the government opens up, what happens. But we're working hard, and we every day keep the American taxpayer at the front of our mind, and we're fighting for the American taxpayer.
All right. Well, Carrie Lake, we appreciate you, and we appreciate you doing that and keeping an eye out for the American people. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric.
All righty, folks, you've heard me talk about Old Glory Bank, started by my friends John Rich, Secretary Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and other conservative voices. Old Glory Bank is America's premier online banking platform and serves customers in all 50 states. Their customer service is in Durant, Oklahoma, not offshore. They have everything you need, including free accounts, free overdraft protection, early direct deposit home loans, VA loans, and business loans. Your money is your business. You can trust Old Glory Bank. I do. I'm a customer. Get this. I opened an account. It took me 5 minutes to open an account. You can open an account in minutes at oldglorybank.com/Rav. oldglorybank.com/Rav. Join the right side of banking. I joined those folks. They are wonderful. Okay, folks, so we doing this? Do we have the edge? We have a minute for the edge? Very quick. Yeah, okay. Well, the edge, by the way, growing 70 times faster than the average of all new YouTube shows. Why? because of you folks. You're the reason. The Edge is where men aren't apologetic about being men. And as for masculinity, oh, we are masculine. I'll say we are. All masculinity is welcome, toxic or not. No snowflakes are allowed, just pure grit and perseverance. By the way, this week on The Edge, 2 arenas, 1 code. A fighter who lives for the hit, Tristan Ham. Check this guy out. Just labeling, tattooing guys. Well, he's up and coming, and by the way, undefeated heavyweight boxing champion. He'll be on. And a builder of men, a guy who turns pain into purpose, and a hugely growing business. 2 men forged by pressure, both proving what it means to live on the edge. Special week this week, 2 new episodes drop Thursday and Sunday, only on YouTube. Search Eric Bolling The Edge on YouTube, or do that right now. Just open the phone, hit it right at that QR code, open it and hit it in that little yellow line there, press it, and you will subscribe. It will never be charged for anything, just helping you know when new episodes are dropping. New shorts come in all the time. I want to thank you for your support, for your viewership, and I would love to thank you for your subscription as well. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's.
Alrighty, folks, there it is. The East Room of the White House, just off to the side of the actual White House attached to it. We're waiting for President Trump. He's going to talk a little bit about this, a little bit of that. I believe it's some LSU baseball, if I'm not mistaken. But we will get to it. Again, the man loves our hour. We love to share it with the president as well. All right, folks, take a look at this.
Back in the 555 challenge, it was bone on bone and one knee to the point of needing a knee replacement and also high blood pressure. Those are my 2 big whys. Lost 30 pounds of fat. I'm 59 years old, and I just want to let you know now, back to martial arts 3 times a week, back in a gym with a personal trainer 3 times a week.
And what happened with your high blood pressure?
Back to normal. I didn't want to be 70 and not being able to get off the couch. Didn't want to be that guy.
It's nice to be able to get your life back to the extent that you're doing things you love again.
Well, look at that. Another look at another happy, energized health client, and he's not alone. A lot of people are dealing with complex issues, high blood pressure, joint pain, weight gain, brain fog, and they're treating each one separately. But is that the right way to take care of yourself? Here to give us some insight is the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee. So some of these symptoms are pretty severe. They have a common root?
Well, they really do. They really do, Eric. About 99%. Now, by the way, according to the Mayo Clinic, 99% of all illness and disease is tied to one thing, which is inflammation. Mm-hmm. But then what is the root cause of inflammation? The root cause of inflammation, super simple. It's cellular dehydration. And that's the beautiful thing. That's why, 28 years ago when I did all this research and cut through all of it, looked at all the scientific peer studies, I realized all of the root cause of 99% of illness was tied to one thing, which was cellular dehydration. And I made this my mission in life, is how do you hydrate a human cell? And it's not just by drinking water, but there's a scientific process to actually transform a cell where it goes from being hard as a glass marble to porous like a sponge. And we love to walk people through this. And, one of my favorite quotes of all time, Albert Einstein said, if you cannot explain it to a second grader where they can understand it, you don't understand it. And so we love to make things simple so that everyone, if they were in second grade, they could understand how do you scientifically get healthy at the cellular level. And this is our mission in life, is to help everyone to be their real self, have their best health from the inside out.
And one of the things I know that you do, I think is important, is everyone isn't the same. So you take the individual and you work them. They have different levels and whatnot, and you make sure you're catering to their individual needs, right?
Well, I so appreciate you bringing that up, because we are all a fingerprint, right? No one has your genetic blueprint that you have. God made us all so unique and special. And so one of the things that we recommend that people do is, listen, get an assessment of what is my cellular health. So this can now be measured with a simple bioimpedance device, which we can FedEx to your house, by the way, for $99. Guys, for $99, we will FedEx to your house a bioimpedance device and do a health consultation with you for $99. Come on. It's cheaper than a doctor's visit, but GPS, you got to know your location where you're starting so you can get to your destination. And it's the same way with health. And to my knowledge, there's not one doctor in America that measures what is your cellular health level, what we call your cellular health index, nor do they measure what is my intracellular hydration. We've been measuring this for 28 years. And guys, you could come and join us at our My 555 challenge as well. So, and by the way, we only do about a half a dozen of these a year, but we're doing one starting today. So if you go register for that today, you can spend about an hour a day with Chelsea and I. We'll break this science down for you, make it super simple. But we'll also, as part of this, we'll FedEx you. Just sign up for the VIP. It's $99. And for $99, you can get your full health assessment, meet with Chelsea and I for a whole week, and this could be the last program you ever do.
It's really fascinating. It's fascinating how, again, you want to be healthier, just get your inflammation down. And if this is it, then by all means. John Jubilee, really good to have you, my friend. Energized Health. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric.
All righty, folks. Our next guest is our own RAV border correspondent, Oscar El Blue Ramirez, who's bringing us the very latest on the Mexican cartels. Welcome, Oscar. And I will preface this with, we have President Trump, who's going to enter the East Room momentarily. So please, what's the very, very latest, Oscar?
Well, for the first time in history, Eric, last week there was a drone attack right here in the part of Tijuana, in the Fiscal General of the State's office. It is just historic. It has never been done before. It's one of the things that Kash Patel on his and also ultimately Mr. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, when he visited Mexico, that was one of his main concerns: the technology of the cartels, how they have advanced, and how the Mexican government was willing to control this. And then this happens. An attack was done on the Fiscal General of the State. One of the cartels attacked outside of the premises. Clearly, it was it is a security threat. 2 helicopters were flying on the border on the U.S. side immediately as this attack was happening.
Oscar, I really want to get into this a little bit more. We have President Trump, we are making way for right now, the President of the United States, folks.
As you know, we won it by, 36 points or some ridiculous numbers like that. And so when I was asked to do this, I said, this is my honor. Please sit down. We'll have a little fun, okay? Thank you all very much. Great group of people. This place is crowded. You got a lot of fans. Who do you think is going to make it into the major leagues? Raise your hand if you feel good. I guarantee a lot of them, when you hear about their records and their conquests. I want to just begin by saying that we're joined today, two collegiate championship baseball teams from the great state of Louisiana, two teams that were absolutely the top. Both of these teams brought incredible pride and grit and glory to their schools, for the state, and today they're bringing that same Louisiana spirit to a place called the White House. Has anyone heard of it, huh? You know, we're building right behind us, we're building a ballroom. They've wanted a ballroom for 150 years, and I'm giving that honor to this wonderful place. I think we should do it. This was the ballroom, and this room holds 88 people, and the new one will hold 999 people, which is a difference. I say 999 because I didn't want to crack 1,000. I didn't want people to get concerned because that's getting big, but we're going to have we'll have the most beautiful ballroom in the country. It's going up, and for those that are interested, we got to get back to baseball. But you see the gold drapes? That's a knockout panel. We knock it in. You go. That comes out, and then you have essentially glass and exactly in the decor of the White House. I didn't know I'd be standing here right now because right on the other side, you have a lot of construction going on, which you might hear periodically. But that's a knockout panel, and that goes right into the ballroom. And the ballroom's going to be beautiful. So you'll have drinks, cocktails, everything on this floor. And then they'll say, welcome to dinner. You walk into the ballroom, Mr. Senators, and you're going to see a ballroom the likes of which I don't think it'll be topped. It'll be the finest. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I just started. And it just started today, so that's good luck. We want the same luck that they had and the same talent. But I'm thrilled to welcome the 2025 NCAA College World Series champions. That's pretty good. The Louisiana State University Tigers. So where are you guys? Great. And, of course, we have the 2025 NAIA Baseball National Champions, the LSU Shreveport Pilots. So those two teams, you'll hear about them in a second. And I want to thank the Tigers head coach, Jay Johnson, who I just met. These are great coaches who led the team to its second championship win in just 3 years, and also is the LSU Shreveport head coach, Brad Neffendorf, who is the College Baseball Foundation's 2025 Coach of the Year. Not bad. I think we should bring them into government. They don't need the baseball. We can bring them into government. We could definitely use them. We're also honored to be joined by the incredible duo from Louisiana, Speaker Mike Johnson. As you know, Mike is phenomenal. The job he's doing is phenomenal. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a very brave man, Hey, Steve. Hi, Steve. Two great guys. You know, Steve is very brave, though. He was badly hurt, and they put him at second base. Did you ever hear of Bobby Richardson? He had great depth. He had great range. He could go all over. He was with the Yankees for many years, and I don't know, he came from around your area, I think, Bobby Richardson, a second baseman for the Yankees for many years. So he was known for unbelievable. He'd feel balls at shortstop when they were hit. He was great. And when Steve was so badly injured, you know about that. Nobody ever really suffered like that. We thought he was a goner. Actually, I went to the hospital that night, but he came back, and a few months later, he's standing at second base, and he was having a hard time moving. I wouldn't say he had Bobby Richardson's range. Do you agree with that? And he was having a little bit of a hard time. He was coming at it. It was really a very bad experience for him. So he's standing in the stadium over here, the Washington Stadium, and a ball is smashed to him. The first pitch of the game, he's at second base, and he wasn't looking to be a hero. And he dropped to his knees, and he stopped it, and that was a hard hit. This happened from God. The first pitch of the game, it's ripped. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Governor. The ball is ripped to him, hard ground ball. He falls to his knees, he blocks it, he grabs it, he throws it to first. They got him out. Nobody could believe it. Nobody could believe it. And they immediately took him out of the game because there was going to be no way, right? There was no way you were going to top it. It could only go down from there, right, Steve? And I said, this is amazing, but it was really something. We're also pleased to be joined by two wonderful people, senators, your senators, Bill Cassidy and John Kennedy. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it very much. Very, very much. A lot of good political people in that state. It's been known for politics. I think I would say politics, baseball, and football, a little bit of football too, right? Representative Julia Letlow. Julia? Hi, Julia. How are you? Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, who we had a lot of luck with, right? You won that campaign. It was beautiful. And his wife, Sharon. Thank you very much. Hi, Sharon. Nice to see you, Sharon. And all of the other Louisiana fans and politicians. You have so many political leaders. I want to just thank you all for being here. It's a great tribute to this team, to these two great teams. Very rare that you have two teams in one room. You might have them, but they're not from the same state. What is it with baseball? What is that, Coach? What do you figure that is? Just has it, right? Pretty good. I tell you, it's pretty amazing. Two amazing seasons, two incredible teams to celebrate. So let's start with the Tigers, okay? Throughout their 2025 season, the LSU Tigers delivered some of the most electrifying moments in the history of college baseball and ended with a phenomenal record of 53 wins and just 15 losses. That's pretty good. I'd like to have that in the major leagues. You finished the year with an 8-game win streak and a 2-game series sweep against Coastal Carolina in the College World Series Finals to take the title. That's the 8th national baseball title in LSU history. That's amazing, actually. That's really great. Now, LSU's pitching staff was the best in the conference, leading the nation with 760 strikeouts. Cade Anderson was ranked college baseball's #1 player on the mound. I would like to represent him. I'm leaving the White House immediately. Oh, the money. Oh, somebody's going to make some. Where's Cade? Where is Cade? Where are you, Cade? Come here, Cade. Boy, oh boy, would I like to be doing that, huh? 180 strikeouts, that's a lot. That's almost a record. In Game 1 of the championships, he pitched a complete game shutout, preventing Coastal Carolina from scoring, even though they had one of the best offensive teams in all of baseball. Even a single run they couldn't get, so it's no wonder he was named the College World Series Most Outstanding Player. Cade, thank you very much, Cade, and it's great to have you at the White House. We like winners at the White House, Cade. To advance to the regional championship, LSU faced Dallas Baptist, supposed to be a great team, an outfielder. Chris Stanfield was, they say, unstoppable. He built an early game momentum with a second-inning home run, contributed multiple RBIs, and brought in an additional run with a sacrifice ground out at the end of the game. And you ended up winning the game, so I think your last sacrifice didn't matter too much because they won the game 12-0. That's not too bad. Where are you? Where are you? Well, look at this guy, huh? Good a player? Is he good? Pretty good, huh? Oh, that's a good team. So to advance to the regional championship, LSU, and if you look at it, LSU has turned out to be named one of the best teams over the last 10 years, according to the experts, of which there are many, but most of them can't play very well, right? Back in Baton Rouge, you had a tense Game 1 on the Super Regional West against West Virginia with a full court in a fifth inning, a full count. In the fifth inning, the bases were loaded, and sophomore shortstop Stephen Milam launched the ball deep over right center field, securing a grand slam and adding 4 runs to the numbers already up substantially. West Virginia began to mount a comeback in the 6th, but Josh Pearson smashed another grand slam over the wall, carrying the Tigers to victory. So, Josh, where are you? And where, let's see, Milam, where is Milam? Guys have very strong hands, I'm noticing, you know. They're ripping me. They're ripping my hand up. These are strong people. You don't hit those home runs without strong, beautiful hands. You agree with that, Mr. Speaker? How was your baseball? Okay, not bad. Not quite as good. First baseman Jared Jones had one of the most iconic outings of the season during the June 14th, my birthday, College World Series. Thank you very much. Thank you. Flag Day. That was Flag Day. You know that, right? Against the Arkansas Razorbacks. After knocking a home run out of the park earlier in the game, Jared walked up to the plate in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs, and the score was tied, and they looked like he could be in trouble. And a runner was in second with a 2-1 count. He hit a line drive up the middle, giving the Tigers enough time to rack up a 6th run, sending them straight to the finals, and the rest is history. You know what happened. 10 players of this elite squad are now headed to even greater glory in the Major League Baseball. I think you're going to do all right. I would like to represent every single one. No, I mean, the team must be incredible. Cade Anderson was drafted by the Seattle Mariners, so I think, aren't they playing a big game tonight or something like that? Are you going to be watching that? Okay, I think so. You better be watching. I'm so busy I don't get to watch baseball too much. I did watch the other night, however. I turned on, and there happened to be a Japanese player who was not bad. He was one of the best pitchers I've ever seen, one of the best hitters I've ever seen, and that all makes for a nice contract. He's pretty good, right? Pretty amazing when you think. They say one of the best games ever played because you had pitching and hitting at this with the same guy. Pretty exciting. Chase Shores was drafted by the Los Angeles Angels. Where's Chase? Where's Chase? Good. Wow, nice big tall guy. Very good. Good. Anthony Ianson and Jacob Myers were drafted by the Boston Red Sox. Boy, you have good. Where is Anthony? Is Anthony here? Anthony right here? Good luck, huh? Good team. Good team. And Ethan Frey was drafted by the Houston Astros. Another good team. They win a lot, right? Where is he? Where is that guy, huh? Good luck, huh? You feel confident? Good. Daniel Dickerson were drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers. Where's Daniel? Congratulations. Good luck, huh? Good. Jared Jones was drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Jared, congratulations. Yeah. And Cade Woods, who's not present, who wanted to be here so badly, had a problem, was drafted by the Atlanta Braves. That's fantastic. I mean, that's a lot of talent. By the way, we have somebody here who was drafted in another sport, number 1 at everything. He was never drafted number 2 or 3. The great Herschel Walker is here, I understand. Where's Herschel? Where's Herschel? Come here, come here, come here. Come here, Herschel. I'm not sure that LSU loves this guy, but they do respect him. There's nobody like, come here. You want to say a couple of words about baseball players? Go ahead.
Hello, man. How you doing?
I saw him sitting out there. I said, come on, Herschel.
You know, I absolutely love this president, but I didn't ask him to put me on the spot. But anyway, I just want to tell the players, continue to have that determination that you had in baseball carried throughout your life. Because things may get tough, but remember, you can always get up no matter whatever happens, gets up, and continue to fight, fight, fight. All right?
So Connor, thanks, Herschel. What a player he was, huh? Oh, boy. Couldn't stop him. He'd go around you, but if he couldn't go around you, he'd go right through you. And he'd carry 4 guys on his back for as much as nobody better. I think maybe the best in history in college, and he had a great career in the NFL, too, and he's a great person. And now he's going to be the ambassador. Come on, name the country, Herschel. He's going to be in the tough job. That's a tough job, right? We'd like to have that job a little bit. We're leaving tonight. Connor Ware was drafted by the New York Mets. Connor, where are you, Connor? Boy, that's a hell of a team. And Luis Hernandez will be joining the Minnesota Twins organization. So I just want to congratulate Luis. Where are you, Luis? Congratulations. I've never seen a team with so many people being drafted into the major leagues. It cannot be a bad team. In fact, I think your record should have been better. That's a hell of a record. So we also have a second amazing team with a big win to celebrate today, the LSU Shreveport Pilots. This year, the Pilots became the first and only college baseball team in history to go a full season totally undefeated. You have... That's not bad. Well, I want these two teams to play. You want to do it? I'll do it. We'll get the stadium. I'll pay for it. What the hell? But you had an astounding record of 59 wins and no losses. What the hell is with that? It's in baseball, normally you have like a little bad luck. You lose a game or two. That's pretty good. What do you have to say that he did a good job? Pretty darn good. He did a good job. Congratulations. You two great coaches, two great people, too. You also became the first team in the history of LSU Shreveport to bring home a national title. Head coach Brad Neffendorf deserves a special recognition. The Pilots have been in every NAIA national tournament over the past 2 decades. That's pretty amazing, but they never brought home the title until Brad came along. And so Coach of the Year and all of that stuff, these two coaches are unbelievable, the top of the line. And I'll be honest, I watch Major League Baseball and other sports, and they keep hiring the same coaches over and over again, right? They get fired, then they hire them again. I'd hire these two guys, but I don't want to take them away from your school, so I'm only kidding. Just pretend. I'll end up, you'll all leave, say, that was terrible. They'll both be hired. I'll tell you what, they do a great job, too. During the Red River Athletic Conference Awards, 14 members of the Pilots team received all conference team honors, and 6 players were selected Gold Glove team for excellent defense. I can imagine Isaac Rodey was named Conference Pitcher of the Year for a crushing league with, think of this, a 12-0 record and 114 strikeouts. How about that? 12-0 is not bad. And Kobe Reeves, a left-handed pitcher, was honored as the conference's newcomer of the year. So where are you two guys? Whoops, you're over here, right? That's a fantastic thing. This team fought hard all the way through the last game of the season, the NAIA National Championship against Southeastern University, which supposedly is a great opponent, and your, frankly, opponents quickly took the lead in the first 2 innings, but you refused to fold or quit or do the thing that we're used to seeing a lot of people do in Washington. They quit. They fold. We don't fold, do we, huh? We don't fold. Jose Saloren, who is supposed to be a terrific prospect for the future, drove in 2, and Anthony Swenda scored on a wild pitch in the next inning. The game was tied. Where's Anthony? Is he here? Anthony, good going. Come here, Anthony. Get on here. Southeastern pulled ahead again, but the Pilots answered in a thunderous fashion. Home runs by Jackson Searing and Ian Montz, and they say they're tremendous prospects also. And clutch RBIs from Ryan Davenport and Austin Gome turned the tide very quickly. By the 8th inning, the Pilots were in full command, adding 3 more runs before slamming the door shut. When it was over, the scoreboard read 13-7, and the Pilots were national champions. Wow, that's great, fellas. So together, how about the record of these two teams together? You know, you put them together, you win. I think you win the World Series, period. A lot of you are going to be in Major League Baseball. We'll be watching you for a long time to come, and it's amazing. Great athletes, great-looking, young, wonderful people. Together, these teams made history and won Louisiana's unparalleled glory on the college baseball diamond, dominating not one but 2 leagues in a single year. Think of that. You dominated each league. You dominated. It's pretty unheard of. But there is something about your state. You're really special state. And when you look at the kind of love here, you get a lot of the parents here that are so proud of what they have produced. Some of them are thinking about dollar signs. They're saying, others are just saying, how handsome is my son, right? But regardless, I just think it's amazing. It's a great tribute to the state. And I want to introduce now, to say a few words, another winner. He's taken over a situation where we had a majority of 2. Nobody knows what a majority of 2. We actually had a couple of moments where we were a majority of 1 person. And I said, you know, and it was terrible that I said this, but I said it. I said, Speaker, we're 1 heart attack away from losing the majority, right? And the Speaker said, please, I don't want to think about that. But we hung in, right, Steve? We hung in, and we got everything we wanted, the great, big, beautiful deal, the biggest ever produced. Think of it, with a majority of, I guess at that time we were like a majority of 4. And I had to make calls at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock. You don't want to do this, fellas. Just keep playing baseball. It's more fun. I got a call from the Speaker, sir, we have 7 hard no's. And I'd say, that's not good. This was at 3 in the morning. We needed the vote by early in the morning. And I had to call people at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I'd say, Jim, he'd say, you have my vote, sir. No, I thought he was a hard no. He just wanted me to call him. Then I'd call another one. Hi, Jack. It's 3:14 in the morning. Hi, Jack. Sir, you have my vote. Oh. So the hard no's turned out not to be that hard, John. They were just wanted me to call them, you know. They couldn't just raise their hand like they're supposed to. They wanted me to call. And we ended up winning, and it's the single biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress, because we ultimately got the Senate too. And what we don't want to say is that it's actually so full of things. I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest deductions ever taken, job-producing deductions, $50 billion to rural hospitals. We took care of Medicaid, Medicare, we took care of everything. And we did something that people didn't know. We didn't know where we'd stand in a year or 2 years from now. So we put every single thing that we wanted in that bill for 4 years. So we don't need any more votes. All we want to do is have a vote of continuation. And it's the first time in history that a group has not voted for continuation. So they have what's called a Trump derangement problem. Have you heard about that problem? Because that's the only reason this could be possible. But I think we're doing very well. I think they're going to have no choice but to go along, because the country is setting records in every way, and people want it to continue that way. So we're hoping the Democrats become much less deranged, and that we will get the vote pretty soon. And I hear they're starting to feel that way, too. They're starting to feel like they really have to do what's right for the country, and they will. But I want to just introduce Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He's fantastic. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. We wanted to thank you for being such a gracious host and having us out to recognize this excellence, and it really is. Louisiana's punching way above our weight limit, and this is the pride of the state right now. These guys behind me, they worked so hard, and they did it with class, Mr. President. They had grit and determination and integrity, and it's so good to see that pay off. And Louisiana is, as you said, a special state, filled with great people, great fan base. The parents are part of that. You have the Board of Supervisors and the board over the LSU system. And we recognize South and North Louisiana delivering these great titles, great championships, and it's really been something. And we want to thank you for your tremendous record and all you're doing right now. I mean, this president has not only reduced taxes, as we said, we've cut fraud, waste, and abuse out of government. He solved the border crisis. He's solving the crime crisis. Oh, that's right. He's also resolving wars around the world. But he still takes time. That's right. He still takes time to recognize the leaders of the next generation, and that means so much to all of us. I know it does. I have a personal connection to both schools, sir. You know, I'm a double alum from LSU and Baton Rouge, undergrad and law school. My daughter's the same. She's sitting here with me, Hannah. But I grew up in the shadow of LSUS, literally just south of the campus. We lived in a little neighborhood there, and I used to go play baseball in the field over there at the school. So this really runs deep for all of us, and it means so much to us. It means so much to us that you're here to help celebrate. And I get the honor of introducing the first of the two coaches to speak, and both of these men are extraordinary. Their records speak for themselves. The way they've led these young guys, the way that they've shown them the way. I love the demeanor of both of these gentlemen and how they do it. They're extraordinary coaches, and they could coach in the majors. You're right, but we hope they stay where they are for just a little while longer. But I'm going to recognize the first one here, and there's a lot of reasons why Coach Jay Johnson is recognized as one of the greatest coaches. Because he does so well. He has all-star recruiting classes because he's able to go out and do that so well. He has elite pitching development. He's had an incredible record of postseason success, as you all know. And as was noted, he's brought home not one but 2 titles in 3 years to LSU, which is a historic legacy that we have. I was there in the 90s when we were winning these things, and it's great to be doing it again. The 7th and 8th national titles now delivered by one of our favorite people, and we're delighted. I'm delighted to welcome him up to say a few words, if you will. Coach Jay Johnson, thank you so much.
Mr. President, thank you for having us in your home. I think the main thing I take away from you is work ethic, something we preach, and nobody works harder for America than you. So thank you for setting a good example. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, thank you so much for getting us here. It's an honor. It's an honor of a lifetime to be in the house of the greatest country in the world, and these guys had to do it on the field to make that happen, but we're here because of your efforts, and to have Louisiana so well represented by you two is outstanding. We are the college baseball capital of the world for 2025. Well represented in Washington as well. Governor Landry, here we're coming to your house tomorrow night, and we're really fired up about that. So thank you for having us. It's awesome. About 34 games into the year last year, I just started telling these guys I could coach this team forever. And I could do it because they embodied our mission, and our mission for the season last year was tough and together. To have the mental toughness to, no matter the circumstances, keep your head, execute your job at the highest level. They were the best in the country at that. And then the togetherness. You heard about all the draft picks. All these guys have their entire lives and world in front of them, but they made it about winning. They made it about LSU, and they made it about the team. And there's the honor of my lifetime to coach this national championship team and to be the coach at LSU. So I want to thank my team on this national stage, because not only were they the national champions, they're the best baseball team in America last year. So thank you guys. So I thought we did well, but this man did pretty well at 59-0. So I'm going to turn it over to him. Coach Neffendorf, great job. And it's an honor to share the stage with you and your championship team as well.
First off, I want to speak on behalf of our university administration and our athletic department for such a wonderful day, and our coaching staff and our players for which we are recognizing here today. We're extremely honored to be here, excited, and I know our guys have been jacked up about it, not only just for the recognition, but you guys are recognizing the way where they get to be together one more time, and that says that for both teams up here, and no better way to do that. I could sit up here and talk to you about our team all day long. What I can't talk to, and it gets tough at times to answer, is how we didn't lose a game. The only thing that I can sit up here and talk to you about is what they did to put themselves in position to, at the end of the year, have not lost a game and won a national title. There was one word with these guys, and it was investment. They were invested in absolutely everything that not only that we asked them to do, but most importantly, they were invested in each other. We always talk every year when we get these guys and we get together in the fall, because the roster can turn over and things can reset, about how quick can we become a team. And there's rosters out there that don't become teams. And this group went from a roster to a team so incredibly quick, it made the lives of us coaching staff just that much easier. We just did what we could to get the heck out of the way and let them go. I've never seen a group with the word investment, turn over to a word called impact. With that investment, they impacted so many people from the university to the city, and I can truthfully sit up here and tell you they impacted myself and our coaching staff more than anybody else. Just like Jay, I want to thank our guys for what they did. I can't thank them enough. Just the impact that they had on everybody around them was truly unbelievable, and I can speak to that's why they put themselves in position to play for a national title. The one thing that I'm going to, Jay said it and others have said, this isn't about just one program note today. Obviously, LSU, if you think about baseball in the state of Louisiana, and I have for years, you think about LSU. Very historic program, built out a lot of success. And what they've been able to do twice in the last 3 years. You can take what Jay said and you can add on a lot, I'm sure, what I've said about the word investment and impact and whatnot. To be able to win 2 in the last 3 years in Division I baseball in the landscape that we have right now is incredible to me. But I can also say, when you added what LSU Shreveport has now done, my point with this whole thing, and it goes back to what Jay said as well, baseball in college baseball right now is in the state of Louisiana. I don't think there's any better place for what's going on and how it's going on. So that's how I'll end with what I've got today. I want to personally thank President Trump, Speaker Johnson, everybody involved. We can't thank you enough for having us here. It's one of the greatest things that these guys are ever going to be able to be a part of. And with that said, we have some gifts that we would like to present over.
We are back. LS Mad Dog, can you get on the horn? Get on the voice of God for a second.
Yes, sir.
Well, I couldn't figure, why were there two? Help me out here. I was watching this whole thing where there's two teams, LSU baseball college, right? And then LS Shreveport. Both colleges won their own division World Series. Is that what I'm supposed to?
There's some winners.
There's some winners. They are winning college baseball, aren't they? Hey, can we do this Edge thing? Let's do the Edge thing, Mad Dog. Let's do it. We got a minute here before we hand it over to. But folks, listen to me. The Edge growing 70 times faster than the average of all new YouTube shows. Why? Because of you. Because of you. The Edge is where men aren't apologetic about being men. And as for masculinity, we are masculine on the Edge. All masculinity, welcome, toxic or not. No snowflakes allowed, just pure grit and perseverance. This week on the Edge, by the way, 2 arenas, 1 code. A fighter who lives for the hit. Watch this guy, Tristan Ham, a knockout artist, up-and-coming boxer. And by the way, undefeated heavyweight boxing champion as he is right now. And another one, a guy, a builder of men, a guy who turns pain into purpose and a hugely growing business. 2 men forged by pressure, both proving what it means to live on the edge. A special week this week. 2 new episodes drop Thursday and Sunday only on YouTube. Again, search Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube, or click subscribe to that one right there. Just hit your phone. You take your phone or youtube.com/@EricBolling on YouTube, The Edge. Do it now. I appreciate you so much. Everything you do. Thank you for your support, for your viewership, and your subscription. Mad Dog, that was The Edge. I think some of those ball players today could have been featured on the Edge. And those coaches, you go 35-0. That's the way you do it. It was Trump from the East Room, folks. We'll be up with you again tomorrow. We're going to work on this, this thing where we put a great show together for you. The guys work really hard. We always want to make room for the president, obviously, but we love bringing the show to you as well. Have a great evening. Have a great night. Warren is coming up next. We're going to put together another big show for you tomorrow. And we don't find out what the president's schedule is till late tonight. So.
Breaking news out of Portland, the Ninth Circuit, breaking news about Portland, I should say. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has overturned Judge Immergut's order blocking the federalization of the National Guard, which means President Trump can deploy the National Guard into Portland, Oregon. That is a big, big, big deal.
It is a big deal, and I want to just correct one thing and then explain why functionally it is the same. This is a stay of Judge Immergut's opinion, and that's why it reached the Ninth Circuit as soon as it did, because this is an emergency motion to essentially pause her order. But as a functional matter, you are absolutely correct. It has the function of overturning her order and thereby allowing the president to send the National Guard back onto the streets of Portland. And Katie, I want to read, if I can, just from a little bit of the beginning of this 93-page opinion. It says, after considering the record, and by the record they mean all the factual evidence at this preliminary stage, we conclude that it is likely that the president lawfully exercised his statutory authority under 10 U.S.C. section 12406. That's the statute we've been referring to as Title 10 when we have conversations about the National Guard deployments, which authorizes the federalization of the National Guard when the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. And this is the important part. The evidence the president relied on reflects, quote, a colorable assessment of the facts and law within a range of honest judgment. We thus conclude that defendants are likely to succeed on the merits of their appeal. Basically saying that when and if a court considers all of the record in this matter is tried and it gets back to an appellate court through an ordinary process where they have full briefing and full evidence, that they still think Donald Trump is likely to prevail there because he has the discretion to determine as the president within a range of honest judgment when it is reasonable to deploy the Guard.
So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we work together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while. In about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths that you won't know what to do with them. They'll be worth about $2. But in the meantime, we're working with Australia and other countries. They're working with us too, but other countries also on that. But we're really working on anything having to do with military protection, military ships, vehicles, guns, ammunition, everything, the whole thing. We've been long-time allies, and I would say there's never been anybody better. We fought wars together. We never had any doubts, and it's a great honor to have you as my friend. It's a great honor to have you in the United States of America.
We're seeing a peaceful opposition against Trump, the likes that our country hasn't seen in a long time, and it's infuriating him. He's threatening to potentially deploy the National Guard into San Francisco, which is why things like No Kings are so important, because this isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And getting people on the ground gets people connected with those community networks, which gives them the ability to resist against Trump's regime every single day. And more importantly, it gives people the courage to stand up. There was a poll that went out that 4 of 5 U.S. troops understand their duty to disobey illegal orders. Using the military to crush peaceful dissent, using the National Guard to crush peaceful dissent is illegal. It's fascist. It's what Trump wants to do. It's what he already did in LA, and it's what he's trying to do in Chicago and Portland and Memphis and in DC, and what he's going to try to do in San Francisco. And things like No Kings give both elected officials and potentially pillars of this regime, people like the military, people like civil service employees, the courage to stand up, to risk their own jobs and livelihoods because they know that we, the people, are backing them, and that together we can stop this regime before it harms and destroys our entire country.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Monday, 20 October, year of our Lord, 2025, another historic day. By the way, if the last speaker, if he's saying that No Kings is going to give backup to pillars of the regime to work against President Trump, the military, or what? No Kings was an epic fail. Now they're breaking it down to a couple of 100,000 people showed up in New York and Chicago and places like that where you can have any kind of protest and get a couple 100,000 to show up. It's no 7 million. That's a joke. No, everybody knows that. And it's just a bunch of old white, a bunch of old white liberals, teachers, college professors, other irrelevant people wandering around. If that's what you're counting on, George Soros' money not well spent. You're taking it in a barrel out into the front yard and just burned it. Well, I don't think that's going to give anybody any. Oh, I feel so. No Kings was so massive. I think I can go and countermand the commander-in-chief's orders. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be. I don't think you see a lot of that. If that's what you're hoping for, epic fail. Also, the courts, go to Portland. And you heard these are the same people that said, this is going to be backed up by the appellate court, this is going to be backed up all the way to the Supreme Court, and now they're running around for all the reasons that, really, they're just trying to get through this. And no, President Trump's got full power. You heard this one before? Article 2 power. In fact, can we pull, I think I got it too. It's up on Getter. Maria Bartiromo yesterday. President Trump used my best phrase, the best phrase ever. He goes, "Hey, Maria, you do know that I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the United States government." Ba-boom. Ba-boom. Do you got that one? Mm-hmm. We can? Can you go and play that? Yeah. Man, what a way to start this. Production team, Production team back, and they're rocking. Let's go ahead and hear the president from Maria Bartiromo.
I'm the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States. You know that, right? A lot of people say, oh, he's the president. He should know. I'm the Chief Law Enforcement. I'm allowed to be involved in it, but I haven't chosen to.
Boom. Tonight, Rachel Maddow, German Monday Night. Suck on that, girl. Yo, that's his Article 2 power, and he's using his Article 2 power. And the appellate court just backed him up. San Francisco, Portland, let's roll. Let's stop the invasion and repel the invaders, and let's lock up in a federal prison anybody tries to get in your way, including people out there trying to dox ICE officers or the military or any of it. It's time to stop playing games with these people. The president's got this great phrase, no games, no games. When he says that, you know he's serious, that something's going on in a negotiation or some event or activity that he's just tired of it. No games. Kind of, I think, what he told Kushner and Witkoff when he put him on the plane and said, I want a deal. And tell Netanyahu, no games, no more games, no games. The reason Marco wasn't on the plane with him was his disastrous showing, as we highlighted a couple of weeks before. It's time, of course, Netanyahu's in the Times of Israel today saying, Trump did not order me. Trump did not force me into signing this. Okay, Bibi, good try. Let Tel Aviv Levin push that one on his radio show. Let him push that one. You weren't forced. You did it willingly because all your objectives in the Gaza war were met. Unreal. Historic today in the cabinet room with the Prime Minister of Australia. Stan, you're with me, and Stan, I'm going to let you take a crack. It's too late on a Monday. We've been too busy here in the war room. I'm going to let you take a crack at your last name. It's Stan
Vojevodsky, and it's good to be back. Thanks for having me again on the show.
So listen, the reason I love having you on, you're my quiet weapon over there. You did nothing but called shots. You called the shot on the rare earths, and you called the shot on the submarines. Let's start with why was this so important a meeting? And look, the president, we can be open about this. He hadn't exactly been loving up on the Australian Prime Minister. Had Kevin Rudd in there. And we've had Rudd, we've got Rudd's book, who we love. The book on the Chinese Communist Party did a great job on that. But he and Rudd have had disagreements. And he had Rudd in there today and said, where's that other Prime Minister? The one says, we've said bad things about each other. He had Rudd in there. He had the current prime minister, which they've never been particularly close. Today they were like brothers in arms. I've never seen such a positive meeting, a positive bilat. He also didn't do it in the Oval. I think they did it in the cabinet room so you can get more media in there. Why was this so important to get the sign right at the top? That's how important it was for Trump. They walk in, they sign this deal right at the top on rare earths because Bessent is en route to go meet with the Chinese finance minister, and Trump had said at this meeting, which I don't know, the Beijing has not verified it, but President Trump said he's meeting with Xi. Why was the rare earths such a big deal, sir?
I mean, first of all, I think it was a very good meeting. It's definitely a win for Australia. It took about 270 days since Prime Minister Albanese was reelected, and that's the longest, I think, in the last 10 or 15 years that the two heads of states took to meet on the heels of a victory. So that left the door open for a lot of pundits and criticism that perhaps PM Albanese might not have the ear of President Trump. Perhaps the AUKUS submarine deal might be in troubled waters. And obviously today, for you and I, folks like us who've been paying keen attention over the past year on where this alliance might go, it was a confirmation that the U.S. remains a steadfast partner in such an important naval alliance in such a critical part of the world, that is the Indo-Pacific. Additionally, and I think you're probably one of those that have covered the most some of the moves on the part of China and the CCP to play hardball in the rare earth space to try and corner the United States by limiting exports of anything that has a remotely 0.1% of critical minerals or rare earth. And that means the entire technology and information industry across all sectors, strategic sectors, that is. And so this technology prosperity deal that was signed right off the bat in the cabinet room between the two administrations first reaffirms AUKUS, but also paves the way for a long-term strategic partnership in sourcing critical minerals and rare earth. And it's it's a chess move on China's attempt at pressuring the U.S. and its partners along the rare earth route, which is so critical to our national security. So to the pundits back in Australia, which have had 270 days to undermine and criticize both President Trump from far, but also at home, their prime minister, that the Trump administration was in retreat and could not be relied upon. I think it's a strong message to our allies and our adversaries in the region that have doubted that the U.S. would stick to its end of the bargain. It's also a very strong message. It reaffirms and reassures our allies, and it gives predictability, if I want to be politically correct, to our adversaries. It projects, continued naval supremacy and the notion that the U.S. remains the world's leading naval force, augmented now with Australia and the U.K. in this, generational partnership that we've come to know as AUKUS. Deterrence is, in fact, the name of the game. I mentioned it in my last conversation with you. Peace through strength is a doctrine, and stealth remains the most important element of both our nuclear triad and deterrence.
Stan, hang on for 1 second. I'm going to hold you over to the next break. An ally, not a protectorate, an ally steps up and partners with the United States today at the White House.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Brad will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
To be fair, and you cover it as well as anybody that's ever covered this subject. It's a very complex subject, but China has ripped us off from day one. And, Richard Nixon, he allowed this to happen. He was the one, he opened China, and I said, is that good or bad? You tell me. He unleashed it. And we have a very strong adversary, and they only respect strength.
Wow. President Trump, give me a little realpolitik. Stan, I would just want to back up for 1 second. This is why I loved your cold shot, because this was very controversial for the last couple of years, and a lot of guys like Stan and myself and others that were huge advocates of this. Not just media in Australia, but also in the region and others said that day's over. Trump's an isolationist. The CCP has intimidated the Australian people too much. They got called out. It was all proven wrong. Just give me a minute of why this submarine deal is so important for to show the strength of the alliance, really Australia, the United States, and Great Britain, to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party and to show the people in the region that are not Australians, not English, or not Americans that we're not messing around here, sir?
Sure. Thank you again. I think as we discussed on the 250-year anniversary of the U.S. Navy, at any given time, on any given day, you have 6, 7, 8 nations and island nations in the Indo-Pacific that are being challenged in their exclusive economic zones, in their territorial waters, by an adversary, the People's Liberation Navy or its maritime militia. And the Indo-Pacific has become ground zero of global competition. Naval warfare capacity and projection remains the realm of global powers. Australia sits in the middle of this body of water. It is a critical partner, and this generational partnership that was signed under a previous administration and that was reviewed under President Trump signals to our partners and our allies in the region that they're not alone in standing up to some of the bullying that the maritime militia or the People's Liberation Navy exerts on their fisheries, on their territorial waters, on their territorial claims, and therefore it was of the utmost importance once AUKUS was signed not to pull back from it, because both allies and adversaries have already computed and incorporated that into their war games. And therefore, had we pulled out or had anything happen to this alliance, it would leave a massive vacuum, which would be immediately filled by our adversaries. I have to maybe state that something you must know over the last 2-3 days, there's been a lot of noise coming out of the CCP. I think on October 17, the Defense Ministry announced that the vice chair of the Central Military Commission, a member of the Politburo, and 8 other senior military commanders had been expelled from the Communist Party and the military for serious violations of party discipline. So the lines are shifting. It's very hard, very opaque, very hard to read what is going on behind closed doors with the party. But certainly this peace through strength and this reassurance of our commitments to our allies, both within NATO and outside of NATO, but certainly in the Indo-Pacific, is making the rounds and is being noticed by both our adversaries and our allies.
By the way, we're gonna at the 6 o'clock hour. Excuse me. We're gonna go through this even in more depth because President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, has thrown down in an open, active, and serious economic war against the United States with these heavy rare earths. And President Trump, this is why it's going to be Australia first, and next he's going to get one of the Brazil. He's fighting back and giving some ammo to Scott Bessent. He goes over, and President Trump announced that he's going to meet. We're going to cover it all. Also, the buried lead. President Trump goes, in a year, we're going to be fine. In a year, going to just take that out in your number 2 pencil and write that down. That is 12 months. That's a long time, particularly when people in your the Ford Motor Company tell we got to shut down the lines in 6 weeks. This is what the CCP is trying to do to the United States, and it's what it's trying to do to President Trump as much as he's tried to, I think, accommodate them in some of their struggles with their economy. Stan, what's your social media? You've been ahead of this, and today was 2 called shots, one on the rare earths and the other on this massive submarine deal. Where do people find you, sir, for your writings?
On LinkedIn or on your show most of the time. Steve, thank you again for inviting me. As I mentioned the last time, stealth is the name of the game, including in our advisory role.
We love guys that know what they're talking about and can get our audience information and knowledge well before it happens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Those are the guys you want to get on. Guys who will tell you weeks and months ahead, hey, here's what's going to happen, and here's why it's going to happen. Very impressive. Big day for President Trump. Very big day. And this Chinese Communist Party thing is only going to get uglier. We're going to break it all down with various people at 6. I've got Michael Patrick Leahy. I got to tell you, I've known Leahy for a long time. He's a comrade in arms. You got to go pretty far in the woods to hit his tripwire, but man, when you hit Leahy's tripwire, action's coming. Last night on 60 Minutes, where I was obsessed with the Jared Kushner and Witkoff interview, which I thought was so much amazing information came out of there. But Michael Patrick Leahy focused on another part of 60 Minutes, another interview. Let's go ahead and play the cold open and bring in Michael Patrick Leahy.
I'm the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States. You know that, right? A lot of people say, oh, he's the president. He should know. I'm the Chief Law Enforcement. I'm allowed to be involved in it, but I haven't chosen to.
And DOJ whistleblower Erez Raveni, who was inside the Trump Justice Department, pulled back the curtain on what it looks like inside, and the Trump administration's open defiance of the courts in order to maximize mass deportations. Take a look.
It felt like a bomb had gone off. Here is the number 3 official using expletives to tell career attorneys that we may just have to consider disregarding federal court orders. And then it really hit me. It's like, we really did tell the courts, screw you. We really did just tell the courts we don't care about your order. You can't tell us what to do. That was just a real gut punch.
Normally, people deported in error are returned, but instead, Raveni says that in a phone call from a superior, he was ordered to argue against Abrego Garcia's return by telling a judge that Abrego Garcia was an MS-13 gang member and a terrorist.
And I respond up the chain of command. No way. That is not correct. That is not factually correct. It is not legally correct. That is a lie. And I cannot sign my name to that brief.
Whoa, Michael Patrick Leahy. Okay, here's the thing. Barry Weiss is a very pro-Israel. She was criticized about this a lot. She's a Zionist. She allows to go on because this is her first week as executive editor of CBS News. And the first thing she did was, as Michael Patrick Leahy knows, she called the 60 Minutes crew in there and said, hey, certain people think you're biased. And they're like, what are you talking about? It was a full meltdown. They leaked everything to the press. She allowed the Leslie Stahl interview with Witkoff and Jared go forward, which buried Netanyahu, buried him, full stop. Yet this one pops up, and Leahy, you more than any person in the United States of America is on top of the story. Why is this story so outrageous, sir?
Well, this is Scott Pelley in 60 Minutes and the anti-Trump propagandists. They're a throwdown, a challenge to the leadership of Bari Weiss, because the clips you played are biased, dishonest, and misleading, particularly that last clip of the Erez Raveni, who was fired by the Department of Justice for not zealously defending his client's interest, the United States government. His claim that there was no evidence that Kilmer Abrego Garcia had MS-13 ties is just a flat-out lie. In fact, if you go to 2 immigration court judge decisions in 2019, they kept him in detention while his final deportation hearing was being held, because the 2 judges concluded there was enough evidence that he was an MS-13 gang member. Now, why didn't Raveni present that to the court? He should have. He didn't.
I want to hold you through the break. I want to bring you back because some of the audience may not understand that you're the guy that broke all this story down in Tennessee with your radio show and the Tennessee Star. You went in, Leahy went in and did the pick and shovel work when all this was just a Maryland father. Remember, he's just a Maryland dad. He just some guy, a Maryland dad. You know, like a former Colts fan that's now a Ravens fan. He's just a Maryland daddy. Nothing could be farther from the truth. And Michael Patrick Leahy exposed it. Now they're throwing down the president's the chief law enforcement officer and chief magistrate of the United States government. So I agree with you. And we're gonna find out what the remedy is from Michael Patrick Leahy, his own self. Gold's knocking on the door, $4,400 an ounce. It ain't the price, it's the process. Text Bannon, BANNON, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide from Birch Gold today.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being
deported in error are returned, but instead, Ruveni says that in a phone call from a superior, he was ordered to argue against Abrego Garcia's return by telling a judge that Abrego Garcia was an MS-13 gang member and a terrorist.
And I respond up the chain of command. No way. That is not correct. That is not factually correct. It is not legally correct. That is a lie. And I cannot sign my name to that brief.
Okay, Leahy, we're always pressed for time, but I want you to tell the audience, because you're the guy that turned him from a Maryland dad to a gang member because of the research you did with the, I think, Tennessee State Police records and others. Give me the reasons why that is inaccurate, sir.
Because two 2019 immigration court judge rulings determined that there was enough evidence that he was an MS-13 gang member that he was not released during his deportation hearing order. That was evidence that Ruveni should have, could have, and had a duty to present the court, but he chose not to. He got fired because he didn't zealously represent his client. Also, he failed to properly point out to the court this. In that deportation order, with the withholding of removal from 2019, the black letter of the order said you can't send him to Guatemala. It's right there in black and white like 4 times. He didn't present that information to the court. So that was another error on his part. And number 3, he violated attorney-client privilege. He's representing the government. And now he's going and giving information that to the other side. He was really representing the defendant. That's why he basically was fired by DOJ. Also, that CBS report, they failed to report that the case was brought in the wrong venue. Those terrorists, those Venezuelan terrorists, were in Texas. That's where the case should have been brought, but it was brought to Judge Boasberg in D.C. Why? Because he hates Donald Trump, and everybody knows that. Finally, they also claimed that he violated a court order. A court order given verbally is not a court order. It's got to be written. By the time that written court order was delivered, all of those Venezuelan gang members had been deported to El Salvador.
So Barry Weiss showed courage in putting up the Netanyahu thing, which, she's very pro-Israel, and this buries Netanyahu, a brutal interview with Witkoff and Jared Kushner. But this somehow got under the radar scope, and you've got the facts. You brought the receipts. What are you requesting of Barry Weiss? Because Barry Weiss, people should know, is like she's like Army Command in Saigon in 1968. She got nothing but enemy around her. As soon as she went and talked to the 60 Minutes people about this exact topic, you're biased against the truth, against the facts, and they're all up in arms, and they leaked it immediately to the New York Times before she's even out of the room. What remedy are you looking for this poor woman?
I have a direct message. I have a direct message for Barry Weiss. I want, at the Tennessee Star, and individually, Michael Patrick Leahy, I want 13 minutes of unedited primetime on CBS News to rebut this completely biased and anti-Trump piece of propaganda. That's what I want.
Hang on. How about if you did that 13 minutes on 60 Minutes with Scott Pelley interrogating you, sir? Are you down for that?
I'll take it, as long as I can have my own camera there.
Exactly. And do your own editing. Leahy, you're the best. This is very important. You called him right out. I know the President of the United States is going to love this. Where they go to get you all your information, your show, the Tennessee Star, all of it, sir.
On X, you can find me at Michael P. Leahy, and TennesseeStar.com. TennesseeStar.com is a website where you can get all of this great breaking news.
Leahy, you got like 50 jobs. You're working 24/7, and then you went to law school at night. You've been a man on fire ever since then. The worst thing they allowed to happen is let Leahy go to law school. Sir, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve.
Mark Mitchell, your polling here recently has been so profound and so deep, and talking about where the country is in this crisis we currently have. You've got something new and quite explosive tonight. What do you got, sir?
I'm uncovering more stuff about COVID, and we talk about how all the mainstream pollsters lie by fudging the numbers, by over and over again misrepresenting things. But one of the ways that they like to lie and to shill for the establishment is by carefully deciding not to ask important questions. And so people who follow Rasmussen reports know that we'll actually dig into it. We'll show that Americans want to deport everybody in the United States. Imagine that. That's what explains Donald Trump's win, things like that. Well, one of the things that every single one of them turned their nose up, decided not to go into was vaccine safety. And as far as I know, in the entire industry, the only other pollster that polled at all about vaccine safety was Rich Barish, the People's Pundit. And he told me personally, he lost clients. He had people text him, "What are you doing? You're going to ruin your business. What's going on here? Why are you doing this?" But fortunately for America, Rasmussen reports had been so written off by the establishment that we decided to poll on this in the fall of 2022. And we thought, this might be one of those things. It's a fringe conspiracy theory. We'll probably find small numbers. And the very first question we asked was whether or not people had a major or minor side effect from the vaccine. And we broke the news on your show, 7% major side effect rate, another 31%. It was massive. So we've been asking about this time and time again, and every single one comes back worse and worse and worse. We asked people if they know something personally.
Hold. Yeah, don't bury the lead. Give me do they know something personally. That number, I think, was even more shocking. Yeah. When you told me that on the show, I was like, what? Give us that?
Oh, I know, right? And it's like you probably had a cold open of some weather person dropping dead on air in front of America. And 28% of Americans thought it was at least, someone agreed that they know somebody personally who died from the COVID vaccines.
Wow.
The number kept going up, and then we got a number close to half of Americans who said it's at least somewhat likely the vaccines are killing a significant number of Americans. Well, just recently, the number's still been going up. We had 56% of likely voters said that it was likely the vaccines are killing a significant number of people. Now, that's the thing, is that Donald Trump won because of accountability, because of pushback. A lot of it was because of COVID, and Americans want all of these wrongs righted. And I'll tell you, we haven't really heard a whole lot about what's going on with this stuff. And it pisses me off so much to sit here and know, well, trust in America's health industry is completely gone because of COVID. Now, by a 2-to-1 margin, people say that they have to take their own health information into their own hands. They can't just rely on a doctor. And you have all these doctors still sitting at the top of this regulatory pyramid who have a revolving door to industry, who are running cover for industry, who are, quite frankly, siphoning trillions of dollars with sick care. We all know it. It's one of the reasons that our republic is going to die, because we are funding massive amounts of people in a sick care system that is just basically legalized grift. Like, that's really what's going on. There's so much corruption, and we haven't heard anything about it. Well, I'm here to just stick one more, knife in the dagger of this rotted corpse, and that is nobody has pulled on the hospital treatment protocols for COVID. Literally not a single person. And we're talking about here the implications of over 1 million people died from COVID, most of them in the hospitals, most of them with a lot of questions about ventilators and remdesivir and other things. We heard the stories about how you lose your license if you let anybody get treated with ivermectin. But without our polling, it would all be anecdotal. It would all be super easy to sweep under the rug. And of course, they'll still try to sweep this under the rug. So here's the two questions, and we literally just did this. 1,400 Americans. Has somebody you know personally died from COVID-19 while being treated in a hospital? 32% of America says yes, 58% say no. Wow. And then asked of those people, how likely is it that hospital treatment protocols for COVID-19 contributed to their deaths? 30% very likely, another 17% somewhat, for a combined total of 47%, almost half. And only 14% say not at all likely, only 36% say not likely. So it's plus 11. So it's most people who have an opinion on why that person died. It would be a majority if you remove the not sures. And there's a bipartisan signal. 34% of Democrats think it's likely, but 58% of Republicans and 52% of independents, only 33% of independents say no. So this is pretty solid. People are like, yeah, there's reasons to question this stuff. And what's really wild is you can even see the mama bear signal. Women under 40 are overwhelmingly more likely to say this. 56% very likely, 30% somewhat. And the age signal is also incredible. Of the 65 and older, only 21% say very likely, another 14% somewhat, so that's 35. But look at the 18 to 29s, 56%. 31% very likely. Really stunning signal. It's almost 2-to-1 among 18 to 29-year-olds.
Wow.
So that also shows that, listen, establishment, you're not going to be able to run away from the internet. These people are asking hard questions about literally everything, about the very capitalistic system that we live in, about foreign influence, about the ways that everything's been corrupted. And I think that we are not hitting this idea of accountability hard enough, because I'm telling you, I try and stay rooted in this like sort of Zoomer online culture more so than I think most people. And what's being talked about isn't like, oh, isn't it great? Republicans are giving us everything they voted for. It's like, no, why isn't this system burning down fast enough? That's, I think, accurately captures what I see anecdotally on the internet.
Let me ask you, is Bobby Kennedy, because, you know, recently, ever since they held back the $500 million in research for Big Pharma, and maybe it hasn't been pounded hard enough, but you can see he's starting getting traction. Is that resonating with anybody, or because I keep recommending they got to go bigger on their media narrative? You got Bobby Kennedy, you got the president, but it's not having the push that you have to do to get through the white noise. Do you think that Bobby Kennedy's actions are enough at least to turn it around with some of these people? And do you think the messaging is amplified enough and at such a scale that it's going to break through the white noise and get to the American people?
Remember the days of thunder? Remember the shock and awe as we saw USAID funding network piping all this money into leftist NGOs?
Yes.
We automatically realized, no, it's not George Soros that's just doing this for ideological reasons. It's a whole web of leverage, basically of arbitrage, of influence arbitrage, and how when you and I were processing all that stuff, you probably knew about it, but for me, it was an eye-opener. This is way worse than we thought, but also more systematic and understandable than we thought. There was like an aha moment. Well, in the polling, it's almost like America reflexively felt that too, because we were setting right direction records. Remember, 60% of 18 to 39-year-olds were like, yeah, we're going to get a second golden age under Trump. Like, this is happening. He had a 60% approval rating among 18 to 29s. Like, it was wild. And it was because of Doge, and it was because I think this idea of, I don't think there's any specific one thing that America knows, well, if I got that, we'll be happy, everything will be fixed. But I think it's this pot of boiling water that we're still sitting in. And people, I think, will start to, connect the dots and say, well, not enough of this has been changed. And so, again, we need to see more. And I can't specifically say what that is because I'm not looking at the grand juries. I don't know what evidence they have on these people. But we need to know because, again, I don't want to get anybody sued for defamation here, Steve. But when you hear the story specifically about how that one drug used pretty ubiquitously in the hospital treatment protocols got its emergency use authorization and what safety trials were done and the people involved and whether they used to be at regulatory agencies and then became not and they went to industry. It stinks. It absolutely stinks. And people in this polling are tying the treatment protocols to deaths, like real deaths, in a non-partisan way. I mean, and again, people can say, oh, it's not polling. You're just polling people who answer polls. It's like, okay, I defy anybody in the industry to prove me wrong.
Hang on for a second. I'm going to hold you through the break. Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen on the other side.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Mitchell, we got to go, and I want to get your coordinates. But I have one question. I think intuitively, the 18 to 30-year-old, 18 to 29-year-old understand. This is why I say the most based generation, particularly young men in American history. They totally know, why did people do this? Why all the action you talk about, they did it for one reason. What was that reason?
I mean, the system has been destroyed. These people should be inheriting America in its golden age. They should be the most optimistic, and they think the system's failed them. They don't look forward to their future with optimism. Many of them are suffering from mental health. They've been literally turned into the pariah of our modern society, and they're angry now, and they're not conservative. And we've talked about this a lot, and I'll just say one thing for the Trump administration. If anybody in the administration is watching me, go look on YouTube for Moist Critical's video and Asmongold's reaction to it. Millions of people in the 18 to 29-year-old bracket, most of the men are going to be watching that, and they're angry. And it's because they're not seeing enough accountability. People on the right and the left are looking at it and saying, what do I see? I see a lot of paradoxes. Why was the Trump administration leaning into anti-vax stuff, and now Trump just got a vaccine a week ago? What's with all this, crypto stuff? What's with these business deals? Why are these people that we've been told are going to be arrested not being arrested? And whether that stuff's right or wrong, it's the optics. And people are asking hard questions about that and getting angry now. So if you want to know the 18 to 29-year-olds, talk to Barron. He'll tell you who to watch. I think that's what it comes down to.
Mark Mitchell, what are your coordinates, sir?
Rasmussen_poll at YouTube. We'll probably cover this polling on a stream tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Rasmussen_poll on Twitter, and I'm at Honest Pollster. And please, we've made everybody an enemy, and so neither party is paying to, have us help them win. We're independent, and basically all of corporate America despises us. So if people want to support us, they can go to RasmussenReports.com, sign up for a couple bucks a month as a reader. That's really where most of our revenue comes from, and it's not USAID or the dark money NGOs. So you can use
you're the perfect pollster. You're perfect pollster for the War Room Posse. All corporate America hates you in both political parties.
Ungovernable outcast.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. Amazing. What is amazing is the reason that now gold is knocking on the door of 4,400. Like I said, it's not the price here. You can tell. We have said that the Chinese Communist Party is outright in economic war with the United States and the people of the United States. With everything President Trump's trying to do to accommodate them and to try to balance this thing out and, start putting some logical tariffs in because of the trade so out of control. They have they've gone up the escalatory ladder on this rare earths, and President Trump knows how serious it is. You saw today, out of nowhere, we're besties with Australia. Now, Australia's been a long-time ally. Don't get me wrong. They're great. My ship pulled into Australia a number of times. They're great people, love it, great ally in the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific. But this was different today, and you can tell it was different. Gold is responding to that. They're responding to the geopolitical. There's also tons of articles up today about what we talked about weeks ago, about the asset classes, the asset kind of makeup on the balance sheets of big banks and central banks. All that's changing. Away from, you get government bonds and the euro and all that. It's changing radically. Philip Patrick talked about this a couple weeks ago. This is why you need to go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire, 7 free installments over a 4-year period. You get everything kind of laid out to make sure you can understand. You can start to see the pattern recognition. You can start to connect dots. Not Philip Patrick or Steve Bannon. We're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to provide you information so that you can learn on your own and think it through on your own. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Also, you can get the shorter version, which is just text Bannon at 989890. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. And don't forget the precious metals. Silver's on fire, too. Why? People are looking for a hedge in times of uncertainty. Times of uncertainty, would that be, the Third World War, both the kinetic part in the bloodlands of Ukraine and the Middle East, and the economic part between the two greatest economic powers the world's ever seen, the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. So go check it out. Also, the budget gap, it's not going to go away. The IRS, even under Scott Bessent and President Trump, they're going to be looking for their money. Tax Network USA, if you got a problem, by problem, let me define that. If you haven't filed once or over the years, if some of your filings are wrong, you're upside down on some, you got a letter from the IRS, just don't think it's going to go away. And don't think that Trump's in office is going to go away, because it's not. What you have to do is talk to the experts. These folks have solved $1 billion worth of tax problems. There's nothing you have they haven't heard before. Your tale of woe, they're going to understand. What you need to do is talk to an expert. Don't do it on your own, and certainly don't put it in the drawer and think it'll go away. It's not going to happen. It's going to metastasize. 800-958-1000. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. The War Room sent you. Tell them you're part of the posse, and they'll give you a free consultation. Mike Lindell. Sir, couldn't get you on this morning because we had to cut to the Prime Minister of Australia. But I got you now. The audience was so angry they want to start a Monday off by knowing where the deals are. Where are the deals, sir?
Well, I'm going to quick tell you that, but I do want to set the record straight. Everybody's been texting me from around the country about the couple lawsuits that MyPillow is still involved in. One of them is Liberty Vote that said they're buying Dominion. They said they would drop the charges. They dropped the charges, the case against MyPillow. That's a lie. They have not dropped it. It's still against MyPillow, my employee-owned company. And yes, the judge in Minnesota ruled against MyPillow. See, to fight this stuff. And the best way you can do it to support us is by getting our sales. The 3-in-1 sale, the 6-piece towel set, $39.98. You guys, the best. These are absolutely the best towels ever made. The limited edition MyPillow premiums, best pillows in history, $17.98, $19.98. All the slippers that are in, $39.98. You guys get it while supplies last with your sizes. The best slippers made with impact gel that work. But go to mypillow.com/war room. You see, we still have some of the sheets. $29.88 closeout sale. You guys, I'm going to do it for you today because we need your help. Free shipping on your entire order with that promo code War Room. I don't care if you order